Wait.
Wait for it. HasanAbi.
Fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker in this house, and our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is a Tuesday, lads. It's right. It's a fucking Tuesday, lads. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is August 13th, 2024. And I am a little late, just like a little bit, just a baby late, you know, not a lot, just a little late. And I apologize for that, but I'll tell you exactly why I am late in a brief moment, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Hasan, homie, you got to get your pipes fixed because you fucking dripping. Yeah. I wanted to dress for no reason, just like literally no occasion whatsoever. Folks, last night I watched the disastrous Elon Musk Donald Trump interview. Absolute garbo. Okay. Absolute disaster, absolute garbo, waste of fucking time. Donald Trump has a lisp. Shit wasn't working half the goddamn time. Just a terrible waste of time. And then after that, I thought, you know, maybe I'll have some time for myself. Ended the broadcast. Didn't really do much. Hung out with the fam. Figured out my flight situation for the DNC. Figured out my bachelor party situation this weekend that I'm going to. And then after that, I went to bed. I went to bed. Mic volume has been low since middle of the stream yesterday. Is it? I don't know why. I didn't change anything on my end. Yes. I noticed it in the VOD slightly. I think it was right after you asked to connect to the Twitter space. Wait, really? Why would that affect my microphone? I mean, I'll close all my fucking tabs, and then hopefully it'll if I restart. If I close my Google Chrome and I restart it, maybe it'll work. No. I don't think it's fixing anything. I'm gonna be honest. It didn't do shit. I don't know. You sound fine. Thank you. Nobody died. I just wanted to dress up a little bit, you know? Bump it up by a couple decibels. Fuck. Sure, I'll try to fix it if it's that bad. If it's really bad, I'll try to fix it. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, we watched that stream, ended it. Didn't do much afterwards. I don't like Trump. I've seen people say he had a lisp and then mocking it when he clearly doesn't is very disheartening. To people who actually has lisps and speech impediments such as myself, please do better. Yeah, I won't. Like, I'm not gonna do better. I'm letting you know right now, like, it's probably not gonna happen. You know, sorry. I'm gonna probably do worse, to be honest. Like, not only am I not gonna do better, I'm most likely gonna do worse. As a speech impediment haver, that chatter needs to shut the fuck up. It's just like, it's just, I don't know. It's very me. Me. Pay attention to me. You know what I'm saying? Yes, making fun of disabilities is hilarious. I mean, making fun of Trump having a lisp is pretty funny. Yeah, like, objectively. Whose funeral are you going to? He isn't making fun of lisps, just that Trump didn't have one and then he did, and that's funny. Yeah. Can we be nicer to the ableist, racist, homophobic, transphobic, fascist piece of garbage? It's not. Oh, thank you, 34 MKD50 with the 50 big ones, by the way. No, it's not even that. It's like, it's the classic. Excuse me, like, your fat shaming won't be heard by Donald Trump, but it'll be heard by your fat friend or whatever. And it's like, bro, come on. Like, please. Why is your mic lower than usual? I don't fucking know. And it's hella annoying. Oh my God. I hate this shit. I gotta, you know what? Let's start with that. Let's start by fixing this fucking thing. Let's start by fixing my goddamn mic, okay? All right, let's crank it up a little bit. 71, is that better? 72? I think this is better, right? 72 dBs, is it peaking? Okay, how about now? How about now? Is it peaking now? Okay. It's distorting. You're pulling the wrong lever, Kronk. I'm on 228th birthday today. Yeah, it is like that. You're crushing your audio a little bit now. This makes no dang sense, man. Why? Why is it like this? $70. Yeah, everything else is the same. It was totally fine. I think it's fine now. I think I'm going to keep it at this level. You're actually coming your audio right now. The compression is giving you a lisp now. Lisp. Now I have a lisp. Anyway. It's literally worse. It's clipping so hard. Okay, I can't do this. I can't do this. Here, just someone clip it. Someone clip this moment and we'll take a look at it. And it's the last time I'm going to look at it. And it's the last time I'm going to touch it. Because, like, I do feel like half the chat is just fucking with me because they love doing that. Audio frogs love taking over the stream. Audio frogs love taking over the stream and just like completely controlling it. Like, this is, I would say audio frogs is like favorite, most exciting, fun thing to do is basically just sitting around and just complaining about the audio. They would do that for 8.5 hours. If left to their own devices, the audio frogs would literally sit here and be like, this is my favorite video game. Anyway. It's literally worse. It's clipping so hard. Wait, what? No, it wasn't. Y'all are fucking annoying, dude. Y'all are annoying as fuck. It was not even clipping. What the fuck? The audio is still low, dude. What the hell? Okay, I can't do this. I can't do this. Here, just someone clip it. Someone clip this moment and we'll take a look at it. That's crazy. There's like a minor distortion. Oh my God. There is literally a minor distortion. Bro, I swear to God, you guys need to Tyler one mic. You literally need Tyler one mic. You need me to, I need to go to like, I have made you all far too spoiled. I have spoiled you silly. Okay? I have spoiled you fucking silly. You silly billies. You're gooning to this. You're gooning to this because this is the only thing that gives you excitement on the broadcast. It's like consistent back and forth. We're not doing this right now. I have fucking coddled you. Look at the comments. You see this on your flight, what immediately goes on in your mind? I would respect this religion and mind my business. Wow, that's sick. Do you even need to pray when you're traveling? This is quite literally when you're traveling. I thought that like in Islam, you don't need to. Yes, you do. Yes, but it's shortened. Fuck you mean no? I mean, you don't have to fast when you're traveling. During Ramadan, like Islam is pretty accommodating for travel. Clip of your audio changing yesterday. I was oh, the Spaces is up already. Oh my God, it's starting. I'm in early. I'm requesting to speak. Hello. Too many requests have been spent. Uh, that music was such a jam, dude. There's a lot of haters in here, and I understand. There's a lot of haters in here, and I get that. But that song was a fucking jam, okay? I won't stand for that. What is this fit for real? Nothing, bro. I just want to fucking look good for you. Is that why you hate that? HasanAbi edit for today.
Flights and cameras everywhere. Now I'm on the news.
Holy fuck, that's so loud. What the hell? Okay.
Flights and cameras everywhere.
Right edit. The music was like off-brand Wii Shop. Dude, it was so good. I liked it a lot. I don't know why. Anyway, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna blast off first and foremost. But yeah, this morning I played some ball. I gave Ted Nivison my old anti-vaxxer 7s that are busted. And I balled this morning with him again. Won a couple games, lost a couple games. It is what it is, you know. Yeah, I gave him the anti-vaxxer 7s. I also posted a TikTok about the anti-vaxxer 7s before I gave it to Ted.
I think as black man,
because he does not have any shoes. Like, he does not have basketball shoes. Listen, I'm a big boy, so when I like a basketball shoe, I wear it. And I buy a whole lot of it. I wore the Hyper Dunks for 10 years after they were discontinued. Anyway, my latest shoe has been the Kyrie Irving 7s. Okay, the anti-vaxxer 7s, the flat earth 7s. You already know what it is, right? I love Kyrie, great ball handler. And as you can see, I've been wearing these outside, and I'm a big boy, so these have been getting punished, right? But luckily, I bought a whole bunch of them when he was getting canceled because I know I love this shoe, so I'm going to wear it a lot. Just found out I have a fresh one last pair of Kyrie Irvings in my closet. Just found these out. I'm about to break these bad boys in today. Listen, You used those to the end? I really did. Where do you fucking fix the goddamn Google performance thing? Like, where is it? Chatter said go to your Google Chrome settings and like look at access. But I don't know how to fix that. Security? No. Safe browsing, site settings. Okay, I reset the permissions for x.com. Maybe that'll fix it. Did it fix the... You naturally have a unibrow, don't you? Yeah, I do. Check your Windows mic input. You are the type that would date summer from 500 Days of Summer, and I can't explain why. What? Just click the settings next to the URL on X and then allow permissions. I don't want to allow permissions. I disallowed permissions. Okay, whatever. I think my audio is fine right now. All this damn morning basketball still ain't dunked the ball for TikTok. Yeah, I know. Okay, listen. Folks, let's do it. Let's blast off, okay? Trump x Elon's disastrous interview. Okay. It's fine now, but fix it later. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you it's the same as before, but it's not bad enough that you need to halt stream and fix it. Okay, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Okay, Trump Elon's a disastrous interview. Tim Walz on a solo run. Based on what? Your political view, Lamau. Title: Trump x Elon success. Based on what? Your political view? I mean, objectively, not being able to launch, like a failure to launch is pretty bad. You know what I mean? Like that immediately is bad, right? That's like really bad. And then Elon Musk like lied about it. Hold on, I'm gonna get to it. Okay, I'm gonna get to it. I'll get to it. I know you fucking hogs love eating that slop, so you don't give a shit as long as daddy's speaking. Okay, I know. Trump x Elon's disastrous interview with Tim Walz on a solo run. Dude, Trump supporters are so funny. They're gonna have another like January 6th style moment because they're just gonna be like, how the fuck did this guy lose? Like, it doesn't make sense. It must be fake. Like, it must not be real. You know what I mean? Like, they just don't get it. They literally don't understand it at all. They're just like, what the fuck? Excuse me. Like, that's my goat. Why are other people not in agreement with me that my goat is the goat? You know? That's basically what it is. Like, half this shit happens because they just don't understand. They're in this like echo chamber. Like, at least as a Bernie lover, as a Bernie or buster myself, like, I understood that, you know, he still lost, right? Like, I got that. It sucks, but it's the truth. Then why is your goat the goat? Tell me. Bernie? Why is Bernie Sanders my goat? I think you and myself and every other American deserves healthcare unconditionally. I think this is the richest nation on the planet, and we have the capacity to take care of others. We have the capacity to take better care of one another. I think that American corporations just basically rob this country blind. And Bernie Sanders has been a consistent champion of human rights for his entire 800-year career in politics. You don't have a track record like that for Donald Trump. Anyway, Trump x Elon's disastrous interview. Tim Walz on a solo run. DNC next week. Harris keeps putting numbers on the board. Against Trump. JD Vance is a loser and more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. UAW is suing Trump and Elon. Good. I'm also trying to meet up with Chairman Fain, General Secretary, Defender of the Proletariat, Chairman Fain, Sean Fain, at the DNC. I have initiated talks with the UAW. I even had to send an email, which is crazy. Every time I do that, every time I send an email, I'm like, dude, I am so lucky. I'm the most fortunate person on the planet that I just like never have to do this stuff. Queso collab when? Bro, whenever he wants. I will go soda for soda with the big boy, okay? Fain is a class traitor for endorsing Genocide Joe. Yeah, you're right, man. Like, Sean Fain is definitely a class traitor. Look, if you got smoke for Sean Fain, who's like trying to set up a general strike for 2028, I don't know who you think is like a good guy in American politics. Like, what are we doing here? Elon says the space got 1 billion Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not how this works at all. Okay? Like, they can say whatever the fuck they want. It's like Kick, bro. They don't have advertisers. So they can just like straight up lie about their numbers all day. Favorite cut of steak? Ribeye. Easy. Medium rare. I just, even though Twitter counts views as like the same as Facebook, where you just like scroll past it and it's like considered a view, I still think it's fake. Like, I still don't believe it. It was a conversation. It was quite enjoyable, I might add. Bro, I'm sorry. Like, I'm a fucking loser, dog. I love politics, and I have a community full of fucking losers, but you will not catch me openly saying on the timeline that I quite enjoyed like two fucking politics people having a conversation. Okay? My entire job is to try to make that shit entertaining because it's boring as fuck. Okay? Like, how are people voluntarily being like, yeah, I thought it was quite enjoyable to listen to fucking two billionaire assholes just drone on and on about how fucking Guatemalan migrants are not productive workers and how they're all fucking doing rapes and crimes and they need to be purged in this country by force, and how we have to deregulate industries because that's the only way forward. It's like they quite literally are just talking about how they are robbing you blind, and you're sitting there with your mouth agape going, oh, this is great. Like, you're fucking so stupid. I'm sorry. You say shit like this, you're a dumbass, dude. You are literally the dumbest motherfucker. I'm sorry. Be a little bit more woke, man. Open up your fucking eyes a little bit. Shit pisses me off. We're all listening to a billionaire asshole right now. It's not hard. I know you say that as a joke, but like, I think people are so fucking stupid that they think I am like Elon Musk. Like, there are, I mean, by the way that some of my haters fucking behave, like, they do legitimately think like there is not much difference between me and Elon Musk in terms of like wealth and prosperity. One day I'll be a billionaire and come back to the Twitch chat and show you all. I just need more shifts at my local hotel, man. Yeah. Stop saying a sexual predator is asexual. Oh my God. We're not doing this fucking like pet peeve shit today, okay? Like, just because I say Trump is ace doesn't mean all ace people are like Trump. Please, like, holy shit. You're not going to stop me from saying that. You literally work for Jeffy B. How could you be more wealthy than him or Elon Musk? Yeah. When the ratio failed. Yeah. RIP to the Juice Lord. I saw this. I don't know why he wanted to ratio me. Maybe because he's Canadian. He just like saw a patriotic American and he thought like, oh, well, I'm Canadian. And then it failed because, you know, God damn it, eagle screech, baby. You already know. Hey, listen. Listen. That's right, baby. That's right. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. I was born in the... Anyway. That's not how an eagle sounds. Shut the fuck up, nerds. That's how it sounds in the United States of America, bitch. That's right. My bird going crazy now. Thanks. He's probably patriotic. Your bird's probably patriotic as fuck. Anyway. That's a red-tailed hawk, not an eagle. Shut up. Nobody cares. Take that shit back to communist China, okay? Take your bitch ass back to communist China. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. That's what an eagle sounds to me, bitch. That's what an eagle sounds like to me, okay? Get your bird watching ass out of here, okay? This ain't the Chinese firewall, okay? Don't come in here with some bullshit. Don't come here with some bullshit. It's an eagle to me, god damn it. There was a time I actually thought Elon was cool, but what the fuck happened to him? Why is bro power tripping and straight up being an Islamophobe? Elon was never cool, man. He was always a fucking rich asshole, okay? He was never cool. You got duped. It's fine. It happens all the time. Let me tell you what happened. The media basically told you he was cool as fuck. They told you. They gave him incredible articles. They wrote articles about him. They talked about, do you snipe drama on purpose? What drama? Why do you think it's a good idea to snipe bad ideas? That's not good. What? Bro, it's just bird drama, man. It's okay. Like, it's not that significant. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure the bird community will be understanding of my jokes about how, like, I don't care that it's actually a red-tailed hawk. That is attributed to the eagle in the United States of America. Like, it's fine. You know what I mean? You sniping bad ideas, the farm, whatever. What? Elon has North Korea level of family history revision. Yeah. So, a lot of people got duped, and that's fine. It's like impossible. It's virtually impossible not to feel some type of way about billions of dollars of fucking free and paid media. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense. That's the reason why it exists. That's the reason why PR exists. That's the reason why marketing exists, right? And a lot of people, I think, think personally that they're above it. That they think, nah, like propaganda can't impact me. No way, dude. I'm too smart for that. And it's like, it's usually the people that say that are not too smart for it. Whenever I personally see like a shit ton of paid and earned media about someone that, in my opinion, doesn't deserve it, and it's my own rule of thumb, obviously, so it doesn't really matter. You don't have to do this either, but like you can maybe make up your own mind about these people. I just kind of am a little bit more skeptical, right? That's it. And Elon was one of those guys. Elon was always one of those guys. What do you think about the Noah Lyles and Anthony Edwards situation? Anthony Edwards is incredible. Noah Lyles is such an annoying nerd. He is like the most annoying type of nerd. And like, I get it. He's fast, but like, he just chirps so much, bro. I don't know why. Like, he's exactly the type of dude who I should love. He is zesty as hell. He like paints his fingernails. Like, he is not like, he loves nerdy shit. Okay. And he's so, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. He's just like, he acts like he's got a chip on his shoulder all the time. You are also that type of nerd? No, I think I mean, when I'm streaming, yes. When I'm doing political commentary, yes. But I usually also do my very best not to be like that in other moments. He's always hitting like the actually. Actually, every time, bro. It's like nobody wants that. Just like have fun. Just have fun. Run fast. It's fine. You know, you don't have to like constantly try to shit on other people and like try to bring yourself up by shitting on other people. I don't know. I used to think I was super mature, got duped by the time by this Elon shit. Then I developed some empathy to hogs as well, since they're delulu like this every day. Yeah, hogs literally think that there's no 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, when there is obviously an ad break at the top of the hour. You know, it's just, it is what it is. If you no longer want to see those ads, of course, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. People don't understand that running with COVID and clubbing soon after was definitely not a great look. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know if he actually got COVID or if he faked that, or if he actually faked being no longer sick with COVID by posting a negative test so we could just go out and club. Like, something doesn't add up. You know what I mean? That was a little weird. Trump campaign tweet, Elon retweeted, then undid to cover his ass. Oh, nice. I like that we're doing European style racism in America now, by the way. This is straight up. Like, America has always been very white supremacist, obviously. But like, this kind of racism is just like straight up Euro racism. It's a very unique European style racism. Many Euros in the chat will understand exactly what this is. Like, what's next? Are we gonna start talking about the fucking Romani people and shit? Like, what are we doing? Like, this did not used to be like the American method. Americans are racist as fuck, but also simultaneously they were much more understanding of like migrants in general, as opposed to the last 10 years where we've just like really maxed out on like hatred. But also, our migrants oftentimes don't even come from Africa. Like, most of our migrants are brown, bro. The undocumented immigrant, when an American is talking about undocumented immigrants, they're not talking about black people. They're usually talking about brown people. They're talking about like Mexicans, Guatemalans, Venezuelans. So that's why this is like so Euro racist. It's crazy. I always thought that America used to lead the world in this kind of shit, in this kind of rhetoric. And it feels like we are now following behind. It's strange. As a person who was previously duped by Elon, he definitely was better at reading the room when I was younger. A gajillionaire posting 9gag memes was funny enough. Along with the Iron Man PR, he just aged like milk and bought into his own image a little too much. No. I always thought that shit was lame as hell. Oh my God, he's a billionaire but posts 9gag memes. Like, the reason why I love LeBron is because he's corny as fuck. Okay? LeBron doesn't post images of Bart because he thinks it looks sick. He posts it because he's fucking corny. He's a cornball. Okay? He also happens to be the GOAT. Elon Musk, on the other hand, has this air of like, please like me about him. You know what I mean? That I think is like one of the major things that I think is like one of the major reasons why I've never been too much of a fan of this guy. Like, I'm posting the epic meme. He posted Bart because he wanted to show us his artistic talent. I mean, sure. But there is a level of like, please like me to everything that Elon Musk does. And I think that there is that like anxiety, that nervousness that comes through. And I fucking hate that. I can't stand that shit. It's so insecure. It's so incredibly insecure. Like, he's constantly seeking out validation. He constantly wants, like, he will do all of the hackiest things in order to get that validation. Like, if he was just like this, just a goofball. Like, come on, man, just messing and doodling around. I miss doing this all the time. Used to be my escape. Bart got a big ass head though. My bad, Bart. Been a while since I pick up the pen. What do you think of Mark Cuban? Okay, great example. Great example. I think Mark Cuban is infinitely better at like appearing normal as a fucking billionaire than Elon Musk. Okay? He does. Like, I wouldn't go so far as to say he's one of the good ones or anything, but it's like very obvious that he is, to a certain degree, a normal person, as normal as you can be while still being richer than God. Okay? Where, like, it's obvious that he will sometimes, like, even dialogue with, like, normal people. He'll put his opinions out there. He's not, like, programming every single thing that he is saying and calculating it to gain something. Sometimes he just posts. It's like KD. KD's a poster through and through. He doesn't play basketball. He doesn't play basketball for the sake of basketball. He plays basketball so he can post shit. Okay? He can talk shit on Twitter. JB Pritzker is another good example of a person you can kind of tell is not personally invested in the way that like every single thing he's saying is going to look like. So I think overall, Elon Musk just always is so inauthentic and so desperate for attention, so desperate for people to like him. And the way I see it is like this. Okay. I'll give you another example. Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is beaming with insecurity. Okay. That is precisely the reason why Andrew Tate presents himself as this like over the top masculine alpha dog, right? You don't do that if you are secure in your sexuality, if you're secure in your background, secure in your success. Like, trying to market yourself as a certain person by going overboard all the time is in my opinion, trying to make up for an insecurity that you have. It's very performative. And unfortunately, that kind of bottom of the barrel marketing is really appealing to a lot of people who are stupid and maybe also insecure as well. They don't see it as overcompensation for insecurity. They actually see it as what it is. They just respond to shapes and colors, right? So they look at that and they go, no, you don't understand. He's got a Bugatti. He's got so many cars. He's so sick. He's so awesome. They don't like take a deep breath and go, why does any of this shit matter? Who gives a fuck? When you die and go into the ground, they don't bury that stuff with you like a pharaoh. You know what I mean? What matters is your impact on this planet. But a lot of people don't think about it like that. And they just go, it's so sick. He's so cool. They don't even they don't think about it beyond like the immediate image that they're responding to. Okay? So, unfortunately, there's a lot of guys like that out there. And that's why there's a lot of people who like respond positively to Elon Musk posting like a fucking 9gag meme from 2014. All right? That's what it is. There's a lot of other people out there who don't understand the thin-skinned narcissism that comes out of like that oozes out of every orifice of this person. And many of my haters will say, Hasan, you're fucking narcissistic and you're thin-skinned. The difference is I own it. You know what I mean? When I get emotional, I own it. When I get angry, I own it. I don't try to like appear a certain way. I do gay shit all the time because I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Why would I be insecure about my sexuality? I'm a 33-year-old man. Do you see what I'm saying? And a lot of people look at that and then they go, oh my God, this guy, he wore a dress. It's like, bro, you're so stupid. You know? You're so dumb to think that like wearing a dress somehow makes you less of a man. Like these are incredibly outdated ways of thinking that you've been locked into that only demonstrate how fragile your own personal understanding of masculinity is. Do you see what I'm saying? But like I said, there's a lot of kids online. And there's a lot of kid-brained adults online. So they kind of run the show a little bit. Not going to lie. So yeah. Anyway, we got a fat ass playlist here. Okay, Tim Walz is speaking live as the Harris campaign surges and Trump scrambles from MSNBC. We'll get to that. Harry Enten has 3 caution. Harry Enten has 3 caution points for the Democrats from the polling data. We'll start off. Actually, you know what? Let's do the Elon Musk shit. I want to see how the media covered the Elon Musk stuff, and then we'll get back to that.
Donald Trump returned to Twitter last night. It's now called X, for a long conversation with Elon Musk that was hampered by technical issues. Rachel Scott is tracking the race. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, George, good morning to you. This all got off to a very rocky start. That conversation was delayed by more than 40 minutes because of those tech issues. Elon Musk said he wanted to have this conversation so that the former president could appeal to independent voters, but Trump fell into a very familiar pattern of controversial statements, insults, and attacks. Overnight, Donald Trump's botch returned to the platform that once banished him for posting false claims about the election. The company saying at the time the account was permanently suspended due to the risk of further incitement of violence. It was reinstated by Elon Musk in November of 2022.
One of the funniest things that Elon Musk immediately did was call this a distributed denial of service attack, DDoS. Like, as in people were attacking his website. Except if you are actually victim to a DDoS attack, a couple things happen that did not happen in this situation. Other parts of the website would also shut down. Okay? Other parts of the website were shut down. They didn't. The rest of the website, for, for better or for worse, was still working. Okay? And not only that, but also you can track DDoS attacks. Like it's not untraceable. But Elon personally turned around and fucking went along with it. Then Verge and other outlets went and asked people on the engineering side at Twitter, and they were like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. He's likely lying about it. It depends on, you're just making stuff up on DDoS, bro. If you actually think that this Twitter space got DDoSed, you are exactly the type of person. You are the reason why Elon Musk is like the #1 figure that crypto scammers use to dupe people, which is ironic because that's precisely what they were doing yesterday as well. There were a million different YouTube links that was supposedly the Elon Musk Trump conversation. Some of them had 187,000 live concurrent viewers. Many of them are botted. Okay. But I do find it funny and rather strange that a lot of Elon's fan base are so primed into getting duped by cryptocurrency rug pulls. I wonder what that is about. Okay. Why are you cosplaying as an IT guy? You know nothing about DDoS attacks? I'm so confused as to why people are saying that I am wrong on this, okay? I know a thing or two about it from, being a Twitch streamer and having to deal with like an army of IT geeks who despise me and spend every waking moment trying to fuck with me online. It comes with the territory. It's one of those things that you kind of have to learn. Okay? And also, DDoS attacks are like not exactly the most complicated thing. Like, we sometimes end up doing a DDoS organically on a website that doesn't have servers that are ready for the additional traffic. Like, I sometimes will click on a website and it will go down, especially if it's like an older website and the servers are not like, yeah, the hug of death. Like, and the servers are not primed for like 30,000 psychos clicking at the same exact time. Load balancers, baby. Yeah, not only that, but I have had, lol, this is not a DDoS, it's just overloading. No, I know, but it's similar to how a distributed denial of service attack works. That's it. You're just, the only difference is you're intentionally trying to overload a server and brick it. You can target a service. Whole Twitter doesn't have to go down. I think that's why they don't have to agree. They're not agreeing with it. The problem with Twitter and the problem with X spaces in general was that it just wasn't primed for it. That's it. And it's additionally ironic because he had done this already. He did this once. Well, not once, twice, but the second time it didn't matter because it didn't get that much traffic. But like, he already did this with fucking Ron DeSantis. And he bricked it, and then Donald Trump shit on him for it. Which is why it's fucking hilarious that, like, he did not look back at it at all. He did not look back at it at all and be like, let's fix this so it never happens again. And he just went YOLO mode. Now, part of that is because Elon also eliminated a shit ton of the workforce. Okay? Not all the positions that he eliminated were like the queer Marxist brigade that is working on DEI or whatever. A big chunk of the people that he laid off and the only people that he kept on board were the H-1B visa workers that he could just basically fucking threaten with deportation. So they are way less likely to say no when he's like, you have to work overtime. Okay? He literally went in and was like, yeah, we're going to work on a skeleton budget, including people that work on, you know, the back end. If you don't have a cloud infrastructure team who can immediately free up more resources on the network, you're boned. 99% of chance that Twitter already laid off those people. That's what I'm saying. You DDoS Twitch, not a specific streamer. DDoS attacks an entire server hosting a website. No, that's not true. What are you talking about? If they can figure out what your IP address is, at any point they can target. No, if they figure out what your IP is, you're cooked. What are you talking about? Twitch streamers have had to literally move houses and shit if they can't get their ISPs to actually change their goddamn IP address. I can't believe we're having this fucking semantics argument. Anyway, let's continue. Let's just get back to the video.
When Musk bought the company,
please listen to the experts on this one. It's an easy Google.
Trump returning to the conversation Monday for a conversation with Musk. Technical issues delaying it from the start for more than 40 minutes. Musk blaming a so-called denial of service attack, a kind of cyber attack that floods a server with traffic to force it offline, saying the massive attack illustrates there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, though he provided no evidence of such a cyber attack.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start.
Users getting messages like this saying details not available. Those who were able to get into the live stream welcomed by hold music, then silence. X saying more than 1 million people eventually signed on.
I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening.
Musk said he wanted Trump to reach open-minded independent voters, kicking off the conversation by asking Trump about the attempt on his life.
What was it like for you?
Not pleasant, I have to be honest. I said there was blood. I had more blood.
Bro, what's funny about this is that he didn't just want to talk about the assassination. He wanted to talk about DEI or deep state conspiracies. And Donald Trump was not about it at all. So he just kept egging him on and on and on. He just kept repeating it like, but you know, it's crazy that, you know, they shot you from that distance, right? I mean, it's like, why did they not have anyone there? Why did they not have anyone on that roof? What was going on? Two things were happening there that Elon Musk was not aware of. Number one, Donald Trump wants that to be a perfect shooter, okay? Because God saved his life. That's what he wants to like present it as. That's what he believes. Okay, so he doesn't want this to be like a failure of all sorts or like a secret DEI initiative or whatever. So he's not going to sit there and be like, yeah, I can't believe like the deep state is after me in this regard. Okay, and the other reason is that Donald Trump personally loves the Secret Service. He does. He thinks they saved his life because they did. So like that's the reason why so many people kept talking about DEI, 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 except Donald Trump has not said that at all. So far, he has only said how awesome the Secret Service is. If you notice, he always talks about how great they are, how wonderful they are, how sick they are. Okay? He's like one of the only people on the Republican side that hasn't been consistently shitting on the Secret Service, because in his mind, he's like, they saved me. Okay? Push came to shove, and these motherfuckers saved my ass. I respect it. I love them. So he just didn't bite that at all.
I didn't know I had that much blood.
Over 2 hours, the former president drifted into bringing up false claims, insults, and controversial statements. Trump praising his relationships with authoritarian leaders, saying he got along well with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin.
And I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner, we had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with him.
Trump also describing a conversation he had with Putin about invading Ukraine, claiming he told him not to invade. The former president laying out what he would do if reelected, insisting one of his first acts would be shutting down the Department of Education.
That shit was kind of crazy, bro. He's like, he knew? What the fuck? He's like, yeah, Putin hit me up before invading Ukraine, and I was like, don't do it. I don't get it. It's kind of odd.
This is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states.
Bro, this is like literally Project 2025, by the way, which is why it's like hilarious that Donald Trump's like, I don't know what Project 2025 is. It's nerd shit. And that's precisely the reason why I told you guys. Okay, I told you guys time and time again that there is functionally no difference between like the Republican Party and the Heritage Foundation, because the Heritage Foundation is the think tank that writes the Republican policies, and Project 2025 is not specifically about like the upcoming Trump term, but a long-term commitment to abolishing the Department of Education, the EPA, all of these federal regulatory bodies this is something that the Republican Party has been actively pushing towards. It's not new. It was Project 2024. It was Project 2023. It's also Project 2025. Okay. I know that a lot of people are primed towards Project 2025, and it's like a really great way to focus people's resentment and focus people's frustration towards one thing, but it's not new. It has been this has been in the works for a very long time. It's never stopped. And that is precisely the reason why Donald Trump saying, I want to abolish the Department of Education while simultaneously saying Project 2025 who is ridiculous. Okay. I had a tweet on this that was a hit tweet as well. It blew my mind that, and I'm shocked that the media is not covering it, but it blew my mind that this conversation, this part of the conversation started with Trump and Elon praising Sweden, Norway, and even China's education systems. Like, they literally started off by being like, Sweden, Norway, even China, their education is so much better, and then turned around and was like, and that's why we need to abolish the Department of Education and bring it back to the states. It is nutty, okay? Completely nutty. It is nonsensical. The idea that Donald Trump does not endorse the Heritage Foundation is so stupid. The idea that Donald Trump does not endorse Project 2025 is so stupid. You gotta be a real fucking sucker if you don't, if you gotta be a real stupid sucker if you think that like this guy is not going to do all of those things. Okay? I noticed that the fake ass journalists didn't thank you for letting them listen to the interview. I know. It's messed up. You gotta have a stupid face. Stupid face, Biden. What does your mug say? My mug says, I just want to drink coffee and watch Bill Maher. Okay, that's what it says. I just want to drink coffee and watch Bill Maher. It's a meme. It's a meme mug that one of you motherfuckers sent me.
Like Idaho. Not every state will do great.
The Harris campaign highlighting that clip on social media and responding to the interview saying Trump's entire campaign is in service of people like Elon Musk and himself, self-obsessed rich guys who will sell out the middle class and who cannot run a live stream in the year of 2024. The Harris campaign also accusing Trump of slurring his words. The former president brushing off dire warnings about the impact of climate change, saying rising sea levels will lead to, quote, more oceanfront property. And he promised the largest deportation in history, attacking Vice President Kamala Harris on the administration's handling of the border, calling migrants non-productive people. Trump casting Harris.
That was another one that it made me lose my fucking mind. Like, it's one of those things that is just like, you say that shit immediately. I'm like, you are such a fucking freak, dude. That was another thing that really, really frustrated me. Having two billionaire fail sons talking about how the Guatemalan dude trekking for thousands of miles to come to work here for pennies on the dollar is actually unproductive. Like, that is, I don't even know what to say to that. You are so delusional, dude. You are such a fucking delusional piece of shit. Like, what are you talking about, man? That I don't even think that reads like, I don't even think most normal Americans who might even be fucking racist themselves agree with that. You know what I mean? Rich parents and connections, right? And all these people are like, rich parents and connections, rich parents and connections. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, just like me and Donald Trump, me and Elon Musk, we're all in the same category. Just a couple billionaires, you know? It's just crazy because, like, On the one hand, they say they're unproductive. On the other hand, they say they stole our jobs. Like, it does not have to make sense because it is for the absolute dumbest people. This is not a coherent narrative. This is not a coherent narrative. This is simply for the dumbest, most racist person. Okay? I don't think Fed Trump was a billionaire. I think he was a multimillionaire. And I think he was a billionaire too. I'm pretty sure. I mean, he definitely had a couple hundred M's at the very least and literally kept Donald Trump afloat the entire time. So I don't know what you're talking about there. He tried to keep his casinos alive when they were failing. What? Ain't no fucking way. Wait, what? Faker, which 3 celebrities do you want to have a meal with? Faker says Sung Hung Min, Woo Sung Hyuk, and Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud. Huh? Bro, he just wants, no. You only say this when you're hungry, okay? You only say this when you're hungry, okay? And I'm not talking about Korean barbecue, okay? I'm talking money bags. I'm talking fucking gold bullion. I'm talking different levels, okay? I'm not talking about like Faker and Tyler One getting together to eat at that Vegas spot. I'm talking the fattest stacks you've ever done seen, okay? Chowder, cheddar, moolah. These are concepts of the past. MBS, a great man. Why you being racist? Shut the fuck up. Bro, this... What? Bro! What is happening, bro? Do we have like MBS bots in here? Bro, what? That's crazy, okay? Even MBS's family doesn't think he's great. Chatter's in here chirping. That's sick. That's awesome. Wow. The sports washing is so goddamn successful. This is why. This is why Saudi Arabia has been cooking with the sports washing. Okay? This is why they've been doing the damn thing nonstop. You might have been thinking, like, why the fuck do they spend so much goddamn money on this shit? Well, here it is. Bro is the leader of a theocracy, okay? A Islamic theocratic monarch that did a genocide in Yemen. What are we talking? They did 9/11 too. Like his family did 9/11. But also on top of that, like he also did a genocide in Yemen not that long ago. Breaking. MBS family releases statement from their internment at the Ritz-Carlton to say HasanAbi is wrong. We love our king. Yeah. Tim Walz is speaking. Okay, everybody calm down, man.
Earlier, we've done a few door knocks. We've done a few phone banks. We've done a few
I mean, this is
rallies,
like,
and we
this is
worked
going to be
together
kind of
on-
boring. Like, it's not like a rally. You know what I mean? He's talking to the AFSCME. Like, he's talking to the municipal workers. He's talking at the municipal workers conference in Los Angeles. Like, y'all are, like, chill out. Okay, we'll look at some of the high notes. I like Tim Walz more than you, Hasan. Sorry, his vibes are better. Breaking: U.S. Secretary of State approves sale of over $18.8 billion worth of military equipment to Israel. Hell yeah, baby. Unlimited. It's like the fucking, it's like the SpongeBob meme with Patrick. Unlimited genocide dollars. Unlimited billions unlocked to Israel. Literally every day they're like, actually, it's not enough. Last week we released $3.5 billion. Okay. But that wasn't enough. Another 18 billion unlocked, baby. Isn't that crazy? We just have no money in the bank for healthcare. Sorry, guys. Hey, sorry, by the way. We just don't have any money in the bank for fucking housing our veterans. You know what I mean? Bro, stop laughing. What can I do? What can I do but laugh at this point? This is so gross, dude. And before you go, excuse me, that says sale. What money are they buying it with? Chat will be like, excuse me, they're actually selling these weapons, and therefore the United States of America is getting money, not realizing that who's paying Israel to buy the fucking weapons? Whose money? Where do you think this is coming from? You think Israel was just like, yeah, dude, we have a litany of natural resources that is so bountiful that we seemingly have been able to, we're really sitting on a fat surplus this year, okay? So we just had an extra 18 billion lying around. Is giving 9-year-old using parents' money to buy parents' birthday gift? Yeah, exactly. All right. Anyway, unlimited genocide, baby. All day, every day. Wait, hold on. Okay, we'll get to that stuff in a second. Let's continue with the Trump
as liberal and attacking
interview.
Jewish people who support her, repeating claims that have been widely called anti-Semitic.
And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined.
Also at one point saying the new Time magazine cover of Harris looks like his wife.
I saw a picture of her on Time magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great first lady, Melania. She looked...
Bro, that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. I don't know. I don't think people agreed with me on this, but like I said when he was talking about that, he came across as SD more than horny. Like, it's like, she looks so pretty, so beautiful, just like Melania. And it wasn't like I personally think that wasn't like him being horny. That was more so him being zesty. Like, she's a pretty woman. Okay, like queen respecting another queen. Yeah.
She didn't look.
Yeah.
She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
And in a sign of just how much the former president has struggled to pivot to a new rival, Trump also
Honestly, it's just a weird thing to say. Oh, dude, 100%. Because not everyone will read it as like, not everyone will read it in a zesty way that I did. Most people will look at it and be like, you're gross as fuck, bro. Why are you saying that about the person you're running against? Camilla.
also spent time attacking President Biden, even though he's no longer in the race.
Don't forget, I beat Biden.
I wonder if anybody tracked this, but like honestly, Donald Trump spoke significantly more about Biden than he did about Camilla, with the exception of like calling her radical Marxist and then at points saying she was pretty. Like he just kind of daggered Biden the entire time. And it's like, yeah, we agree, man. Yeah, he sucks. Okay. Like, I don't know if you know this, but like you're not running against him anymore. And it's so obvious that he's just like, he's been so primed into running against, he's been so primed into running against Biden that he just like keeps forgetting that he's not running against Biden and just keeps daggering Biden. But he's not running against Biden. So who cares what you have to say about Joe Biden, you know?
He failed in the debate miserably.
The Democratic National Convention is now less than a week away. The White House says that President Biden will address the convention on Monday and lay out the stakes of this election. We are also told that former Presidents Bill Clinton and Barack Obama will be speaking at the convention as well, George.
And Rachel, we also heard from the FBI yesterday. They're now investigating foreign interference in both campaigns.
Exactly, George. We know that the FBI has already been looking into these claims by the Trump campaign that it was hacked by Iran. And now sources tell ABC News that the FBI is also looking into attempts by Iran to target the Biden-Harris campaign. The alleged spear phishing email was sent before President Biden dropped out of the race. A Biden campaign official tells ABC News they are not aware of any security breaches, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks.
This space is not available. 5 words and a failure tonight for a much anticipated conversation between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. That X event that everyone was supposed to watch, well, it broke the internet, and not in the Beyonce kind of way. If you are trying to click over to watch that Trump-Musk talk, which I believe is still ongoing, for most of the time you couldn't do it for about 40 minutes. And when the interview finally did get underway, Trump went into his normal stump speech, including more Kamala Harris insults. This was, Tara, just maybe an allegory of what's been going on with the Trump campaign for some time.
Yeah.
40 minutes on hold. They start off, it's meandering, and he's doing exactly what a lot of people are trying to tell him not to do, which is attacking Harris not on substance, but just because she exists.
Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't be news. This is what Trump does. He does the complete opposite of what everyone else tells him to do. He's petulant and intransigent, and he thinks that he's his own best campaign manager, consultant, political communications guru, and there's a reason why he's now losing. There's a reason why Kamala Harris, the swing in the polls, that Kamala Harris has overtaken him in swing states. People are tired of this act. It's a Vegas lounge act now. He needs new material. And the insults are something that, particularly for moderates and moderate women who are an important constituency, if Trump thinks he's going to win this time around, they don't want to hear this. And so the people who have been running his campaign are very smart, veteran political operatives, and now they're facing the time, the honeymoon period of keeping a disciplined Trump together is over. This is Donald Trump unleashed. He's going to do what he wants to do, and it's not working for him. And the polls show why it isn't.
I'm going to play a little bit of what he's been saying on this X stream. He talks about Harris and really seems to be still grappling with the fact that she's now the candidate and it's not Joe Biden anymore.
They're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden.
Another part that was really funny on the interview was when he was talking about how he beat Biden. And he was like, right after the debate, they said on CNN that my performance was spectacular. And then they stopped talking about my performance and started talking about how bad Biden was. And one thing that I think Trump doesn't understand is that his performance was not spectacular at all. As a matter of fact, his performance was ass on that debate. It's just that Biden was so much worse that people didn't even pay attention to the insanity. Like, people did not pay attention to Donald Trump's, like, 10 million Guatemalans are doing rapes every moment in America type shit, type narratives, because everyone was, like, in utter shock, in a state of panic, that the fucking president was mentally decrepit. That's it. He got lucky in that situation, which is why I find it additionally odd that he keeps, like, I guess, doing a little bit of revisionist history there. Ain't nobody thought his performance was great. As a matter of fact, the Democrats kept chirping, and even the liberal commentators kept chirping about how, like, why is nobody paying attention to Trump's lies? He kept lying over and over again. And it's like, because nobody wanted to care. Nobody cared about that, because the other thing was, like, the house is on fire. You know?
It's like watching Grumpy Old Man or something. There's just, I don't mind attacking a person for their policies or their positions, but he's just sort of griping just because she exists, to your point. And I think we know why he's griping, because she exists. She's a black woman. And everything that I've seen in the course of his career, and I know that he has black women in his circle, and I know he's appointed Omarosa and all of that. I know all of that background. But also know when he's confronted and being held accountable by black women, time and time again, he is shown to be someone who is uncomfortable in that situation. And I think he's complaining more because it's Kamala Harris, a black woman, than any other factor.
There's nothing that he's saying about her, however, that wasn't actually said by Biden campaign personnel in leaks to the press for months and months before the hot swap unfolded. For literally about 3+ years, you had folks around President Biden who were leaking against, undermining, characterizing Kamala Harris as a disastrous, underprepared.
How do you know this?
Because of extensive reporting, and drawing on White House sources.
How come former President Trump doesn't know this? If you've known for 3 years this woman was coming, and now she's here, and you're confused about what to do.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sufficiently clear. What I'm saying is that what he is saying now, when he is diminishing her capacity and what have you, these were all things that were standard talking points coming from Democrats who were anxious about her weaknesses. Now, only over the last month or so has the narrative entirely changed.
Bro, you can't claim foul. Like, you can't just, like, be upset that the media is responding to the momentum that Kamala Harris has been able to put together. He's not wrong in terms of, like, Kamala's weaknesses. These are things that I've also personally mentioned, right? But, like, there is one aspect of this that these guys are just, like, very upset about, which is that people don't care. That's how much they, one, don't mind the Democratic Party's platform, that, like, a generic Democrat leading the ticket is good for them. And that's how much they despise Joe Biden. Okay? Because you hate black women too? Yes. That's what it is. Like, they don't care. People don't care about it. A lot of people were just like, bro, I don't want Biden. He's so fucking old. People vote on vibes, okay? People vote on vibes. And the vibes were atrocious with Brandon. Bro said that was a joke so fast you got them boys terrified. Yeah, good, because I hear that all the time. And I never want anybody to do that. There's the new Hasan Twitter complaint today. Yeah. Unrelated, but do you know the story of Nicole McCabe, random Aussie who lived in Israel? Mossad stole her passport to use to cover ID for a spy. Then she was wanted for an assassination in Dubai as a result and had to get a new identity because Mossad was like, okay, whatever, deal with it. I did not know that, but that's not even remotely shocking. I thought you said Marat stole the password. No, Marat would never do that. His vibes are great. What are you talking about? Brandon's vibes? Brandon's vibes are not great. Okay? Brandon's vibes were not great at all. All right, let's continue.
About this because the press no longer felt obliged to protect President Biden.
Are you suggesting then this is originating because Donald Trump is following the intel of Democrats, and this is based solely upon the intel of Democrats and not some long-standing representation of how he feels about American people since the 1970s?
Okay, I think what he's suggesting is that this is not just off of what Democrats have said, but Democrats have also said some of the same things Trump has said. And so him saying these things is not something new that no one's ever said before, that she's incompetent.
He wasn't that bad, dude. Listen, brother, I get it. Okay, I get it. You desperately want to get back to two-parters at the top of the hour to serve a 3-minute ad break. But Biden was so bad that the $5 a month subscription fee under the Brandon regime turned into $6 a month, okay? That's how bad the brand inflation hit the economy, including Twitch. Okay? No more two-parters. You can't do that. I know your ass was trying to do that two-parter. Okay? 40-month subscriber. You think you can sneak that in there, dude? Come on, you know better. Take an hour off. Okay? I'm not even letting you go, oh, I wasn't trying to do a two-parter. I'm just giving you an hour off. No more two-parters. Okay? Yesterday, I got absolutely cooked. Multiple times. Danny Pergrammy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. I got cooked yesterday multiple times. You can do it. I believe in you. You gave me a whole ass day, the injustice. I felt bad because he, you know, I pre-watched the two-parter and I didn't even let him do the two-parter. That's why I only gave him an hour off. El Ego. It's not. You've been slipping lately? No, you catch me. You catch me slipping when I'm feeling good. Like, I'm going to get got. I'm going to get got. Okay? But that two-parters are, I want you to be better. I just want you to be better. That's what it is. I want the base to get better. Danny Pergrammy, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Just 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
And you can point to the policies. You can look at so many policies throughout this administration that she has to own that will hurt during swing states.
The idea, just to be clear, I mean, I understand that maybe there were some Democrats privately who were nervous about Harris, but I don't know that you have Democrats calling her phony, incompetent, third-rate candidate.
That's what I was about to say.
That is well
I must have missed where Democrats called her a bum. I must have missed where they questioned her ethnicity. I must have missed when Democrats called her low IQ and stupid.
Yeah, they didn't do any of that. But the Democrats were obviously worried about Kamala Harris's weaknesses. As a matter of fact, I would say that is the reason why Joe Biden chose her. Shrimps for Bernie, thank you for the 5 get the subs. That's part of the reason why Joe Biden picked her as the VP, because he did not want a VP that could like outshine him. Okay, but having said that, currently the momentum behind Kamala Harris is very real. And of course the media is going to cover it because it's happening. It's a real thing that's happening. Of course the media is going to fucking talk about this unique, historic change up in a fucking ticket 80 days out of a goddamn election and what the consequences have been, both positive and negative, mostly positive for the Democrats. Like, you can't just sit there and be like, it's no fair. Why don't you talk about Kamala Harris's weaknesses? Like, what do you mean? That's not the story. That could become the story if she fails. Like I said, this momentum is very real. And you can either lean into it and keep putting out daggers. Okay. DNC is a big, the DNC is going to be a big deal to continue this momentum. Okay. Or you just, you fuck it up. You fuck it up big time, and you do the old school Democratic Party instincts, and you don't lean on like a Waltzian momentum with progressive policies, showing America that these progressive policies are not radical at all, that these guys are fucking weirdo losers who keep complaining about like actually good, solid progressive policies. And that's it. New Florida poll, Trump, Republican 52, Harris at 44, Kennedy at 3. That's actually kind of surprising. The RFK only has 3% in Florida. I would have expected him to have much higher in Florida. I would have thought that would be his state, you know? Like, it's kind of shocking. So, but having said that, let's continue.
And all of the litany of awful insults that Donald Trump has levied against Kamala Harris since she's been in the race.
But did you miss when she
forget
couldn't
that
even
he's
get
not-
a couple percentage points in 2020 to make it to the first primary?
This isn't the first time Donald
She
Trump
wasn't
has-
wildly popular.
It doesn't matter. She's the vice president of the United States, and she's beating Donald Trump right now. So, but what also we are
All
not,
that matters is
what
what
also
happens
we're
on
forgetting
November 5th.
is that Donald Trump's history.
Oh, so polls don't matter any longer. This is the everybody does this copium. It's mind numbing to me. Okay. The Trump team was literally posterizing all the polls when they were cooking Biden. But the moment that this switch up happens and the polls reflect that reality and the momentum shifts in the other direction, they're like, oh, polls don't matter. And it's the same as like the Biden dead enders in the liberal media space that kept saying polls don't matter. Polls don't matter. That Biden is losing. Polls don't matter. It's so funny. It's just like, bro, look at the fucking polls. Look at why people are responding in the way that they're responding. Sometimes it is going to be a genuine crisis that you can't actually message out of. Okay? For Donald Trump, a person with maxed out name recognition, it is a little bit of a genuine crisis. Because, like, it's hard for him to squeeze out new demographics. Like, what is he going to do? Go after, you know, what's he going to do? Go after fucking young people? Like, is he going to be able to convince young people to go out and vote for him? Like, people that don't remember what it was like to be a full-grown adult under his administration, under his rule. It's just, like, there's no pivot point for Trump. It's very difficult for him. And he's also flailing.
History of insulting women is very long. As a matter of fact,
and her history of failing
is
long as well when it comes to these policies that
how
matter.
many times when he was at the bully pulpit, he insulted women
what we know
journalists
is that this-
repeatedly, including you, Abby, who he also called stupid, which you're not. You went to Harvard, and you are far from that. And this is what Donald Trump does. He doesn't like to be held accountable. So because he is now in a position where he now is being held accountable for what he said, we know already that he has a history of being a sexist, and now he cannot
This is base
grapple with the
management.
fact.
These are not the arguments that are actually effective for Kamala Harris.
Oh,
If you look
no?
at the
Why is
recent,
she up
for
11
example,
points?
Reid Hoffman's group Blueprint has
He's not wrong. Talking about like Donald Trump being misogynistic or whatever, that doesn't matter. It hardens his support in his base who are looking for that and find that to be good. There's a difference between like just consistently saying Trump is like a misogynist. Everybody fucking knows that. People have already literally made up their minds on this. This is why I always say, don't ever fucking bring that up. Just don't. Just everybody knows it. Nobody gives a shit. Okay. People already made that point over and over again. Talk about abortion instead. Talk about how Trump's weirdo behavior and Trump's misogyny actually ends up harming women directly. Okay. Talk about how it has already harmed women because people know he's a misogynist. Okay. They know he won the white women vote by 52% twice. Okay. Twice. He won the white women vote again. So if you want to fucking eat away at that base of support, you just don't bring up the misogyny shit. Like everybody knows it, okay? Everybody knows that shit. Just simply talk about the policies and simply talk about how all of those things are already harming people. I wrote about this a while back. I was like, a couple days ago, where I was like, listen, Democrats, if they want to win, they got to keep talking about what they're going to do for people and what they have done for people so far, and maybe what the Republicans have done to the population. Okay? If Democrats want to lose, they talk about how like sexist and misogynistic Donald Trump is, and they talk about the identity of the candidate without tying it back to like the actual policy positions. The underlying misogyny is always going to be there. Most people are misogynistic themselves. We live in a patriarchal structure. Women, a lot of women also have a tendency to have internalized misogyny. This is not a good argument. Okay? The better argument in this situation is to be like, he's weird, he's gross, he's a loser, but also, of course, he's saying this kind of shit. After all, look at what his administration did to women's reproductive rights. Okay? That shit did not work for Hillary Clinton at all. And as a matter of fact, Joe Biden didn't do that because he was an old white guy. Okay? That was one of the most like refreshing aspects, in my opinion, in terms of winning a fucking election that the Democrats did with the Biden camp. They didn't do any of that. They were forced to run on issues in a little bit, in some respects, because they didn't have the identity picks that they could like point to. Okay? Biden still tried to be like, oh yeah, I hired Kamala because she's a black woman, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay? Even in that situation, he literally still was like being a old racist white guy. Okay? People don't care. I don't think, and I'm serious about this, I don't think a single fucking person in the United States of America genuinely turns around and goes, yeah, Donald Trump is a misogynist, and like anyone in the margins, because there are people who obviously are like, yeah, Donald Trump's a misogynist, he's racist, whatever. But I don't think there's a single fucking person in the margins who's like, I don't know who to vote for in this race, that's going to turn around and be like, ooh, Donald Trump is a misogynist? I guess he's lost my vote then. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, nobody likes it. Nobody likes this argument. Okay?
Described.
Please, dear God, have a woman on the stream to talk about this? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Plenty of women do. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't care. It doesn't matter what you or other women think. What matters is the empirical evidence. What matters is the fucking data. It demonstrably was a fucking failure. Everyone knew he was a misogynist. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. He literally said he's going to grab women by the pussy. That shit didn't move the needle enough. You know what does move the needle? Abortion restrictions. Obviously, those two things are tied to one another, so bring that to the forefront of the conversation. Okay? Fuck. 52% of white women voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton in 2016. 55% of white women voted for Donald Trump over Joe Biden in 2020. Shut the fuck up. Everybody knows he's a misogynist. Holy shit. Like, who the fuck do you think is going around being like, Donald Trump is a misogynist? Oh my God. This is dramatically changing my calculation. If you're already fucking voting, if you already voted for Hillary Clinton, if you already voted for Joe Biden, then you already have made up your mind about Donald Trump's misogyny, okay? Among a litany of other issues. Don't just let that hang on its own. Reiterate the position that it's not just Donald Trump's misogyny, it's how that actually ends up harming people, okay? His personal point of view and his worldview in general, okay, is what harms women. How it affects people, how it hurts women. That's what matters, okay?
what is effective for Kamala Harris. What is effective for her is taking positions that are the positions.
He isn't harming women. What? Yeah, dude, totally. Every time like a 14-year-old rape victim can't get a fucking abortion in a red state, that's actually not harming women at all. That's actually really positive for women. Okay? Super sick.
That would be endorsed by Joe Manchin and by Bernie Sanders, being perfectly down the line. I will protect Social Security and Medicare. It is not actually.
How is bringing up his misogyny a negative thing? Okay, people don't care, as you say. How the fuck bringing it up hurts the Harris campaign? I don't think you should ever fucking just leave Donald Trump hanging on. He's a misogynist. Okay? It is so stupid. It's just a waste of airspace. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It's just a waste of airspace. If you want to fucking actually, if you want to actually make a coherent argument that is going to appeal to those in the fucking margins, then stop just talking about his misogyny. Bring forward the major way in which Donald Trump's misogyny harms women in red states that are now going to more likely vote for the Democrat over the Republican. Okay? Because you might not personally recognize this for some weird fucking reason, and you're only thinking about people that have already made up their minds in your circle, in your orbit, okay? But a lot of people need that additional framing because they themselves are misogynistic. This has been an ongoing, consistent narrative that has been a demonstrable fucking failure. Okay? It just has not, it has not worked. It doesn't work. White women are the largest women voting bloc. White people are the largest voter bloc in this country. It's still 66% of the country. White women are voting in massive numbers. When you got 55% of white women voting for the misogynist, because obviously everyone keeps going, oh my God, he's a misogynist. Oh my God, he's a misogynist. It clearly is not working. But you know what is working? Okay? Abortion. Consistently pointing out the fact that women with ectopic pregnancies can't go out and get this fucking procedure done, get an abortion. That Donald Trump's misogyny alone is one thing, okay? But Donald Trump's misogyny harming women in red states is an entirely different conversation. All of a sudden, it becomes real for you, okay?
Attacking Trump. What you guys are doing right now is, helpful base management right now, but it actually isn't something that moves the needle. What you see is actually this kind of base management doesn't actually have much of a.
Why does pointing out his misogyny not work, but pointing out his blatant racism does? You say women can be internally misogynistic, but it's obvious that people can also be internally racist because there's levels to it. One, I think that misogyny, like patriarchal attitudes, is a higher order. There's like permissible misogyny that is running rampant throughout American society in general. Part of that is because 50% of the population is women, whereas 50% of the population isn't black or Latino. Okay? So it's a 50-50 split. So it is like way more pervasive and therefore way more permissible to just be like, regular misogynistic. Whereas when you go above a certain point of racism, it tends to gross people out. Just like when you go above a certain point of misogyny, it grosses people out. Like the difference between Donald Trump saying a litany of different things like Kamala Harris is a pretty woman, like that doesn't hit that fucking marker. But JD Vance talking about women having to breed does, right? You've all of a sudden cast aside like the normal existing misogyny that every normal person could potentially experience or feel on a daily fucking basis. And you've now cast aside dog whistles. You are just completely daggering. You're lasering in on the main point of contention. So like 50% misogyny may be acceptable, but 80% isn't. But 50% racism isn't acceptable. So it's the same 50% of acceptable misogyny, but not acceptable for racism. There's a difference of like how far you can go with your racist sentiment before people go, oh, that's gross, versus how far you can go with your misogynistic sentiment before people go, oh, that's gross. The stupid idea, this stupid nonsensical idea that women themselves can't be misogynistic is the reason this country makes no progress in actually improving the lives of women. Just because someone is a woman doesn't mean they're not going to harm other women. Nancy Reagan literally hurt this country as a first lady. Yeah.
Material effect. Anti-Trump arguments are actually so played out, so tired.
It's an interesting point that Reinhard is making about base management on the left, but really it seems also that Trump is doing some base management on the right, and there are people in conservative circles who think that the constant attacking of Harris is not working, and this is what they're trying to tell him at this point now publicly.
Stop questioning the size of her crowds and start questioning her position when it comes to what did she do as Attorney General on crime.
When Trump attacks Harris personally rather than on policy, Harris's support among swing voters rises, particularly among women.
Not a good idea if you want to attract suburban women who can make or break your campaign.
Yeah, Trump calling her a bitch, by the way, which I don't think he'll ever do in public, like on the record, that goes beyond permissible misogyny, okay? That will probably piss off people. That would be like, that would go beyond like the normal order of misogynistic shit that you say. It's just like, it's too mask off. It grosses people out.
I mean, Madison, that's pretty straightforward. I mean, these are people who otherwise would be giving Trump advice. They think that he is on the wrong track here.
Well, and I talked about this on your show on Friday about the fact that many Republicans across the country are concerned about the missed opportunities that we continue to see, not just from President Trump, but from other Republicans that are out there on the stump for the president and for some of the down ballot races as well, that they just simply aren't talking about these policies that are going to swing voters in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia. We need to be hearing more about those policies. Like I mentioned, some of the policies that people don't feel the vice president is strong on. These are the things that I don't think we hear enough about. That's what can swing these voters.
Well, I can tell you that the evidence that we've seen already in the polling in swing counties like outside of Philadelphia, Bucks County, Delaware County, Chester counties, you see that there are moderate women there who are not comfortable, Republican right of center women who are not comfortable with Donald Trump, not comfortable with the attacks against women, not comfortable with the extremist agenda in Project 2025 on issues on women's reproductive health and IVF.
He did not call her that. You got duped by the golf clip. No, he did not call her a fucking bitch, dude. Come on. Oh my God, this clip. Stop. You don't have to do blue and on shit, okay? There are reports of him doing it behind closed doors. I believe it. But the golf cart clip is not the clip that you think it is, okay?
And no-fault divorce and voting rights, all of these things, these attacks on women that are really extreme, they're not comfortable with that. And we're seeing that, and we just saw it today in the New York Times Siena poll, that these places are shifting. Women in these places, in these suburban counties that Donald Trump needs to win, they are not comfortable with that.
He very clearly just said bad. They got to stop playing that clip. It's Hill Dog territory. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't think the media has picked that up. It's just like a couple fucking libs libbing up on the Kamala momentum.
All right, Trump calling out Kamala Harris and the Democrats in that wide-ranging interview with Elon Musk.
Ty Pyro has the highlights.
Good morning to all four of you. Former President Trump and Elon Musk delving into a roughly 2-hour-long conversation. More than 1 million people joining to listen in to the two men who spent a lot of time discussing inflation. Watch.
The thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive.
Trump slamming Harris for not doing an extended interview for more than...
It is pretty funny, though, like, that he's just lisping. I feel like people not on like liberal media, mainstream media or whatever, but people on like social media will most likely fucking hyper focus on that a little bit. He just, I don't know. I thought it was funny.
In 3 weeks.
You think Biden could do this interview? Do you think
it's not the compression? I thought it was the compression. I think it's because he was like talking down. No, I thought it was the compression too, chat. I thought it was audio issues. It's not. You want to know what? You want to know how I know it wasn't? Because there's video of him talking. Someone filmed him talking without, here, look.
both? Biden actually did something that was impossible.
Biden actually did something that's impossible. Bro, come on. That ain't no compression, dog.
Biden actually did something that was impossible.
Biden. It's his dentures, bro. It's because I don't think he doesn't normally speak like this. You know what I mean? He normally doesn't like speak with his head tilted down so much. So you don't actually ever hear him fucking sound like that. Biden actually did something impossible.
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. Yeah. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Oh, it's so good. Biden actually did something impossible.
Biden actually did something that was impossible.
Motherfucker kept the Invisalign in, dude. It's
Both
awesome.
sides.
Is that funny? Yes. Yes. Chatters. Yes. Okay. To the Trump supporters. To the Trump supporters who are like, how dare you make fun of him? It's not funny. Nah, it is, dude. It's funny, dude. Sorry. I love how quickly Republicans will become like bloggers. Like they turn into like article heads. They turn into article writers. It's like, why it's quite problematic to make fun of Trump's lisp. Why it's quite problematic and ableist to make fun of Trump's list. A think piece. What the fuck? This is funny. Don't make fun of him. We need to talk. No, we don't. Is JD all over again complaining about being bullied? Exactly. It's like, wow, these Democrats are bullying us. It's really fucked up because they keep calling us weird. They keep calling us weird. And it's like, yeah, bro, that should be that is the lightest way in which the Democrats have gently criticized you guys. Okay, calm the fuck down. You call them like pedophile interdimensional vampires and shit. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, let's see what my favorite lib had to say about all of this. Univision, the influential Spanish language television network, is set to run an interview with former President Donald J. Trump this evening. Oh my God. His last interview with the network in the fall, a play to reach Latino voters as he refused to participate in the Republican primary debates, stirred loud internal protests. Critics took issue with the gentle questioning and limited follow-ups from the interviewer, the journalist Enrique Acevedo, and the appearance confirmed fears for some that the network was taking a rightward turn under new ownership. Hispanic conservatives, however, praised the move. Oh no. Flexican Hasan Log in. No. I'm telling, dude. Dude, this is not gonna be good. Univision is ass, bro. It's not. My racist Theo, who's as brown as the migrants he hates, is gonna eat this up. Yeah. This is gonna be so annoying. The party scene for the Democrat Chicago convention is taking shape. The venues are booked, the stars are ready, and the talent mostly secure. But a big hole in the schedule after parties at the DNC on the final night has prompted a burning question. Could Beyonce or Taylor Swift show up? HasanAbi is going to show up, is what many people are saying. Hispanic conservatives feels like an oxymoron. Bro, wake up, okay? Wake up. Wake up. They live in Texas. They live in Florida. They're all around, okay? Hispanic conservatives is not an oxymoron, okay? Not even a little bit. Chad has never been to Florida where they all try to look like Homelander. Oh my God. I don't even want to talk about Florida. I don't want to think about Florida. Conservative Hispanics literally live in California too. Is not that unusual. Yes, but the thing is with California Hispanic voters, like it is nowhere near as relevant because the California Hispanic population is much younger, oftentimes second generation, if not first generation, has a tendency to be younger, has a tendency to vote way more liberal than like Texas. Same goes for even Arizona and Nevada, as a matter of fact. New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, these are states that have flipped blue as a consequence of younger Hispanic voters. Whereas when you look at a place like Texas, like this is like the GOP Latino outreach has been pretty solid overall. Ask any Mexican in California their thoughts on Cubans, Venezuelans from Florida, and they'll turn full leftist. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue. Bro, I was in Texas, met some Tejano there, and they are by far some of the most racist people I've ever met. They told me that the reason police force is doing so bad right now is because of DEI. I think like a lot of people fail to recognize that like there is no like random shield or a barrier that somehow causes people who are across the board non-college educated, like when they're Mexican or of Mexican descent, or when they're black, like they don't have this like magical shield, okay? They are not immune to the exact same interest that like white men who are non-college educated are getting lasered with. At this point, like there is a generational divide on certain issues. There's a rural versus urban divide on certain issues. And then there's also a major gender divide as well. But beyond that, beyond the gender divide, the most significant markers that increase the likelihood that you're going to vote Republican is if you're a divorced man, okay? It's one of the highest predictors, which is hilarious because I make jokes about this all the time. Or if you don't have a college education. If you're a man who doesn't have a college education, or if you're a man who has been divorced. Those two are some of the biggest predictors that you are most likely going to vote for Donald Trump. Okay? Those two things. It's not monolithic, but it's damn near close. Okay? Those are the highest predictors that you will vote Republican. And the same goes for every single demographic, whether it be black men whether it be Hispanic men. If a Hispanic man is divorced and also non-college educated, yes, the likelihood that a Hispanic man will vote for Donald Trump increases, as well as a white man's likelihood increases. Now, obviously, the margins are much higher for white men. The margins are not as high for Hispanic voters, and the margins are much lower for black men, because there is at least like other factors at play, like being negatively polarized towards like all of the racist sentiment that you hear. But for Hispanic voters, when you think about it, 64%, I believe, of Hispanic voters consider themselves to be white, according to census data, according to Pew Center research. Like, they vote along the white voting bloc in general. Yes, the other factors are racism. Exactly. I'm not college educated. I went to a trade school. I would say about 80% of the student body was Trumper. Yeah. I think a lot of this comes from, unironically, diversity, dude. Straight up. If you are forced into a diverse environment, you basically learn through experience not to be fucking insane. That's it. College is a diverse learning environment. It makes people, it basically urbanizes the population. Okay? Just like if you are living in an urban environment, in a city, you are infinitely more likely to not be grossly racist. If you live in a segregated community, however, and you grow up in a segregated community, and you fucking turn around and never really meet like any black people or any brown people, really, then yeah, you are going to carry on these resentments. You are much easily and much readily accepting of weird right-wing narratives on other people. Calm like a Tom, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. This is true, and then you meet a New York City Republican and they're the most radically racist person you've ever met, lol. Yeah, that is an entirely different story. I have do you ever say something that is intelligent? No, I'm a dummy. That is a phenomena that I have observed and have talked about quite a bit. Right-wingers in deep blue enclaves are like the super racist. They are of a different variety. It's just like they are some of the scariest motherfuckers you've ever seen in your life. What? I'm sorry for the dumb question, but I remember you saying that you don't really believe in a generational voting sway, but you mentioned younger Latinos in California swaying the vote. So I'm wondering, where is the line in your opinion? No, okay. I'm saying that a lot of the Hispanic vote is young in general. Younger, as in not 65 in places like California. I'm not saying that there's like this there's this massive generational difference there. I just mean that they are younger than the average right-wing psychopathic older voter. Did you see this poll that Bernie has been touting? Here are the most popular policies in swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, PA, and Wisconsin. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. All likely voters, 61%. Overall supported, 84%. Cut the cost of prescription drugs in half by making sure that Americans pay no more than what they pay in Europe or Canada. 84% support overall. 60% all likely voters strongly support it. Okay, 61% of all likely voters strongly support expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. Okay, plus 74 net favorability, plus 73 net favorability, cut the cost of prescription drugs in half. Make wealthy and large corporations for their fair share in taxes, plus 69 net favorability. Expanding Social Security benefits by making the wealthy pay the same tax rate as the working class, plus 62%. Institute a cap on rent increases, plus 57%. Reestablishing the child tax credit, which expired in 2022, plus 50%, with 43% strongly supporting it. Build at least 2 million units of affordable housing. 70% support for that, plus 51% net favorability. Like, these are unimaginable bangers in terms of favorability. Okay? Raise the minimum wage to $17 an hour, plus 44% net favorability with 70% support. 65% for cap the amount of money families spend on child care at 7% of their income. Eliminating all medical debt, 64%. Okay? 57% passing the PRO Act, which would make it easier for Americans to join unions. 59% support for make public colleges and universities tuition free. Anyway, I don't know what else to say other than if Democrats want to lose, they should run away from these policies. If Democrats want to win, they should push for these policies. They should lean into these policies. They are objectively popular policies. Okay? They always have been. Zionists are going to have a field day with this. How should Kamala or Walz respond, or should they just not say anything? Hamas sends a signal that a breakthrough is unlikely in negotiations. Hamas officials said on Tuesday the group will not take part in the round ceasefire talks on Thursday, sending a strong signal that any breakthrough in negotiations was still elusive, even as the United States, Qatar, and Egypt was stepping up pressure on Hamas and Israel to reach a deal. Ahmed Abdul Hadi, Hamas's representative in Lebanon, said in an interview that Hamas has decided not to participate in the talks because the leaders do not think the Israeli government, led by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, has been negotiating in good faith. Netanyahu is not interested in reaching an agreement that ends the aggression completely, Mr. Abdul Hadi said, but rather he is deceiving and evading and wants to prolong the war, even expand it at the regional level. I think it's good. They're right. They should get assurances from America that Israel will have to come to the table and deal with it. Why? Like, it doesn't make sense. America, again, opens up another package of $18 billion in weapon sales. Meanwhile, Israel is fucking slaughtering Gazan women and children. Okay? They killed the fucking principal negotiator. And they are claiming that they want to still keep this on the same exact holding pattern. Mr. Netanyahu's office has denied that he added new conditions, said the Prime Minister has instead sought to clarify ambiguities in Israel's previous proposals. I'm leaning conservative, but I agree with those policies. Could I be more progressive than I thought I was? Relate to the people and their problems, and you can make progress in convincing voters? Yes, I mean, exactly. Why is that good? To win the optics in the West? No, they're not winning the optics in the West, brother. What are you talking about? Hamas will never win the optics in the West. They poll at like minus 35% net approval. Like, what are you talking about? No, they're trying to get hard commitments from the United States of America by saying, we're not going to show up because you have shown no assurances. You have shown no assurances whatsoever that you will change course on Israel. It's not like they don't have access to the internet. They see the fucking weapons packages. They see the rounds of ammunition going to Israel. If Biden keeps saying, oh yeah, dude, we're gonna fucking, look. Hamas's reasons for fighting Israel are not valid at all. Somewhat valid, completely valid at 6%. Israel's reason for fighting Hamas, completely valid at 35%. The way Hamas carried out the October 7 attack, 66% completely unacceptable, 2% somewhat acceptable, 2% completely acceptable. The way Israel's carrying out as a response to October 7 attacks, on the other hand, 20% completely unacceptable, 14% somewhat unacceptable, 17% somewhat acceptable, and 21% completely acceptable. Like, what Western support are they going to get? Not trolling. Navy is committed to get rid of PFAS and Navy uniforms. They also recently arrested their physical aptitude test failures, which they call PFA. Please don't ban or like your content. Why would I ban you? My white ass has been watching black creators on TikTok stand with business to these Palestine people. Spin the block. This is from March. Dude, it doesn't matter. I doubt that the numbers have changed all that dramatically since March. Okay? I don't think you guys understand. Like, people recognize what Israel is doing is like unconscionable. Okay? Certainly. But when you ask them directly about Hamas, they're super primed into being like, no, dog, they're fucking terrorists. What do you mean? Okay? Why do you think they pumped the October 7 stuff still to this day, nonstop? If they come to the table, it won't give the U.S. more ammo. Bro, they have come to the table, and the United States still said it's actually Hamas that is sullying the deal. What changed? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, do you guys see what I'm talking about here? Like, this is their deal. This is their proposal since February. And the entire fucking time, the American government has just kept repeating over and over again that it is actually Hamas that has fucked up the talks. It is actually Hamas that has fucked up the talks. Israel killed the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side on Iranian soil, and America kept saying it's Hamas that fucked up the peace talks. I think that what they are most likely looking for in this situation is simply a change in the way that America has continued along with unconditional support to Israel. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, this is today. U.S. approves $20 billion in weapons sales to Israel amid threat of wider Middle Eastern war. Like, you think they don't got access to internet over there, bro? They see this shit. The UN Secretary General condemned Israel's school massacre. Would the U.S. do the same?
I've been in school yesterday, but the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Theo.
Bro, they're not even trying at this point. They're just lucky that like the Kamala momentum has basically overtaken the conversation, so people aren't really paying that much attention to this shit. You know what I mean?
Condemned in no uncertain terms. What happened? The attack, the massacre of Tabi'in school. Will the United States do the same thing? Do you agree that such an act is thoroughly condemnable?
Said, we of course mourn the loss of any civilian life, and over the course of this conflict, too many civilians have been killed. But also, as I said yesterday, the reason that we are even having this conversation is because Hamas continues to have a track record of not just using civilians as human shields, but co-locating itself among civilian infrastructure, co-locating itself among what normally would be facilities that have protected status, but when they become...
Yeah, sorry, we had to kill 93 women and children. Sorry. We had to kill 93 people praying in a fucking mosque with our weapons because Hamas was hiding there, also praying. They were doing secret prayers to end Israel.
Come fronts for potential militant operations. Certainly they have the possibility to lose their status. That does not minimize or diminish the moral and strategic imperative that our partners in Israel have to take every possible step to ensure that civilian casualties are minimized. Both of those things can be true.
So do you have any evidence that actually militants were there at the time?
As we
Yeah, they also don't have any evidence whatsoever. They don't even fucking have any evidence whatsoever. They just keep going, we resort to Israel on that front. And it's like, okay, but Israel has lied consistently to you and to the rest of the world on this issue and regularly are shown up, regularly are proven to be serial liars on this matter. So why do you take their word for it at this point after 10 months of genocide? Well, shut the fuck up.
I said yesterday, Saeed, we have been in close touch with the IDF on this and continue to discuss with them. But I will also let them speak to their own military operations.
I understand, but you know what you're saying that they have a track record, but that is dependent on what the Israeli army says, correct?
This is their operation. I will let them speak to it.
Okay.
America was built on taking land and slavery. Do you America will change just for Palestine? Brother, first and foremost, it's happening right now. Like, I don't have to imagine what I would be doing if that was happening right now. I am doing, to the best of my ability, whatever I can do to stop it happening right now. Okay? In Gaza. So that's number one. Number two, because like a lot of people like to fancy themselves to be on the right side of history, okay? We got these glasses on where we look back. We look back with the hindsight and we're like, oh, I would be on the right side of history. It's like, bro, it's happening right now. You're on the fucking wrong side. What do you mean? If you are actually, many people are. To be fair, I've seen analysts say this is just a performance and it doesn't excite Israeli negotiators very much, just a way to apply pressure. Yeah. Sources in the negotiations, Hamas statement does not indicate the collapse of the talks. They are preparing for the summit as usual. Hamas announced last night that it's calling on the mediators to present a plan to implement the Biden outline on Thursday instead of presenting new proposals, but sources familiar with the negotiations said that this announcement is currently seen mainly as a tactical move designed to apply pressure towards the summit. Yeah, they don't have anything. They don't have anything. So they're trying to do whatever the fuck they can. What are they supposed to do? You know what I mean? They got nothing. Look at this. This is UN satellite data. As many Israeli soldiers and political leaders have openly said, the goal is to make sure people in Gaza have nothing left to return to. This is not a war against Hamas. This is the zoomed out map showing everywhere in the strip that has been bombed as of July 6th. They've used more than 3 atomic weapons at this point. 3 atomic weapons worth with no nuclear fallout. That's why whenever people go, what if Israel used nukes? I try to tell you, like, they are. They just don't use one nuke. Then there's no nuclear fallout because you can't nuke your own backyard. You feel me? They've used 3 nukes through conventional weapons. The equivalent, yes. So it's not total collapse. Remember, Iran said they'd attack once the talks collapse, or if they see Israel dragging his feet. If this was significant and actually meant talks collapse, you see a much larger reaction. Yeah. I mean, here is also Barack Ravid. Biden says he expects Iran to hold off on attacking Israel if a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal is reached, which is true. It's not an if, it's a definite. When you overlay the damaged agricultural land, the dearth of spaces untouched by Israeli military becomes abundantly clear. Anyway. Yeah. It's great. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, we'll see what happens in terms of like the ceasefire negotiations. I don't see any reason as to why Israel would get out of this holding pattern when they have so clearly run the table. Okay? They've so clearly run the table. Like they just, like, it's not just killing the principal negotiator. America keeps giving them more weapons while they're using weapons on civilians over and over again. They are hearing what America is saying. They are learning the lessons that America is instilling, which is that no matter how hard they go, no matter how hard Israel goes, it still doesn't fucking matter. America will not actually demand they dial it back. That's it. Not my intention to be callous, but I think there would be more of a buy-in in the U.S. if the anti-war argument was framed from the point of cost like you often hit on. Yeah, no, I do hit that on purpose because I know I hit that on purpose because I know that Americans are selfish and don't really care about like the dead children. Bro, they barely care about dead white children in Ukraine. Like, are you kidding me? Think about Ukraine. That's a European city. Those are white people that are being slaughtered. And if you ask the average American, like, we've given Ukraine, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars to defend itself against Russia. Okay. Like, even they've soured on that. They've soured on that. Okay. Obviously, this is one of the worst places to have this conversation because, like, most people that are super primed on Reddit and super primed on fucking Globe Emoji Twitter are the people who are still very much locked in on this shit. But the average American does not give a shit, even about Ukraine. And those are white children being murdered by our foreign adversary. Okay? Those are white people being killed. Those are white cities that are being destroyed. That's why so many European and American journalists would say, this doesn't normally happen. A war on the European continent, this does not happen. It's like even with that analysis, they were feverish and very, they were very invested. They were very invested in that for, I don't know, a couple months, maybe a year. Okay? That's the reason why I talk about the Israeli allegiance from the point of cost. Because that is something that Americans can calculate. That is something that Americans are frustrated by. Because when you ask them, if you were to ask any American, like, would you rather give unlimited weapons and money to Israel so they can kill people versus, like, fix the fucking potholes? 99% of Americans would probably be like, yeah, no, I want the potholes to be fixed. Okay? The U.S. Department approved the sale of 20 plus billion in the weapons of Israel, including F-15 aircrafts, missiles, and tank and mortar cartridges. Okay? In the past 5 days since America did that, the IDF shot an American citizen in the leg and then also stopped the fucking ambulance from going to the hospital, as they always do. Not a peep from American media on this, by the way. The U.S. says it will continue funding the unit that killed Palestinian American. U.S. sends Israel $3.5 billion to buy weapons and $260 million worth of smart weapons that they sent. That's the 6,500 number. IDF bombs school, kills 100. IDF kills newborns, mom, grandma. U.S. celebrates Geneva Convention, then approves the $20 billion sale. Like, it's just not even a... Like, it's just so glaringly obvious. Yeah. Fuck the potholes. I want misery in West Asia. Yeah. No American is like that. Okay. Maybe motherfuckers that work at Raytheon in North Virginia, but that's it. Okay. No American is like, nah, don't fix the potholes, man. I want permanent genocide. Okay. Bro, please stop snorting directly into the mic. I'm not. Some of you guys are, I feel like, imagining things. I do? I haven't noticed it. Maybe I am. If I am, I'm going to keep doing it. And I'm going to keep serving 3-minute ad breaks. Okay, sucks to suck. Maybe you won't hear my snorting into the microphone at the top of the hour when I serve a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, however, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. They're talking about your loogie hucking. You have ticks, my man? Like what? Why is chat gaslighting him? I don't really know. I don't know what the fuck's going on with chat. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Thank you for whoever mentioned the snorting. I think you, do you guys think I'm snorting when I'm like laughing? Anyway. All right, let's continue. It's ridiculous to have this conversation with this chat. There's going to be people who are hallucinating shit anyway. All right. The talks come at a critical time as the conflict in Gaza is threatening to spill into an all-out regional war. They are widely seen by diplomats as key to diffusing tensions in the region, as Iran and Hezbollah say they plan to retaliate against Israel for the recent assassinations of a Hezbollah commander near Beirut and a senior Hamas leader in Tehran. Two officials briefed on the talks who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive diplomacy said Hamas would still be willing to engage with mediators after the meeting. If Israel puts forward a serious response to his latest offer from early July, the officials said the group asserted that Israel had not offered such a response to his July proposal, which included compromise wordings requested by the mediators. Hamas's decision may not mean the talks produce no results. In practice, Hamas leaders have not had face-to-face meetings with Israeli officials throughout the war and have instead relied on Qatar and Egypt to carry out proposals back and forth. Many of Hamas's most senior political leaders are based in Qatar, a short drive from the offices of Qatari mediators in Doha. Vedant Patel, the deputy spokesman of the State Department, said Qatari officials had assured the United States that they would work to have Hamas represented at the talks, though he did not say if they would attend in person or would be represented only by intermediaries. We fully expect these talks to move forward, he said on Tuesday. Why is the media calling Biden's plan a Hamas proposal? Because it is the Hamas proposal. But no one in the media is calling it a Hamas proposal. They're calling it Israel's proposal. Anyway, having said that, there is some interesting coverage, at least coming from Joanne Reid, who has been pretty good on the issue of Palestine. Here's Joy Reid on Kamala Harris, Israel, and Gaza. Let's hear what she has to say.
Early Saturday, an Israeli airstrike hit a school serving as a shelter in Gaza, killing at least 100 people and wounding nearly 50 others, according to Palestinian health authorities. On the same day as the strike, Vice President Kamala Harris condemned the loss of civilian life.
Yet again, there are far too many civilians who've been killed. I mean, Israel has a right to go after the terrorists that are Hamas. But as I have said many, many times, they also have, I believe, an important responsibility to avoid civilian casualties.
Uncommitted and anti-war voters see a reset with Harris on Israel and Gaza. Her language is different, capable of moving the needle and gaining favor with some of the voters who rejected President Biden over his stance on the region. But language is not enough. This was a school serving as a shelter for refugees of war, attacked during morning prayers. Witnesses said children, women, and old people were inside, sleeping, and that the school was hit without an evacuation warning from the IDF. President Biden has faced months of public pressure to cut off the supply of weapons to Israel amid its war on Gaza, which has killed about 40,000 people since October. It's why the squad, all elected officials of color, are demanding a ceasefire, despite being targeted for removal from office by staunch supporters of the Netanyahu government and the ongoing bombardment of Gaza. The world is on edge right now, and rightly so. The U.S. is sending more troops to the Middle East to bolster defenses as Israel braces for an attack by Iran. So far, Vice President Harris has shown herself to be better positioned than President Biden to bring the party together on this issue. But we have to remember, Harris is still the vice president serving in the Biden administration. So her policy, should it differ from Biden's, isn't anything that she can implement now. Though it's absolutely fair for people to ask, why are we giving bombs to Israel? And would she keep that policy in place as president? These questions will surely be visible during the Democratic National Convention next week. And how the party answers could impact the election, not to mention the lives of so many Palestinians who have suffered for much too long. For God's sake, this needs to end. And that is tonight's readout.
Her words did change, though, barely. Barely. Like, the verbiage has changed where there is at least a mention of the Palestinian death toll, like the civilians being slaughtered, but barely. Come on, guys. Do you think there's any chance Kamala is waiting to turn anti-Israel until late in the game? I talked about LBJ and why this would be cooking her campaign later in the game, especially as Israel inevitably goes back into the forefront of the conversation, because I think that Benjamin Netanyahu is in the tank for Trump. Elon Goldenberg, Harris's new liaison to American Jews, told my friend Matthew Petty in 2020 that the U.S. could eventually abandon the two-state solution in favor of a single democratic state of all of its citizens if Israel refuses to agree to partition. So that is the liaison. It seems like this person, the Jewish liaison for the Kamala Harris camp, is actually pretty solid. But it goes beyond that. It goes beyond. If Israel agrees, chat, this is crazy, okay? This is not like, this is an unimaginable position held by a Jewish liaison for the, like a liaison for the Jewish community. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Like this is like Avi Shalem shit. Like what? That's not normal at all. At most, the expectation is usually from the Democratic Party that you will have someone who is like a two-stater liberal Zionist. Like, a future administration would have other options to prevent annexation, emphasized Elon Goldenberg, director of the Middle East Security Program at the Center for a New American Security and an advisor to Elizabeth Warren's presidential campaign. The next administration could promise to do less to protect Israelis from international criticism viewed as reasonable by the United States, or even unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state, he told the National Interest. The U.S. could eventually have to tell Israel that we support the two-state solution, but if it's no longer possible, we support democracy with equal voting rights for Palestinians under Israeli control. It is a 2020 article, but what do you want? You're trying to figure out, you're trying to read the tea leaves. Kamala Harris is refusing to give like a coherent position beyond what she has already reiterated time and time again. If you're trying to find like differentiations between Kamala Harris and how she might react on this issue, that's it. Some people are saying an old video of being an edgelord is resurfaced. Yes, dumbass. It's the same fucking thing that right-wingers keep putting forward over and over again. The fuck is wrong with you? It's how many times do I have to watch it, bro? Right-wingers who personally don't think that people can change will look at like a satirical cringe-ass fucking video that is from 13 years ago at this fucking point, and literally we're bringing it up to be like, dude, look at him. It's like, bro, if I was saying that shit right now, they would love me. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, resurfaced. Y'all are bots, I swear to God. Anyway. Baba, ama ne diyorsun bana? What? Baiting libs away, usual anti-Hasan tactic? Yeah, I know, but it doesn't even work, I don't think. It's been reported a lot more from Kamala's two foreign advisors, who had Bibi, first potential presidential advisor, not from the Clinton admin, since him and Goldenberg here at Kamala is chained by Biden's admin until the August 15th meeting plus DNC. I still think personally that Kamala Harris should use the additional attention that she's getting right now from the media, okay, to dare I say, undermine the Biden camp a little bit, apply some pressure. If she splits from Biden right now, realistically, what would happen immediately? Biden is the guy calling the shots. We've seen how staunch he is on this. He would never give it up to help Kamala's campaign. So he's basically perma-stuck until the election because she's not in a position to actually guide U.S. policy. I know we talked about Hubert Humphrey yesterday, but still. Okay. It don't matter. We just talked about a historically relevant moment. Talk to Biden about things that he gives a shit about, like his legacy. Okay? Remind him that he cares about that stuff and that Americans want to remember him as an elder statesman who did the right thing at the right time. Kamala Harris picks sanctions on Israeli snitch Elon Goldenberg as Jewish liaison. Dude. Okay, I know Bernie Sanders is on Theo Vaughn. Okay, calm down, brother. Calm down, brothers. Calm down. Okay, we'll do that as well. If she does promise a ceasefire deal, would that do any real damage to her campaign at this point? That's what most Americans want. No, it doesn't. It's just a gimme. It's literally something that she stands to benefit from and will lose nothing on it. As I've said time and time again, there are no likely Democratic voters in the United States of America that are like, we have to continue Israel's genocide. There are, however, likely Democratic voters who are like, I'm not going to vote if Israel continues to do its genocide. Okay? Absolutely zero people are like, no, dude, permanent destruction in Gaza is my single issue. There are voters like that. Okay? There are voters like that. They just vote for the Republican Party anyway, even outside of like Israel. Okay?
That Kamala could do this interview, they would take a pass on you.
No, they could not.
It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview.
Musk inviting Harris to speak with him on X as well, but she is unlikely to do so considering she has not done an interview in 23 days since launching her campaign. But does it really matter? Harris did just get a glowing Time magazine cover without even being interviewed. It's a different tune from the press with previous headlines like this from the Washington Post. Remember, this was just months ago when the press was saying this, quote, "For the country's sake, Vice President Harris should step aside." Or New York Magazine making, quote, "the case for Biden to drop Kamala Harris." And the New York Times saying, quote, "Kamala Harris is trying to define her vice presidency. Even her allies are tired of waiting." Guys, much different than that Time magazine cover and article.
How do you get
She'll lose donors in the media? I'm not so certain on that either. She might lose some donors, but she stands to benefit a lot. This was pretty clearly allies of Biden. Lamau.
Profile piece without a profile.
Right, she wouldn't give into an interview. She would not do an interview.
Unreal.
Good question. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
You know, let's not be surprised.
She didn't even pose for the picture.
No. They didn't even talk to her. They talked to Pete Buttigieg. They talked to somebody from CNN and a gun control advocate instead of talking to her. But don't be surprised that they gave her.
I'm always reminded of this 2003 Omer quote, "More and more Palestinians are uninterested in a negotiated two-state solution because they want to change the essence of the conflict from an Algerian paradigm to a South African one, from a struggle against occupation in their parlance to a struggle for a one-man, one vote. That is, of course, a much cleaner struggle, a much more popular struggle, and ultimately a much more powerful one. For us, it would mean the end of the Jewish state." That's where I'm at. That's where I've been at. That's what I've been talking about. Because that's what it is. You cannot Algeria your way out of the situation. It is a South African apartheid situation. You live in Bantustans already. This is why many more people over the course of the past 2 decades have moved beyond a two-state call to a one-state solution, because there is one state right now. There's functionally one state. It's the Israeli state. It just happens to be an apartheid state. And all of a sudden, it's a much cleaner conversation, too. It's like, what do you mean your fucking demographic concerns, you freak? Oh, I'm sorry, you have to have a majority Jewish ethno-state, so you just cannot let people live in their fucking homes? Like, that's insane.
The cover of Time magazine. Remember,
we're not surprised.
Remember, before Obama, he was given a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Before he did anything for peace.
For not being George Bush.
Yeah. And so
at least,
she's running because she's not Joe Biden.
They keep making this comparison, but at least Obama, agree with him or not, at least he had that it factor. He had rallies where people loved him. He started as a state senator, worked his way up. There was a message behind him. You used to see everyone with the T-shirts and everything. And I don't see this big movement of Kamala, yet she gets to be on the cover with no interviews. At least Obama did interviews.
He did. Right. So she's got 80-plus days. She says, I'm going to talk to my people about doing an interview in August. Can you imagine
In
that?
August.
At the
And
end of
to-
March.
JD Vance did how many interviews on Sunday?
Yeah.
He did three.
One
doing-
day.
Donald Trump's been interviewed yesterday with Elon Musk.
Yeah, but for her,
Okay, come on. That's not an interview. That was a glaze, dude. That was a glaze sesh. Get the fuck out of here.
it's still working. I mean, she's not declining in the polls. She's gone up a little bit. She's kind of plateaued. And this is even an off week because it's not until next week with the DNC they're going to roll out. Just imagine how Hollywood is going to present through videos and stuff like that and speakers and everything else what is going on with Kamala Harris. It's going to be don't be surprised. Usually you get a bump after your convention.
But yeah, no doubt about it. It was tough for Trump to get a bump because he had nobody to go against.
Yeah.
A bump against who? He left. He bumped him right out. By the way, this is my analogy, and I think it might be brilliant.
Okay.
It's like trying to win American Idol without singing, just by going on stage and looking. And they're like, oh, that's the winner. Wait a second. They haven't started singing yet. And so we have no idea what she stands for, what she's going to do. But she looks the part. She looks great walking on stage. There, look at my guy. My coach is so happy. He's got like this way of clapping, which is so interesting.
Let's expand on that. Your candidate that's on American Idol that hasn't sung.
I think it's perfectly valid I mean, these guys are cynically demanding that Kamala Harris do interviews, but yeah, no, she should. It's a solid line of attack. It's a solid line of attack against Kamala Harris, and I think it's valid for Kamala Harris to do interviews. Like it's a fair argument that they're making.
Yet did have some songs. They were not hits.
I gotta pee.
Right.
They were so bad.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what her record is.
Right. And then when she does sing, it sounds exactly like Trump.
Right.
Exactly. All of a sudden, she's a great singer.
So my analogy is somewhat brilliant because you're building on it.
Well, here's the thing.
Right.
She has presented an idea, a vision. The big question is that enough for a lot of people? Will a majority
What's
of
her
people...
vision?
Well, her vision is a brighter tomorrow, Brian.
Oh, a brighter tomorrow.
She's
So
not
Annie's vision.
She hasn't gone into any specifics yet because then
She's
politically
working on it.
that's complicated.
Right.
And
so the sun will
but
come out tomorrow.
That would
Tomorrow.
be Annie.
It's always a day away.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
Right.
ARF.
Right.
She keeps changing her positions because she knows if she sticks to the way she's voted her entire political career, then they will lose.
That's why she didn't get the nomination the first time. And they grabbed Joe Biden from
First one
oblivion
out. Not one
and
vote.
said, you can at least pretend to be a moderate. You don't have to campaign. What do you think? He said, yes, I'll do this for 4 years. I'll put Kamala Harris, embrace Kamala Harris. And for 3.5 years, people have been trying to get rid of her. And in fact, the LA Times headline was the incredible disappearing vice president. And now, without even any warning, they told us she's half Margaret Thatcher, half Indira Gandhi.
Well,
so congratulations.
The offer still stands on this program. If she ever wants it, we just want to ask questions. We don't want to fact check. We want to push back. Really, just ask. Just give us something. Let us know where you stand.
But we
What are
we do have some segments booked, like the back to school segment.
That's correct.
We can't put her anywhere.
That's right.
That's
right.
If she does come on, we just need some warning.
I will tell you this. Our bookers call them every day.
Every day.
Yes. Every day.
No response. All right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the...
It's funny. They're just so mad they don't have content. And I get it. I get it. I want it too. When Biden dropped out, Caitlin Collins' first call was to Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't care about this.
Now we begin with former President...
Video is 5 times louder than your mic. Sorry. McEnany, this is foreign influence on our election. I'm willing to bet. How much you want to bet she's not going to talk about fucking... How much you want to bet she's not going to talk about Israel? Okay? Do you think the lack of Kamala interviews is hurting or helping her campaign? Right now, it's not hurting. It's probably helping. Because there is no contest. If she's not doing interviews and she's still carrying the momentum with like every new drop and drip feeding new policies and letting Walz do this like solo campaigning now too, that's all good. Okay? Because the interview is going to lead to the media asking some questions like, how do you respond to the accusations that you were the border czar and that you are responsible for the crisis at the southern border? Okay, that's number one. Number two, how do you what do you say to people that that want to believe that you got a reset on Joe Biden's foreign policy, including but not limited to Israel. These are questions that I would want to ask her as well. Like, if I had an opportunity to talk to Kamala Harris, questions that I would ask would be, one, why are you still running on the right-wing immigration numbers instead of trying to actively counter-message against the Republican hysteria, or instead of actively trying to get people to acknowledge that the Republican solution to immigration is Hitlerian? Another question that I would ask would be, like I said, what are you going to do that's different than Joe Biden in terms of your commitment? You call for a ceasefire ahead of time. You leaked to the media that you actually wanted a permanent ceasefire, but the Biden campaign changed your message to a temporary ceasefire. What do you have to say to those who are looking to see if you have a differentiation from the Biden administration? That's why I'm sharply dressed right now, because, it's like mentally I'm interviewing Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States of America, potentially. This is why you are not invited to the DNC. You're wrong. I am going to the DNC. I do have my credentials. I did get my Secret Service clearance. So you're wrong. I am going to the DNC. I have also, Democratic congresspersons have already reached out to try to get interviews. One I've said no to, one I've said yes to. I will not be revealing names yet. You got TikToker credentials, get your money up, not your funny up, uncle. Yeah, whatever. Are you allowed to stream from the DNC? Yes. Let's see what Fox is talking about with foreign influence on our election.
Outlining his view for the country, all while we are still waiting to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump sat down with tech mogul Elon Musk for a wide-ranging interview. They talked about the economy, education, artificial intelligence, and the failure to close our broken southern border. Watch.
There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We have a defective government. You have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk.
Millions of people coming in a month. Millions. 12 million new migrants in the country over the last year.
Trump also talked about the impact of inflation on everyday Americans.
If you're just a middle-income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening.
And Trump is out with this, a 20-point list of, quote, core promises to the American people if he retakes the White House. And the Trump campaign launched this new ad.
On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country and we will make America great again.
Paul Morrow, there was a lot of content covered by the two of those gentlemen and a lot of content and policy put forth by the Trump campaign afterward.
So that's actually the salient point, right, is the fact that there was a lot of content, because that's what we're not getting from the other side, right? So, look, I'm going to quote the Babylon Bee. Woman who says, vote me into office so I can fix things, is currently in office. So at what point are you going to start? We're ready. We'll hold your coat. Go ahead. You're the border czar right now. As we speak, you could do everything you're promising. So go ahead. Realistically, she's promised two things, right? One of them she stole from Trump, which is the tip thing. The other thing about the border that I think we should recognize is reporting out from the Washington Examiner that shows that she and her husband donated thousands of dollars last year to a not only defund group, a sanctuary city group that wants to turn Washington, D.C., our capital, into a permanent sanctuary city status. Consider that now. The border czar wants our capital to be permanently a sanctuary city. That tells you a lot.
It tells you a lot, Harris, especially in contrast to the Trump campaign that has outlined and keeps hammering what happens with sanctuary city policies. You know, bringing up everyday Americans that are impacted by these policies negatively is the point. They covered a lot of stuff, and we've yet to hear from the existing vice president in all of her years of service.
Look,
holding these hats, what are her accomplishments?
She's messing with some pretty difficult ground now. I mean, I interviewed a border sheriff last hour, Mark Lamb, and he knew a gentleman who was in the...
I'm not gonna lie, the border stuff does not even have the juice. Like, it literally, you'll see, I think they have to run on it because it's the one issue that Donald Trump, like, obviously has been able to captivate the broader American population on and is, like, significantly better, seemingly better by American standards on. Okay? But, like, I don't think there's enough juice on it. It's like the crime shit. Part of it is because border crossings have dropped off of a fucking cliff with Biden's incredibly restrictive policies. That's number one. Okay. And number two, inevitably, I hope the Democrats counter message against that a little bit. Like, Jesus Christ. The Democrats need to launch specific attacks against what mass deportation looks like and call into question how Republicans are going to achieve the mass deportation of millions. Okay? Yeah, sanctuary cities are so badly impacted by immigration that they still don't vote Republican. Yeah, it's odd. It's odd. Polling this week has shown that the messaging by Kamala and the Trump killed the border bill and border crossings are at their lowest level. Altogether have cratered the Trump good on border from plus 23 to 6 in 2 weeks. Yeah, I hate that. I still hate that. I hate that because Kamala is like running on a right-wing bill. That is going to be incredibly consequential in the long term. It's already incredibly consequential. Look no further than the right-wing race riots that occurred all around the UK, where the Labour government also fucking leaned into restrictive immigration policies and blamed migrants as well. Maybe not to the same degree as like Rishi Sunak or the Tories, but they still did that. And ultimately, what you are left with is an incredibly reactionary populace. It's very frustrating. The only thing I've seen... New poll, 1 in 3 Britons support the pogroms. Polling has been released on Brits' views on violence towards refugees and immigrants. How does Britain view violence towards refugees and immigrants? 39% agree, 61% disagree. When it comes to the refugee problem, violence is sometimes the only means that citizens have to get the attention of British politicians. The pogroms, 39% of British people believe the pogroms are good. Do you know how devastating that is? 39%. Attacks against refugee homes are sometimes necessary to make it clear to politicians that we have a refugee problem. 34%. 34 fucking percent, lad. How is your club doing, mate? What do you mean? Hostility against refugees is sometimes justified, even if it ends up in violence. 32% agree. Xenophobic acts of violence are defensible if they result in fewer refugees being settled in your own town. 36%. That's proper fascist story. Right. It's craziness. So basically every third person you meet in the UK is racist. Like not even just like regular races. Okay? Not even regular races. We're talking straight up like right-wing fascist, willing to do violent things, racist. Okay? Anyway, let's look at the Harry Enten polling data shows caution points for the Democrats. I've been interested in seeing this.
Viral moments to big crowds at rallies. The surge in enthusiasm for Kamala Harris's presidential campaign has translated to higher polling numbers. But our senior data reporter, Harry Enten, is here to remind us it is still way too soon to count the other candidate, Donald Trump, out. We're just under 3 months to the election. How much does enthusiasm predict what's going to happen at the polls?
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, the thing that we put out those poll numbers yesterday, you know, New York Times, Siena College, we covered them. I showed you the Ipsos polling, all of which that showed Kamala Harris with clear momentum, enthusiasm potentially on her side. But I just want to take a step back and sort of point out we've kind of been here before. So August 13th, how far were the polls off in Michigan, Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin? And this is in 2016 and 2020. Trump was estimated both times around and by significant margins. Take a look here. In 2016, the average poll in those states that I mentioned, those Great Lake battleground states, Trump was underestimated by 9 points on average at this point in 2016. How about 2020? It wasn't a one-off. Look at this. He was underestimated by 5 points on average. And of course, Kamala Harris's advantage in those New York Times, Siena College polls were 4 points in each of these key battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. The bottom line is this. If you have any idea, if you're a Kamala Harris fan and you want to rip open the champagne bottle, pop that cork, do not do it. Donald Trump is very much in this race. If we have a polling shift like we've seen in prior years from now until the final result, Donald Trump would actually win. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I am saying that he is very much in this ballgame based upon where he is right now and compare that to where he was in prior years.
We certainly heard the Harris campaign saying we have to keep fighting.
Absolutely.
This is definitely not over. All right. Let's talk about enthusiasm and how that translates actually. We are quite a ways out, again, 3 months about.
Yeah, you know, yesterday I was mentioning, you know, the enthusiasm for the Democratic ticket was up. Yep. But that enthusiasm is not the same thing as going out to actually vote. And there's a different question, which essentially says, how certain are you actually going to go out and vote? And this is the top range. Almost certain to vote. Again, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. This is among registered voters. Look at this. Look at Kamala Harris now compared to where Joe Biden was back in May. In fact, 62% of Joe Biden voters said they were almost certain to turn out and vote. Now,
it's gone down.
It's actually gone down a little bit. I would call this in the same general area at 61%. But it's basically unchanged. And look at Donald Trump. He was at 58% in May. He's actually gone up a little bit now. He's at 60% now. Again, basically no real change. So the bottom line here is, yes, there may be more enthusiasm for Kamala Harris, but the fact is we're not seeing that necessarily translate in the almost certain vote. And one little other...
The 1% Biden or busters, dude. Let's go.
Note, Sarah, I will note this. Donald Trump is more popular today than he was on August 13th in either 2020 or 2016. So the bottom line is, yes, Kamala Harris is doing better in the polls, but there's a long way to go. The polls can shift. The almost certain to vote hasn't actually shifted, and Donald Trump is more popular than he was at either 2016 or 2020 at this point.
Those are interesting data points, Harry Enten. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kate?
Joining us now, CNN political commentators Michael Singleton and Paul Begala. Paul, take where that conversation, with the bright spots for Donald Trump, if you will, that Harry Enten was pointing to right there, and add this into it. As Axios is talking today about the way they put it is Trump's panicked pivot. A flurry of movements aimed at Harris's momentum. Trump yesterday, Monday, posted on X for the first time in nearly a year, sat for a rambling 2-hour conversation with Elon Musk, unveiled a barrage of online ads, scheduled trips to 2 swing states, beefed up his team by bringing a former
Weeby in the chat asked a wonderful question. Where are all the liberals who said that it's impossible for Trump to win yesterday?
aide, bringing on a former aide who led a pro-Trump super PAC. You see that and you think what?
Well, I think necessary but not sufficient. Honestly, I just set my Democratic hat off. If I work for Trump, I'd put him out there. Why is he sitting in Mar-a-Lago talking to this billionaire on his Twitter machine, right? He ought to be out there. Why isn't he in Michigan? Why isn't he in Wisconsin? Why isn't he in Pennsylvania? Why isn't he in Arizona? I honestly don't know. People who listened to that discussion, as it were, on X, I did not, said that he was slurring his words. He seemed discombobulated, as as I am right now. I think that there's something going on with Trump, and it may just be that he's thrown off.
Bro, he does a rally every other day. No, he hasn't. He used to. Since the Butler assassination attempt, he hasn't really gone to any fucking swing states. It's not even a joke. Like, he just straight up has slowed down his campaigning, and I think it's been like weeks. It's been weeks since he's like actually got. I don't think he's like scared PTSD wise. I think he just doesn't like the crowd size comparisons. I'm not kidding.
Off by Kamala Harris, but it does point the way to the Democrats' new way of taking on Mr. Trump, which I think is very smart. It used to be Democrats were like, oh, scream and yell, oh, hair on fire, he's a threat, he's a strong man, he's a dictator, and my hair was on fire so much I don't have any left. Now they're switching to ridicule, right? Much more effective.
Time to go.
Even the hogs are pissed. Oh my God, Kamala HQ posting fucking quarter pounder. That's crazy.
Yes. Like, it's time to go, dude. Like, I know your rallies are fun and stuff like that, but you got to go, baby. Like, Kamala's out there. He's got to go. JD Vance is not Donald Trump. I don't think sending JD Vance to Wisconsin matters as much. He's got to go.
We need 2016 Trump. You remember when he was doing like 4 events a day?
That's
he was doing like 4 MAGA rallies per day.
Yeah, he was doing, he was doing one at like 2 in the afternoon. Then he was going to another state and he's doing he has to do that. Like, he has to get, now it's time. He played enough golf. It's go time.
He did that in 2020 as well. People forget. When it came down to the wire, he was doing like 2 to 3 a day. It was madness. And it was so funny because, like, they didn't have a lot of money, were left by the end of it. And I think they would just, like, they would leave old people stranded and shit. You know what I mean? They wouldn't like they wouldn't get buses. Like, he would just literally fucking do nonstop rallies.
Like, by the end of September, he better be on the road every day. He's got to get out there more now. It's time to go.
Yes.
Like, it's time to go, dude. Like, I know your rallies are fun and stuff like that, but you got to go.
Anyway.
You know, Alinsky's rules for radical, number 5. Ridicule is our most potent weapon because the target does not know how to respond. Trump doesn't know what to do. And the thing on X was just a target-rich environment. It was just a complete joke. I mean, it was pathetic. And I don't understand why they have a guy who's really good at rallies and they're not putting him out there in rallies in swing states. I don't get it.
Your self-awareness is one of your more endearing qualities, Paul Begala. Michael, a pro-Trump super PAC just announced in the past day that it's spending $100 million on ads between now and Labor Day to run ads in 7 swing states. Can that?
That's, by the way, ahead of the normal spending. They're dumping $100 million because they recognize that Kamala Harris is cooking right now, and they want to cut away at that momentum by really beefing up the border czar shit, because they feel like that's the strongest aspect of their campaigning. Like, the strongest point that they have in their minds is that Kamala Harris is the border czar, Kamala Harris didn't like do anything about immigration. So they're just going to keep pumping that narrative over and over again, which I suspect is going to lead the Kamala Harris campaign to lean further into the reactionary angle, which I think is a misstep, and I think will annoy younger Hispanic voters in general in states that are also important to win. But what the fuck do I know? Do political ads work on moderates? I mean, if you flood the market endlessly, even if you're Donald Trump, that's gonna, even if you're a guy like Donald Trump, people are going to respond to it. At least that's what they're banking on. That's why they're trying to flood the market.
That blunt the momentum that is evidenced in the polling now for Kamala Harris?
I mean, it's certainly going to help, Kate. The campaign is also spending $73 million. So combined, you're getting close to $200 million over the next 3 weeks in an effort to define Vice President Harris and an effort to define her running mate, Governor Walz. Early voting will start in September. You just saw with Harry Enten how close the poll numbers are, despite the fact that Vice President Harris does have a national lead. If you take into account the numbers from 2016.
By the way, this is not related to the thing that we're watching, but here's how I know we have a lot of like new normies in the chat today. Because the amount of people that are fucking asking what I'm eating has skyrocketed. I eat at the same time every day, and I eat basically the same meal every day. It's just chicken, okay? It's just chicken. That's it.
And 2020, where Donald Trump appeared to be further behind than he actually was. If you take into the 9 points from 2016 to 5 points from 2020, then you actually see a race that's either dead even or at least with Trump a point ahead. And so I do think there's still an opportunity to potentially shift some of those numbers before people in those early battleground states begin to vote early come mid-September.
So one of the states to watch was and is Arizona. And Paul, we've now learned that abortion will be on the ballot in Arizona this November. The Secretary of State certifying that an abortion access measure has more than enough of the signatures required. The proposed amendment would allow abortions until a fetus could survive outside the womb, typically around 24 weeks. It would restrict the state from adopting or enforcing any law that would prohibit abortion access. I am wondering now what this could mean for voter turnout for the presidential race and also a closely watched Senate race there, Paul.
Right. The Dobbs decision, 2022, was the most important single-day political moment I have seen since 9/11. It changed everything in politics, and it will for years to come. This has not aged well, right? The gay rights decision that Obergefell, that aged very well. The day it came out, a lot of people didn't like it. Over time, everybody accepted it. People are not accepting Dobbs, especially the women of America. And by the way, there are many guys who like women and who also want to restore Roe versus Wade. This is a huge issue for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. And so, yes, it's going to move voters in Arizona. It's going to move voters because listen to what Kamala Harris is saying. She's got a new ad out, too. And she says, I want the same abortion rights in every state. I want this. She wants to go back to Roe versus Wade, where every state had to have the same essential abortion laws. That is a really powerful driver because the problem for abortion for Democrats is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania all have Democratic governors who have pledged to veto any restrictions on abortions. So when Kamala Harris says Trump and Project 2025 wants to eliminate abortion rights in all states, I want to enshrine them in all states. Now you're giving voters, not only in Arizona where it's on the ballot, but in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania where it's not, you're giving them a reason to go and vote pro-choice.
Michael, real quick, does Arizona make you nervous now when you know this is going to be on the ballot?
I mean, Kate, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think there's a Republican strategist in this country who's worth their salt who would not tell you holy smoke, this is not what you want on the ballot before a hotly contested election. We know after 2 years of electoral data that this issue mobilizes the heck out of Democrats. It mobilizes suburban women voters. It's why you've seen the former president attempting to moderate his stance, saying, well, states should vote on the issue. And by that, I think he means ballot initiatives allowing voters in those states to vote on the issue. But this is just not good for Republicans because it not only gins up turnout, but it gins up turnout for Democrats. That is the opposite effect you want in a hotly contested race.
Voters in 4 states are heading to the polls today for congressional primaries. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Vermont, and Connecticut will decide which candidates will move on to November's general election. In Minnesota's 5th District, progressive Congresswoman and squad member Ilhan Omar is facing a challenge from former Minneapolis City Councilor Don Samuels. He ran against her in 2022, a race Omar won by a small margin. CBS News political reporter Hunter Woodall is tracking these races for us from our Washington bureau. So, Hunter, other members of the so-called squad, Representatives Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, they lost their primaries this summer. They also each face really well-funded challengers. Are the dynamics different here?
Good afternoon, Lindsay. This is a contest that, while having some, stark resemblance to the contest you mentioned with Representative Bush in Missouri losing, Representative Bowman in New York losing, is also distinctly different. From the tracking that we've seen via data from AdImpact, so far there's not been a great deal of outside spending in this race. The outside spending really came to define the effort to defeat Bowman in New York and to defeat Bush in Missouri. So far, Representative Omar's campaign has been the biggest spender in her district, according to AdImpact, in terms of those advertising, dollars. And that's a big factor here because, Don Samuels, who, like you mentioned, narrowly lost to Representative Omar in 2022 by a little bit under 2,500 votes, doesn't have that kind of momentum that we've seen from other challenges to squad members this cycle. And come time of the polls closing, that could be significant.
The other challengers to the squad members did not have fucking momentum. They just had money. They just, AIPAC didn't season this one as hard as it did those other 2 races. Was that WhatsApp group actually relevant? I don't know. I didn't look into the WhatsApp group that much, but interesting the media ignores that Summer Lee beat AIPAC's ass. Yeah. Well, it's because they're doing their due diligence. They're doing their job. In order for the AIPAC money to also work, because what is the reason why AIPAC is dumping 20 million, 8 million, 12 million, whatever, right, into a fucking Democratic Party primary race? Well, the reason why they're doing that is because they want to threaten any Democrat that speaks out of turn against Israel. Obviously, the messaging itself is not going to be on the boundary of Israel. That would be awful. No one would give a shit. That's why they hit him on really annoying shit like Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, and even Ilhan Omar are spoilers. Spoilers to the Democratic Party's popular policies. And 2 of these people literally got cooked because they wanted to help Biden and apply a pressure point to ensure that Biden's infrastructure bill is a standalone bill without that separation that Joe Manchin and Republicans fought for. Also, Ilhan Omar, despite the insane attacks against her, is not as weak as Cori Bowman was and was not as weak as Cori Bush was. So I think that it's because AIPAC didn't go as hard against Ilhan Omar because they had done it before and they failed and they were using their funds elsewhere. I gotta. Fuck. Holy shit. Why AIPAC hasn't publicly tried to unseat Ilhan Omar? Yeah, Omar, like Representatives Rashida Tlaib and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, remain popular with the constituents and does not carry the electoral vulnerabilities that empowered AIPAC to help unseat Bowman in New York and Bush in Missouri. That's it. They have more, like Ilhan Omar has more of a track record, for example, in her state. So that's one of the reasons why they didn't hit that. What? Trump 2024 all the way? The reaction to the assassination attempt tells me everything I need to know about the left. The right are the peaceful ones now. Bro, are you okay? Are you trying to do a 3-minute ad break? They're quoting another chatter. Oh. Everything that was removed from Build Back Better. Yeah, in a dizzying array of policy negotiations, welfare programs were pawned between caucuses, different versions of the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Reconciliation Bill, ultimately losing $1.7 trillion worth of climate, health, and anti-poverty programs. On climate, the House-passed version of Build Back Better had $560 billion. The Inflation Reduction Act, the enacted version, had $369 billion. Child care and universal pre-K cut out, paid family medical leave cut out, child tax credit cut out, affordable housing cut out, Medicaid, home and community care cut out. What is this? Oh, this guy is literally, I was 100% a lefty. They betrayed me. MAGA is better. The left is violent. End of discussion. Wait. How come when a registered Republican tries to assassinate the president, it's still the left's fault somehow? Like, right-wingers are so violent that they just literally end up killing themselves, apparently. And this guy's still like, you know, I hate how fucking violent the left is. The only violence you ever experience is at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? That's the closest you will ever achieve. That's the closest you'll ever get to experiencing some form of economic violence, which you can defend yourself against by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Defend yourself against that. Or you can get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Significant.
You are also tracking some other primaries, one in Wisconsin, a Senate primary. Why is that critical?
Wisconsin is a presidential battleground state. It is a critical state to both the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign. It's home to 10 electoral votes. In Wisconsin, there's also a U.S. Senate seat held by Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin. Republicans are rallying around candidate Eric Hovde in this GOP primary today, hoping that he becomes a Senate nominee. He has to overcome some lesser-known challengers first, but this is significant because Democrats have a very, very narrow majority in the U.S. Senate. If Tammy Baldwin loses this Senate seat in the fall, essentially Democrats have a very, very difficult path to retaining that majority. And especially, too, for both the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign, that Senate race could loom large, and who ends up winning the presidential race in the state.
Let's go back to Minnesota. Former NBA player and Republican Royce White is seeking Minnesota's Senate nomination to take on Amy Klobuchar. He's denied the results of the 2020 election. He's largely considered an underdog in this race, right?
The race by Royce White here is one of the more notable things that's been happening. It's kind of flown under the radar. You know, Royce White is somebody who lost.
That's one thing that I saw Edgar Mentum also talk about, which is how many Republicans are pushing like untested, like non-politician people into these seats.
a congressional primary in 2022. And he came back. He's running for this U.S. Senate seat in Minnesota. And he actually got the Minnesota GOP's endorsement at their state convention weeks and weeks ago. But that's been concerning for some people, given that Royce White has a just litany of controversies. There's issues about his campaign finance, past campaign finance spending that's been called into question. And his main challenger in this primary, Joe Frazier, has actually talked about...
Royce White is obviously my guy. As you guys know, I'm a big fan. Former NBA player, but more importantly, a man who had a temporary tattoo of Free Steve Bannon on the side of his head when he was playing in the Big Three. Ice Cube's league, Big Three. Do you guys remember that? That's my GOAT, dude. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that we're seeing him thrive once again, just like he throve. Just like he thrived and we throve when he was thriving on the court.
Concern that, Royce White being the nominee for the Republicans in the Senate race could actually hurt Donald Trump in the state as Trump tries to win Minnesota for the first time as a presidential candidate. No Republican has won it in a presidential race since 1972.
Okay, Hunter Woodall, thank you.
All right, Trump calling out Kamala Harris and the Democrats in that wide-ranging interview with Elon Musk.
Oh. This is crazy. Workers allege nightmare conditions at startup JD Vance help fund.
Nightmare. It was a nightmare that should have never happened.
That nightmare happened here at this nearly empty greenhouse in eastern Kentucky. App Harvest, a failed high.
When you got a guy with the accent like that shitting on JD Vance, you're cooked. Philly D uses a clip of your must take. We'll do that later. Wait, did this guy ever come back with anything? Bro, he was a Dem donor. Come on, dog. He was a registered Republican. He was a Dem donor. You're making it seem like this motherfucker was like dumping a grand. He donated $15 to a fucking scam fund off of a push poll one fucking time. And then he went on to register to the Republican Party. There's a reason why Republicans dropped that conspiracy shit quickly. Because he was white as hell. And also because he was a registered Republican. Notice how nobody ever talks about how the shooter anymore. Everybody only talks about how Trump survived and thrived and throve. Yeah. That's because everybody was like, yeah, this motherfucker is a Republican. How the hell did this happen?
High-tech startup promised local workers a future that spiraled into broken promises. Anthony Morgan bought into the company's public pitch that it was for Appalachia by Appalachians.
We was being told that, hey guys, he's from here.
Thank you. Wow.
He is JD Vance, the Republican nominee for vice president.
I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
Leaning on his personal rise out of poverty to reach swing state voters as Donald Trump's running mate.
I chose him because he's for the worker. He's for the people that work so hard and perhaps weren't treated like they should have been.
But before politics,
even the way that he talks about that is like he's for the worker, whatever you fucking losers want to hear.
Vance was a venture capitalist and App Harvest's first outside investor, eventually steering millions of dollars to the company. Vance was a lead pitchman for the vertical farming startup, tweeting he was a supporter and investor, writing, I love this company.
It's a great business that's making a big difference in the world.
The company's investor presentation pledged a commitment to Appalachia, estimating thousands of new jobs to a poverty-stricken area.
A major emphasis with them was, we want to bring work to Eastern Kentucky. This is why we are here.
Morgan left a stable job to join AppHarvest as a crop care specialist, pruning the greenhouse-grown vegetables. A single father with 6-year-old twins, the job rapidly turned when production fell behind under what a dozen workers described to CNN as mismanagement, including dangerous conditions. Employees filed multiple complaints to the state and federal government alleging heat exhaustion, working in extreme temperatures, and lack of water breaks, though the cases were all closed with no citations.
I think about the hottest that I experienced was around 128 degrees.
Inside?
Inside. A couple days a week, you'd have ambulance show up, and you've seen people leaving on gurneys to go to the hospital.
The cuts came next to promised worker benefits, and then foreign workers came in to fill those so-called local jobs.
The second round of folks they brought in was folks on work visas. And they didn't bring just a van full. They brought bus loads.
Documents show AppHarvest hired contract workers from outside the region. At one point, as many as 500, the majority.
Dude, I'm so shocked. Shocked, dude. Shocked that they did this. Wow. Wow.
Of its workforce, not locals. But that's not the image AppHarvest wanted the world to see. This is Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell visiting in 2021.
Mitch McConnell coming through. Were the migrant workers there at the time? You're laughing. I mean, I look at the video, it doesn't look like there's any.
They hid these guys. They took them out of the plant. They was gone. And then Mitch McConnell's giving a speech about all this work that AppHarvest has brought Eastern Kentuckians.
I like the idea of taking the tomato market away from the Mexicans. How about that?
So they were trying to hide the migrant workers.
Specifically, yeah.
This worker, who asked not to be identified, says the hiring of migrant workers became part of a mirage that AppHarvest was helping the region. He took this video as his co-workers clapped for visiting investors.
And anytime they did that, they kept workers off the floor doing our stationary parade while people come through. And
Bro, people people do that and they'll be like, oh, look at this is China. North Korea, brother. It's like, nope, turns out it's fucking Kentucky, okay?
And yeah, it was awkward having to stand there and just be a prop.
A prop for what?
You know, look at all of these poor folks we're employing.
The worker says it's impossible to forget about his time at AppHarvest as JD Vance ascends to national politics.
He's gotten away with a lot of money and fame for pretending to be one of us.
OHIO.
He's just another grifter, just another carpetbagger, another tourist who wants to tell us what we are.
Vance left the board in April 2021 to run for the Senate. Shortly after, shareholders filed suit claiming they were misled. By 2023, AppHarvest had filed for bankruptcy a little more than 2 years after its public launch. But the workers in this failed startup say they are the real people in the Vance story.
Do you blame JD Vance for any of this?
I blame all of the original investors at AppHarvest.
You can't have a guy with an accent like that talk shit about the fucking Republican VP, bro. That's poison right there, okay? We know what JD Vance is now, but he's never going to face any prosecution for this evil shit, no justice. Oh my God. Won't we push a BS narrative that migrants are stealing jobs? Yeah, except here's the thing, okay? They're exploiting the Kentuckians, and then they're hyper exploiting the migrants. The reason why I always say the solution is not to further prosecute migrants and try to deport migrants from this country. The solution is to document them and also improve everyone's work conditions. Because it's not like before the migrants came in, these guys were doing great. Did you fail to hear that side of the story? They were literally murking the Kentuckians left and right. There was fucking ambulances outside all the time. So then they brought in migrants because they were like, yeah, at least the fucking Guatemalan dudes are not going to complain as much.
The original board of directors know what was coming. You would have had to have been an idiot not to have.
Israel, the United States, and other allies are on high alert this morning for possible retaliation by Iran and Hezbollah for a pair of high-profile assassinations. CBS News has learned attacks on Israel could be launched with little to no warning. Ramy Osencio is in Tel Aviv. Ramy, good morning.
Nate, good morning there. Yeah, after warnings overnight from some parts of Israel as well as the United States that Iran and Hezbollah might launch retaliatory strikes after the past 2 weeks of threats, this country is still waiting and is still on high alert.
Speeding faster to the Mideast to defend Israel, a U.S. aircraft carrier with its F-35 warplanes and a submarine armed with guided Tomahawk cruise missiles, joining 2 new fighter squadrons that arrived last week. U.S. officials tell CBS News that a limited attack from both Hezbollah and Iran could come with little to no warning. It's now 4 months ago today when Iran launched an estimated 300 drones and missiles, which Israel, the U.S. and its allies shot down in retaliation for.
I hope you guys understand the reason why they're like sending all those fucking aircraft carriers and the Tomahawk missiles. It's not because they want to intercept the incoming missiles and like defend Israel. It's so that they can go to war and start bombing positions when Israel inevitably retaliates against Iran and Hezbollah. Just so you understand, it's not about like those are not defensive platforms. They're there to hit alongside Israel when Israel inevitably goes into war.
For what Iran says was an Israeli strike on its consulate in Syria that killed 7 people.
We are committed to helping Israel defend itself, but at the same time, we continue to work diplomatically to prevent any major escalation of this conflict.
The stakes of this conflict rose dramatically after twin high-profile assassinations of Hamas and Hezbollah leaders in the capitals of Iran and Lebanon. Israel's military last night said it is at a high state of readiness and increased patrols in the skies of Lebanon, while also tamping down fears of an imminent attack, stressing there was no change to safety advice. Meanwhile, up and down the Gaza Strip yesterday, the Hamas-run health ministry said at least 25 people were killed in Israeli military operations, after at least 90 were killed in a strike on a school-turned-shelter over the weekend in one of the worst mass killings since October 7th.
And the number of dead is now nearing 40,000 people, with 2 days until those hoped-for ceasefire talks with Hamas in Egypt. Israel has confirmed it is attending. Hamas said it already agreed to terms in a proposal from July and Tony. If Iran and Hezbollah do attack Israel, that could all be derailed.
It sure could be. Ramy Inocencio for us in Tel Aviv. Ramy, thank you very much.
Well, more than 2,000 Israeli settlers and ultra-nationalists have entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound in occupied East Jerusalem. Israeli police prevented the settlers from entering the mosque itself. Many were seen performing Jewish religious rituals. Israel's
The real freaks are out, boys. The real fucking freaks. The Spitter Brigade. The inbred hillbilly Nazi scumbags.
National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and another minister were among the group. And in the occupied West Bank, Israeli settlers stormed the village of Tuwane. They responded to calls on social media to raid Palestinian villages near Hebron. These settlers arrived on buses under the protection of Israeli forces. Snipers provided additional cover from rooftops. Zain Basravi is joining us from Amman in Jordan because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel. And of course, Zain, as Jordan being the custodian of the holy site, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, have authorities there been saying anything about that incursion?
Well, very clear condemnation and anger coming from Jordan, describing the storming of the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound by two extremist Israeli ministers and members of the Knesset as provocation by extremists. They said that the imposition of restrictions on the entry of Muslim worshippers to Al-Aqsa, meanwhile continuing to enter the compound in this way, is a flagrant violation of international law and historical and legal.
From Channel 11, mediators expect Hamas to be at the summit in one form or another, despite their declarations, as reported in the New York Times. Yeah, I think they're just banking on the Qatari emissaries to be considered like envoys for Hamas. That's it. This could mean they would just conduct the shuttle talks at a further distance or arrive the day after to get Israel's position. Also, high-ranking official like Netanyahu says Israel won't go to the talks if Iran sends a team to the summit. Huh. Yeah, they've already had plenty of round negotiations where like an actual physical Hamas official was not there. And instead they just like communicate the desires of the Hamas negotiations team to the Israeli team. And that's it. And they are like, as far as I understand, that's the suspicion that that's why the Qatari and the Egyptian officials keep saying like, no, talks are still happening. That's why they keep reiterating that. Meanwhile, the inbreds are going crazy. Here we are.
Legal status quo governing Jerusalem and its holy sites. They describe this as Israel's ongoing insistence of allowing extremists to disregard international laws, which...
You a hater? I am, 100%. Yeah, no, I hate these motherfuckers, dude. Straight up. Settlers are straight up some of the grossest scumbags on the fucking planet, dude. They are such... They're not only fucking freaks, but there's like when you listen to like an American white supremacist, sometimes despite like the unimaginable stupidity, there's a sense of like fear that they exhibit, a fear of like black skin or whatever. Of course, there's also like superiority, a sense of superiority. That's what white supremacy is, but like you can kind of see the insecurity coming, whereas like settlers in the West Bank have none of that. They're dumb as fuck, just like all of the other like American white supremacists are, and also are unimaginably arrogant. Like they're so fucking arrogant. Like it feels like they have never been told no, ever. What? Worse than a pubic Laos, buddy? What? I don't know what you're saying. It's because I think they have never actually been told no at all. Like they are they are so arrogant, so entitled, so violent, so supremacist. And worst of all, they've never been met with like any kind of contention. All they do is go fuck shit up, spit on people, you know, try to burn down Palestinian homes. And then they fucking get IDF backing. And they love spitting. I mean, holy shit. They think it's a superpower. Look at this. Harris recognizes that settlers are unhinged too. Yeah, in the absence of a government that wants to deal with this menace, law enforcement and the courts must treat settler violence with the utmost severity. Good luck. Debate me. Hamas is objectively less evil than Israel. Disagree. Yeah, debate me. Likewise, debate me, you lowlife. Free Palestine from Hamas. Hamas is evil. He registered as a Republican to vote against Trump in the primaries. Bro, I think you're too lost in the sauce to have like a productive conversation over. Blinken issued a very strong statement against Israeli ultranationalist Minister of National Security Ben-Gvir after his visit to Temple Mount. We will look to the government of Israel to prevent similar incidents in the future. Yeah, that's not a strong statement, brother. No, this is literally the same as we are asking Israel to investigate itself and find no wrongdoing, as they have done time and time again. What is this? Times of Israel report. IDF using Gazans to check areas that may be booby-trapped before troops enter. Yeah, also not shocking. Photos of JD Vance in dress and wig at Yale Law School verified as real spokesperson said JD put on a bad wig in a party in college. Not exactly scandalous. Let's cut the shit. If Iran Hezbollah launches a massive attack on the Israeli military, they 100% had it coming. They have a right to defend themselves, and they've been hit first by Israel like 40 times. This is a common sense thing to say, but it's heresy in the United States of America. No, he's 100% right. Like, it's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that like these other countries can have their sovereignty be violated so grossly by Israel on a daily fucking basis. And if they ever dare retaliate, as is allowed under international law, then they are the worst villains of the story always. Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants. It's completely ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. It's completely unacceptable. Okay? Anyway, where is the... Here, apparently I made it to another Philip DeFranco
conversation with Donald Trump for about 2 hours.
Another Philip DeFranco thumb
hours live on X, which is something that one side called a fantastic call, showing Donald Trump's side when he's not being adversarial. But at the same time, you had other people saying it was 2 hours of the dumbest bitches you know, saying exactly. And the reality of the situation, it's up to you. It's like we always say on the show, perception is reality. And as far as what actually happened in the conversation, it started with Donald Trump telling the story of the assassination attempt on his life at the Pennsylvania rally on July 13th. Then, after a lot of guiding from Elon Musk, they spent a lot of time talking about immigration.
These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for murder and all sorts of things. and they're releasing them into our country.
Though there, you had people noting that there's a mountain of research that's shown that there is no link between immigration and higher levels of crime. Which on that note, that was just one of the false claims that he made during the call, with him continuing with false claims about immigration, but also global warming and sea levels, inflation, the
It's weird that Philip DeFranco acts like he's a liberal, but then he's like very clearly bearing arms, dude. What is
legitimacy
this?
of the 2020 election, taxes,
My man's
and
looking
the list goes
yak.
on. But then beyond that, Donald Trump shared that one of the first things that he would do was close up the Department of Education, which, hey, wouldn't you know it, is also a policy outlined in Project 2025. You also had Musk pitching a role for himself in a potential future Trump administration, with Musk calling for a government commission to ensure the taxpayer money is spent effectively and saying,
and I'd be happy to help
We have this already.
out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone.
which then
UAW has filed a federal labor charge against Donald Trump and Elon Musk for attempting to intimidate and threaten workers, baby. Let's go. And they have every right to do so, by the way. It is within their right to do so. You can't say that. You can't say that as a fucking business owner.
funny enough, led to the United Auto Workers Union filing an unfair labor practice charge against Trump and Musk, arguing that they illegally intimidated workers with those statements. But then really, I mean, beyond that, there's obviously more we could talk about here, but Trump really didn't say anything that unexpected. It was kind of like if you've ever actually watched a full Trump rally, he just kind of goes on and on. It was just that Elon Musk was also there. Just yeah, nervous, laughing, stammering away. Though also, I will say, there's been a lot of conversation about other aspects of this call. I mean, one thing that got a lot of people asking questions was the fact that Donald Trump sometimes sounded like he had a lisp or was slurring in his speech.
He hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education.
And you had the BBC recording more than 20,000 posts with the term slurring during the conversation. The with that, you had Trump's spokesperson telling people that it must just be their hearing. Though I will say, I don't think that he was necessarily slurring or had a lisp. I think it's very possible that it was an audio glitch or a compression issue.
No, I saw the original video. He was slurring. That's what I thought too at first.
Are clips of Donald Trump speaking in the room, not through X audio, and he sounds fine there. Also, though, speaking of glitches, the other big thing was the fact that the whole conversation was delayed by more than 40 minutes due to technical difficulties. And there, about 18 minutes in, you had Musk claiming that the event was under a massive DDoS or denial of service attack, or which is basically when someone floods a website with traffic in order to overwhelm it and knock it offline. But I will say, as of recording, it is still not clear that this was an actual attack at all. Right? I mean, the site has had issues in the past, and that's not counting when they did that live stream event for Ron DeSantis. But then,
is that why you ignored my chat earlier when I mentioned the lawsuit? So you could use it as a surprise? Am I a joke to you? Yes. Because sometimes I have a fucking flow in the story that I'm going, that I want to abide by. Okay? I know it always seems like this is free flow conversation and communication, but sometimes you have to understand, stop fucking spoiling the juice, okay? You come in here and you're very excited and you're like, Hasan, I really need you to see this story. Okay? I really need you to see this story. And I know the story already. I've already thought about the story. I know exactly where I'm going to fucking, bam, land that story. Okay? I love you all. But don't fucking spoil the story sometimes. Okay? Anyway.
And with all that said, on the other side of this, you had the Harris campaign commenting on everything, the bromance, the technical issues, the actual content of the interview, writing in a statement. Donald Trump's extremism and dangerous project.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why didn't he call Elon a nasty person for delaying the interview in the same way that he called the black women that were holding the panel at the National Association of Black Journalists? Why is it? It's just odd. I don't know. He had all the smoke for the National Association of Black Journalists. Weird.
2025 agenda is a feature, not a
$45 million a month. Yeah, I think that could have something to do with
glitch
it.
of his campaign, which was on full display for those unlucky enough to listen in tonight during whatever that was on X.com. And going on to say, Trump's entire campaign is in service of people like Elon Musk and himself, self-obsessed rich guys who will sell out the middle class and who cannot run a live stream in the year 2024. And then as far as, other reactions we've seen, you have, again, had some people saying it is good to see Trump in this light, right? A number of conservatives saying, hey, it's good to have something that they can point their moderate friends to of, hey, this is what Donald Trump's doing when he's not fighting somebody. But then also at the same time, you had political commentators like Hasan saying it was actually not in Trump's favor to take such a softball interview.
I think one thing that people fail to consider is that Trump actually performs really well in adversarial interviews because he gets like bitchy. And when it's a glaze sesh, and I've listened to so many Trump glaze sessions with Sean Hannity where he sucks them, like he gives him that good suck. It's very boring. It comes across as like a very boring, low energy back and forth.
But with all that said, the last thing I'll touch on is Trump's return to X.
There it is. I have officially made it back again to the Philip DeFranco show with another banger clip where I talk about how Sean Hannity gives Donald Trump that good suck. Professional political commentator, by the way. This is where y'all get your news from? This is funny. Hold on. An insane situation. Jordan Cooper, 26-year-old American, previously served in the IDF, then went back to the U.S. on October 7th. He flew to Israel to take part in the genocide, then served for another 200 days. His mom came to visit him and got him a halva snack. Apparently, he was allergic. He ate it and died. This is my condolences. Halva mas. Oh my God. It's crazy. It's like, dude, did you guys see that fucking one clip? I'm laughing at an unrelated thing. Did you guys see that one clip where the dude is just like smoking a bogue in the middle of a fucking combat zone where they're conducting a genocide? And he's just like smoking a bogue in a fucking wide open window and he just gets domed immediately. Like, what are you doing? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, did you not think maybe I should not smoke a fucking cigarette in an open area near a window as I look at the sights of violence and death and destruction that I have participated in? Yeah, he got domed instantly. Not this guy. It's the other guy. He got domed by one of those fucking bathtub sniper rifles too. You see it in the fucking video. Dudes are so goddamn used to just like killing children and shit and having unlimited air support that they just like personally think they could just like rip a bogue. Brother, I saw that video. His went in a separate direction. They better send in the goon squad. I just don't understand how you literally do not have like the survival instinct of an animal. You know what I mean? Like basic shit. Like, it's just like the most basic thing. Like, you don't even feel fear that you might get fucking domed up by some 18-year-olds with a bathtub sniper rifle or a bathtub rocket launcher. Like, did you forget what you're doing? With respect to the IDF's use of Gaza as human shields, this comes from an extensive Haaretz investigation. It showed a systematic practice of kidnapping random civilians, sometimes children, elderly, dressing them in army uniform, cuffing them, and then sending them down the tunnels towards potential death. One thing that stuck out to me was how, unlike the other crimes that originate from the ground, this practice came as a direct order all the way from the top. Herzi Halevi was named specifically. I mean, they've been doing this for years. Yet another war crime, by the way. And yet another. He was a sergeant at 19. IDF Sergeant Omar Ginsberg, 19 years old, was killed in Gaza yesterday. Israel's official death toll in Gaza has reached 332. According to the IDF's tally, the death of Sergeant Ginsberg raises the total soldiers killed on or since October 7 last year to 690. 19-year-old sergeant, bro. I mean, I guess they get like posthumous. Honestly, if you get domed while smoking a cigarette, they should not give you one of those like posthumous ceremonial titles. Like, they should not. You know what I mean? Like, if it was like a cool thing that you were doing, maybe that's fine. But it's kind of crazy. Like, they should not promote you. They should probably demote you. Smoking is cool though. Yeah, well, fucking don't try to blaze up in the middle of a fucking genocide zone. Israel supporting astroturfer got caught. Middle of article. A former Cornell student is sentenced to 21 months for threatening to kill Jews. Oh. He wrote multiple posts from several anonymous usernames, including "Gonna Shoot Up 104 West." Remember when I talked about this guy? Dai was suspended and remained in custody since October. He faced a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison, a fine up to $250,000. On Monday, the U.S. Attorney's Office announced that Dai had been sentenced to 21 months imprisonment, followed by 3 years of supervised release. Federal prosecutors say the sentence shows that the people who threaten others based on their identities will be held accountable. Every student has the right to pursue their education without fear. Dai's lawyers calls for his actions amidst. Is it another earthquake? What the fuck's going on? It feels like a baby earthquake. Dai's lawyers call his actions a misguided attempt to garner support for Israel. Federal prosecutors said the court found that Dai's actions constitute a hate crime under federal sentencing guidelines. Remember when I told you guys? Remember when I fucking told you guys? The guy who wrote multiple posts on an online discussion forum about like, gonna shoot up 104 West, gonna bomb Jewish house. If you see a Jewish person on campus, follow them home and slit their throat. Bring an assault rifle in campus and shoot all you pig Jews. Remember when I told you that this was so out of pocket and so obviously an insane person, most likely a right-wing agitator? Imagine going to jail on a Black's Rule sentence. They should put him under the jail, big dog. Fuck this guy. Fucking piece of shit. Remember all of the media running with this and being like, this is what the Palestinian movement is like. This is what people who are anti-genocide are doing. Oh God, they want to do mass rapes on Jewish students. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared for the students. It was like, literally, do you not have like a single smell test? Like, you just don't, this passes your smell test, really? Like, nothing smelled fishy about this at all? Yes, we remember, but you did not convince us. Well, you know, more fucking vindication. I mean, here's another thing. Early on, post October 7, I had a conversation with Ethan, okay? And like, one of the things that I brought forward was the well-documented, at the time I was working off of like Adamir reporting, the Palestinian Human Rights Group reporting, the well-documented instances of systematized rape in Israeli prisons and detention centers. There was one community, however, that was shocked that I would dare say such a thing. Ethan himself personally also apologized for like even questioning it, obviously, after looking into it further. But there was one community that was all over it, being like, actually, reports say that Israelis are so racist that they rape Palestinians less. Remember that shit? Remember that fucking shit? Do people who spread mass misinformation ever get called into question? Or is it people who have been vindicated time and time again that are constantly besmirched and disparaged for going against the prevailing mainstream media narrative? Just saying. I was right on this shit too. Federal prosecutor said the court found Dye's actions constitute a hate crime. It does. The defendant's threats terrorized the Cornell campus community for days and shattered the community's sense of safety. It did. Dye's attorney, public defender Lisa Peebles, told NPR on Tuesday that her team argued against the hate crime characterization. It was our position that Patrick does not hate Jewish people, she added. She said Cornell's motivation for canceling class after Dye had already been arrested and issued an apology was to give students a mental health day as a result of the conflict between Israel and Hamas. People said Dye has autism, though it was undiagnosed at the time of the postings, which she described in a court filing as misguided attempt to highlight Hamas genocidal beliefs and garner support for Israel. He believed wrongly that the post would prompt a blowback against what he perceived as anti-Israel media coverage and pro-Hamas sentiment on campus. Bro, I want to know if this motherfucker was in Destiny's community. I'll say it. I want to know so bad if this motherfucker was straight up a Destiny fan because, you know, maybe not. I'm not saying he is 100%, but it just, there's a lot of stuff here that it feels like he could have been. It would not, let's just say it would not shock me if he was. I love that his legal defense is that he was just doing propaganda for Israel. He does not hate Jews. He is autistic and thought he was doing propaganda for Israel. Federal prosecutors countered their sentencing memorandum that the degree of disruption to the university rose to the level of substantial. Yeah, of course. He literally said he was going to literally like bring an assault rifle to campus and kill Jews. Of course, that was like an insane hate crime. Like it is a terroristic threat and a hate crime altogether. It is impossible for the court or anyone other than the defendant to know for certain what truly motivated the defendant at the time he made his horrific post, but his self-serving post hoc claims that they were designed to garner sympathy for the group he was threatening repeatedly in the vilest way imaginable is contradicted by both these threats themselves as well as the apology he issued after posting them. There may not be enough time for Dye's team to appeal. Citing his developmental disabilities and time served, People said he asked the court to sentence Dye to supervised release rather than additional imprisonment. He pled autism, yes. She told NPR she wants to appeal the hate crime-related enhancements to his sentence, but the timing of that process is not really conducive to being heard before he's actually going to be released. He has roughly 6 months left to serve. People says Dye is ashamed of his actions, but also hopeful that he will get the support services he needs. He loves cleaning. He discovered that while he's been in custody, she said, adding he's talked about potentially starting his own cleaning business. It's craziness. Friedman, the U.S. attorney, wrote in a court filing that the government hopes Dye's purported newfound insights into his mental health issues will allow him in the future to re-engage with society in a healthy, productive manner. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, he loves cleaning. He just wants to put on white sheets, clean white sheets. Imagine it was a brown person law. Yeah, I mean, dude, this has happened time and time again. Here's a vid of Dye pleading. Here's a vid of Dye pleading guilty.
Look, here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that, no.
There it is. Actually, I'm a neurodivergent and a minor. Yeah. Good stuff overall. Freak, dude. Anyway. Let's continue with this.
Which is a violation of Israel's obligations as an occupying power. And of course, this is an effort by Itamar Ben-Gvir to push his policy of wanting to change the status quo. He said that the policy of the Minister of National Security, the policy, he says, is to allow freedom of worship for Jews everywhere, continuing to push this Israeli Jewish supremacist narrative. And speaking of the war in Gaza, he said that victory must happen in war, not during conferences in Doha or Cairo. He says we must force them to kneel. This is the message. We can defeat Hamas and bring them to their knees. So very, very strong, bombastic language coming out of the minister at this location on this important day. Timing and optics matter. The image of a far-right Israeli politician who has often peddled hate speech as Israeli policy, set against the backdrop of one of Islam's holiest sites, as there are efforts to end.
Related to college, you see the Barnard College thing where just holding a picture of Gaza is offensive? Yeah. Barnard College of Columbia University has deleted this Instagram post of a student. The school says some found the post offensive. Why are we proud of the Middle East infiltrating our school? We should be ashamed, especially as a woman's college, one commenter wrote. Yesterday, we removed a post highlighting a student's summer internship that included an image that was offensive to some in our community. Out of respect for those views and for the safety of the student, the post has been removed from all Barnard social media. I don't think a lot of people understand, like we are insane, bro. Like, our institutions are genuinely insane with this stuff. This is the most disgraceful, cynical deployment of identity politics I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Like, it is so, and I don't think people understand, like, this will negatively polarize people towards Israel. That's number one. But beyond that, this also, in my opinion, absolutely creates anti-Semitic narratives. Like, it so totally, in a ceaseless capacity, like, solidifies the anti-Semitic shit that people are saying all the goddamn time. These universities are going to go crazy in a month when everyone's back in class. Oh, 100%. HasanAbi smells like ass. Trump 2024. Trump 2024. Let's go. Here's a response from Bibi's office to Ben-Gvir, complete shattering of the status quo at Al-Aqsa, a rare challenging of Ben-Gvir by Netanyahu, who's usually scared shitless of the guy. Policy making on the Temple Mount is directly subordinated to the government as leader. There's no private policy on any minister of the Temple Mount. Neither is the Minister of National Security nor any other minister. It's like, only I get to do that, bro. You fucking... Only I get to do that. I'm not kidding. Dude, I don't know how you even put the fucking toothpaste back in the tube with this shit. Like, I do legitimately fear that there is just like an unimaginable wave of increased anti-Semitic conspiracies just that will dominate American political discourse. Just straight up. And like, obviously, people that are cynically deploying anti-Semitism as a defense mechanism will then turn around and use that real anti-Semitism growing to do further insane shit. Maybe you should push back on them more often. Yeah, famously, I don't do that. I always let it slide. I always let that shit slide, as you know. Like always. As a matter of fact, I famously am not actually literally discussing that right now in this moment. Like, how fucking stupid are you, dude? Really? Like, you think you could come in here and say some fucking bullshit like this? 24-month subscriber? Suck my fucking dick, okay? What do you mean, okay? I'm very stupid. You are very stupid. Weirdo. Fucking loser. Get the fuck out of here. Take a week off, dumbass. Coming in here to be like, maybe you should fight back against this more. Nothing grosser than a dumb fuck coming in here, long-term community subscriber coming in here to be like, it seems to me like you're not fighting back against anti-Semitism hard enough, sweaty. Like, the underlying premise there is that I don't do that. I do that every day, dumb fuck. It's such a gross fucking thing to say. Anyway. I do it every fucking day. I have to fight all the ultra-Zionists who tie Israel's unimaginable cruelty and bloodshed to Judaism. And then I have to fucking fight all these stupid fascist pieces of shit that also use Israel's genocide as a mechanism to instill anti-Semitic sentiment. Dude, it was probably October 7th. Lever just kept the sub up, though. Probably. Just being honest, she's, if you call me a weirdo, I'd be so sad. Just being honest, I like Hasan, it would actually ruin my day. Yeah, man. I mean, like, you need to understand, like, if you come in here and say some shit, say some shit like that is so fucking unimaginably hurtful, even in like a weak moment, like, how do you think that makes me feel? You know what I mean? Especially if you're a long-term community subscriber, like, you come in here and you're like, yeah, dude, why don't you fight against anti-Semitism harder then? Is like an insane fucking thing to say to me. A person who has literally been called HasanAbi, Islamist fundamentalist, terrorism supporter for the past 10 fucking months. A person of a Muslim background too. That's the other side of this equation that we don't really talk about too much because, you know, I'm pretty fucking white, so it doesn't really bother me all that much. But like, you know, at a certain point, it does actually fucking piss me off when people immediately discount what I have to say because my name is Hasan and I'm Muslim. You know what I mean? It is one of the very few instances where, like, that kind of bigotry actually is very successful. It very successfully led a bunch of fucking griped up teenagers who could have been more responsive if my name was Hank and I was a fucking Christian dude from Kentucky, to like leave this community in fucking droves and start running around and being like, no, he's an Islamist fundamentalist and he loves when like Iran kills gay people. He just defends Islam all the time. And then the worst aspect of it is that all those people, many of them have returned to this community, by the way, now, but all of those fucking people then start adopting insanely weird right-wing framing on every other issue. Like, it doesn't just end there. They don't just like stay on the Israel part or Islamophobia. They move on from that to like white people being able to say the N-word. And that jump is like this. It's crazy. And it's actually like, you might think, Hasan, you're exaggerating. You're making this shit up. How many people have we dealt with over the course of the past couple of months where people have actually come back, okay, after leaving the community and then literally have defended those positions? You look back in their fucking talking points from a couple months ago, like a couple months prior to October 7, and they're like, oh, I love this community. I love you, Hasan. What a wonderful space for progressive politics. And then like fucking 8 months later, they're coming back into the community to be like, I hate that you have a house. I hate that you, I hate that you're an anti-white racist. And like, how did this fucking change happen over such a short period of time? And it's always one fucking thing. You are sensitive in that regard. I understand and respect, but don't you feel the same sentiment against chatters with lisps? That's awesome. Bro compared me fucking making fun of Trump having a lisp to literally the type of hate crime that literally justifies permanent genocide in the Muslim world in the hands of like America-backed countries and America directly. And also the domestic version of that fascism that has led to like a 7-year-old being stabbed in the fucking chest 20 times by their fucking landlord after October 7, or a random college student getting shot and being permanently handicapped because they were for the crime of fucking wearing a keffiyeh. That is an insane comparison, but thank you. Yes, you're right. You are missing something here. You're missing a massive fucking difference here. Okay? Not even giving them a chance to explain is wild. I already unbanned them. Shut the fuck up. So they can actually explain themselves. What? I ban as a hack? What? I don't get it. I agree with most things, and one thing we disagree on is not going to make me veer right. It's weird. Yeah, it's not because it's one thing. People don't just like disagree on one thing. They disagree on it vehemently, and then they seek out a community that like will feed them talking points to feel safe and secure in their disagreement. But then they don't realize that that community doesn't just have that issue as a standalone disagreement. They have a million other issues as well. And ultimately, all of those other resentments, that person will carry on as well. We're going to look at Theo Vaughn talking to Bernie in a second. You know? When I was at my worst a couple of years ago, I watched just one of your streams one day and was very resentful and hateful. I understand how some people can change drastically, to be honest. Yeah. A lot of people also see me as like a vector of hate towards all things leftist. They'll masquerade it as like me being hypocritical, when in fact there is no hypocrisy there, not even like perceived hypocrisy there. But ultimately, it's a really good way to like unload into an incredibly accessible figurehead that without actually addressing any of the arguments. You know? See, Hasan, I love you and appreciate your hard work, but your biggest mistake is that you think Western nations will be better on these issues. They will not. They will keep being racist, keep bombing the living shit out of us. 1 million dead Iraqis and motherfuckers haven't learned shit. What, even try, man? What am I supposed to do, bro? I have a profound amount of privilege. I'm an American. I'm a white passing American, dude. who has a massive fucking platform. Of course, I'm going to use that to try to change the minds of as many people as I possibly can instead of fucking giving up. And also, things have changed. Things literally have changed. If you think about Israel-Palestine, things have changed dramatically in terms of the Western world and the way that like our generation sees this issue. It has changed so much. Back then, there was 1 minute of ads, okay? There was 1 minute ad at the top of the hour. Now there's 3. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That hasn't changed. Well, actually, that's changed too. Under the Biden administration, the way to avoid the ads went from $5 a month in the form of a subscription to
Russian officials
to $6 a month in the form of a subscription. One thing that hasn't changed, however, is the Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is still very much free. Twitch Prime is very much free still. Okay. A couple years ago, I was falling down the alt-right pipeline. I discovered a channel through a fan, and it opened me up to a lot of different viewpoints. I have been officially radicalized. I am trans now. Me 5 years ago would pass away if they saw me. I was a semi-right-winger until I started watching you during the George Floyd protests. Since then, I consistently watch your content on YouTube and streams when I can. Thank you for making education so accessible. I've learned more from you than I did homeschool. Biden inflation. I think the bigger problem is the parasocial element of Tushman. They feel this attachment to you. Once you've crossed them, they seek revenge, or maybe I'm just autistic. No, I think that definitely plays a role for sure. But they don't, but like that also goes in the other direction where they feel like I've crossed them. So they look for another sense of community that also feels wronged. Do you feel me? Do you see me? Do you understand what I'm saying? So then they become parasocial and invested in another community. And then before they realize it, like their entire worldview starts aligning with said community, and they start going against like all these other things that they formerly believed. Yeah, it's really fucked up. This is sweet, but I still can't get why Zoomers like Kira and their community hate you with no understanding of anything. Come on, man. I've made enemies of fucking every top content creator that is like ostensibly even remotely right-wing or a troll or has said anything fucking bigoted or sells gambling to children. Like, of course, Twitter, especially, which is like insanely right-wing now, is going to have embedded hostility towards someone like myself, because there's a lot more right-wingers on the platform, and they love when someone goes, yo, fuck this guy. But yeah, I've made a lot of fucking enemies over the course of many, many years. It is what it is. Fuck that impression farming Twitter account. Who gives a shit? He doesn't have a community. He just slings as much fucking bot farmed same old fucking Twitter bullshit all over again every time he can.
Are urging more residents southwest of Kursk to evacuate the area as Ukrainian troops push forward into Russia. A Ukrainian military chief says
this was insane. Oh, is this what I think it is? Dude,
right. I mean,
this is insane, bro. This is insane. Apparently, I got fucking Aiden bots up my ass. What is this? I won an Aiden Updates fan is not a bot. I was 22 making fun of your hairline. Now I'm 26 knowing karma is real. Yeah. Get fucked. That was fake. The guy retweeted you. It was a troll. Bro, they're fighting over if it's a bot troll or troll with a bot. I think it's a bot and a troll at the same time, because completely unrelated to me, that account was literally fucking, posting about, that account was literally fucking posting about like hello from India and shit like that. It was probably a bot that then the owner took it over again so they could fucking post normal shit. Your hairline isn't even bad. Thank you. It was posting lasagna and cookie recipes and then being like, haha, we trolled you. My hairline is not bad any longer. I fixed it with medicine. All right, we're going to talk about Ukraine. Ukrainian troops moving towards Russia as incursion advances.
They are gaining more ground more than a week into what was their surprise attack on President Vladimir Putin and his...
Yeah, real ones will always remember you did nearly 8 hours of straight coverage every day on the genocide, despite views dropping and endless chirping by denialists who conveniently stopped talking about it once the death count hit a certain number. I'm sure that alone made a big impact on a lot of people. Yeah, but I could have given up. I could have stopped talking about it. You know what I mean? I saw it. There was plenty of people who would be like, Hasan, please shut the fuck up about this. Like, it's too much. There were fucking supporters who were like, I don't want to hear about this all the time. It's too much death and destruction.
Military.
Views popped off during that time. No, the fuck it didn't. What are you talking about? I looked at my numbers the other day. We're back to like, we're 40K average now. 2 months ago, that number was like 18. Okay.
This is Kyiv's.
I went from 30K average consistently to like fucking days where I had like 15K people watching.
Biggest incursion into Russia
That's
since...
why Tim Pool and so many others literally were like, oh, Hasan fell off. He's really scared. He's fallen off. They literally did that. There were so many articles and so many YouTube videos written and made about it. There's always ups and downs to this shit. The point is, I'm not going to change my fucking perspective just because the audience is not responding to it. Okay? That's it. And a big part of that is because I still have loyal supporters. I still have a community. Yeah, they tried to say I was suicidal over it when I was like living the time of my fucking life, which is crazy. Billie Eilish's brother reposted a video of you.
I am a retired command sergeant major in the Minnesota National Guard, and after years of firing artillery, I sustained severe inner ear damage.
This was a banger.
Because I have...
By the way, before people joke about this is a fucking major issue. Like, you don't even need to go to combat. This is one of the many ways. This is one of the many ways in which, like, the American military fucks you up. I mean, if you're a vet or if you have veteran family members, you already fucking know this.
I have good health insurance provided through my employer. I was able to have surgery on my ear. As my ear healed, my hearing was gradually restored. One morning, several weeks after the surgery, I awoke to a sound I couldn't identify. I asked my wife what I was hearing, and she told me, Tim, that's your 4-year-old daughter, Hope. You see, Hope wakes up singing every morning, but I had never heard that sound until that day.
Jesus
I'm running for
Christ.
Congress because I believe we as a country have a moral obligation to ensure that every father can hear his daughter sing, that every citizen receives the best care our medical community has to offer. I'm Tim Walz, and I approve this message because I've heard how important healthcare is to everyone.
What? Get Phineas on stream, please. Bro, just because he reposted a clip of mine doesn't fucking mean that he's like a fan, okay? Calm down. That's such a powerful message. Tim Walz is my GOAT. He is truly a unique. He is truly a unique individual, a unique candidate. But if he is, have him on. Oh, dude, I would love to. I've already told people, like, Tim Walz, 100%. I would love to talk to him. I would love to have him on the stream. I am a fan. All right. Let's watch.
The start of the war. This video, just into CNN, appears to show more Ukrainian forces ramping up in Ukraine's Sumy region. Well, here's a closer look at the volatile region near that border. Ukraine's Sumy region is in blue. Russia's Kursk and Belgorod regions are coloured in yellow. This is the critical area where Ukrainian troops are crossing over into Russia. CNN's Fred Platkin is following this story for us from Berlin. What do you make of what we are seeing happening on the ground, and why?
Well, I think one of the things that you just said is absolutely correct. This is an absolutely critical area, both for the Ukrainians and for the Russians. In fact, the Ukrainians were for a long time expecting the Russians to mount an offensive from the Kursk region into the Sumy region to try and go south and push south from there. It appears as though the Ukrainians have been a lot faster than the Russians in mounting such a thing. I think one of the things that's also worth pointing out, Becky, you just showed us that video of the Ukrainians amassing on the border in the Sumy region. They apparently managed to do that completely in secret. Even Ukraine's allies seem to have had absolutely no clue that this was happening. They took their allies by surprise, obviously took the Russians by surprise as well. Now, one of the things that we are indeed hearing from the Ukrainians is that they're
Ukraine is probably doing this to distract from the bad condition on the Donbass front, but as an innocent anti-Ukrainian American who follows this conflict closely, I've shot on Friday and a little pride to see them bring the chaos to Russia. The Emperor Putin has no clothes. I don't know what they seek to achieve here, because like they can't permanently annex it, right? Like they don't have the logistics. They don't have like the capacity to like consistently bring in additional supplies necessary to annex it. So I don't get it. Unless they like successfully divert forces. No, it's about trading the land back in a negotiation deal. No, I get that, but you have to keep it for that to happen. It definitely applies a lot of pressure, I think, to Putin. Like it is a massive, massive fuck you. Because like Putin is a strong man. Like making Russia feel the burden of the war further is obviously going to harm him. It's going to humiliate him. But that also kind of leads to like him behaving in an irrational manner, whether it be like fucking nuclear power plants lighting on fire or whatever the fuck. This large salient seems more of an opportunity that came from trying to get more negotiating leverage on the front. I think so. But I don't know if you can what do you call it? If you can't keep it, then can you use it as a trading piece? I think it probably is just more so diverting forces. Here is Rob Lee. Our guys do not feel any relief, says Artem Zhepko, a press officer with Ukraine's National Police Brigade, which is fighting near the strategically important town of Chasiv Yar in the Donetsk region of eastern Ukraine. Russian forces there were still using as many as 10 aerial bombs a day, he said. On Monday morning, the attacks near Toretsk continued, said Yevhen Strokan, a senior lieutenant and a commander of the combat drone platoon of the 206th Territorial Defense Battalion. I don't feel a decrease in intensity, Mr. Strokan said. Everything is being assaulted in the same way. That's from the, I think it's from this New York Times article, maybe? But we shall see. 9/11 showed us you can destabilize a country with a single well-landed attack. Bro, what? That's not a comparison. Like... Dude, what? Bro, they did not 9/11 Russia by taking over a border town. Also, Russia is not America. Also, if Russia had the capacity to do America shit, post 9/11, that would not be good for Ukraine, nor would it be good for Poland even. Because like an American equivalent of like what we did to the rest of the world, I guess it would be like Russia just like skipping Ukraine. Ukraine does a 9/11 on Russia. Russia skips Ukraine and starts like attacking China because that's what we did. Saudi Arabia conducts 9/11 on America. America goes after Saudi Arabia's enemies. So Russia invades Canada. Facing Ukrainian incursion, Putin directs his rage at the West. Russian forces are pummeling Ukrainian positions along the front lines. Ukrainian military officials said as attacks on Russian soil by Ukraine continue. I feel like Russia will ignore Kursk incursion until there's a breakthrough at Chasiv Yar because Chasiv Yar is a strategically important position due to its elevation. If Russia takes that, it completely fucks up the defensive lines for Ukraine. Also, we are assuming from a Western democratic lens that Putin is now in danger because people are going to turn against him. There's no proof to demonstrate that. The approval rating for Putipu and the war is still relatively high despite their increase in the protest. Yeah, but making average Russians actually feel some kind of consequences for Russia's incursions in this regard, while also simultaneously weakening Putin in the eyes of Russians when they see him as an authoritarian strongman who's going to bring back, like, you know, USSR territory and might to Russia is probably going to create additional stress points against Putin that he doesn't like, that he has to deal with ultimately. Like I said, though, I don't know how long they can keep this incursion going. You know what I mean? Well, let's see what CNN has to say.
Forces, they say, are pushing on and are trying to gain more ground. Here's what we're learning.
Ukrainian troops sweeping through Russian territory. Dear Ukrainians, this soldier starts and then says his forces went into a Russian supermarket, but that Ukrainian stores have a better selection. Videos released of several areas inside Russia showing Ukraine soldiers taking down Russian flags and raising Ukraine's. And while the Kremlin claims its forces have held up Ukraine's advances in some areas, posting videos of bombed-out alleged Ukrainian vehicles, the numbers the Kremlin...
Could it no longer reduce support for Ukraine in the West as they're no longer just defending their own land? I don't think people give a shit about that much. I think the only thing that people care about in terms of Ukraine is like how it affects their fucking gas prices. Like, defense contractors care about offloading their shitty weapons that they haven't been using, that have just been, you know, collecting dust in their warehouses, and then making a pretty penny off of it. And that's the reason why they want to continue it. American State Department officials are interested in, you know, hurting Russia as much as possible, undermining a foreign adversary's military prowess to the best of their ability without using a single fucking active duty service member, like putting them in harm's way. And the average citizen just simply cares about like gas prices and how expensive it is to like heat their homes. So like once winter comes around, that's when like pressure mounts. It's not like a lot of this. The thing is, these guys that are selling like chips and shit, Turkey, directly selling it to Russia, or Western allies directly selling, not to Russia, but to Kazakhstan and then selling to Russia, and everybody utilizing India as a mediator for oil and gas, has only raised the prices of certain things, but ultimately has not like changed like change trade all that dramatically. You know what I mean?
Does admit are staggering. Almost 30 villages under Ukrainian control, more than 120,000 Russian civilians evacuated in the
I hate when you say it like that because it's like you're implying we shouldn't do it. I mean, there is a way to do it, and the best way to have conducted it was to either, and I don't know, I'm not like a military expert at all, but it seems like one of the best things you could have done was immediately fucking beef up Ukrainian defenses, or come to some sort of detente, some sort of conclusion with Vladimir Putin when he was doing military exercises on the border. If you took his threat seriously, I certainly didn't, very famously, and reinforced the Minsk protocols a third time. Okay. But if that wasn't going to happen, then do weapons transfers. And then when Ukraine actually had the upper hand, the leverage after the failed supposed special military operation, failure, before Russia blitzkrieged all the way over to the Dnieper River, in the territories that it pummeled into the ground and then now has permanently annexed, you could have had a ceasefire negotiation that Zelensky has actually put forward that I thought was a decent ceasefire proposal that would push certain aspects of the conversation down a couple years. That was the best. That was the best point of leverage that Ukraine had. Since then, they've lost a lot of that leverage, and Russia just took over, 20% of Ukrainian territory and just sat on it and mined the fuck out of it and have hardened their positions ever since. And they just keep trying to take over additional higher land every now and then that is serving as a defensive position against the front lines that Russia has pushed inside of Ukrainian territory. You know what I mean?
Kursk region alone, and more under evacuation orders in Belgorod region to the south. Russian President Vladimir Putin irate, vowing to respond while ripping into Ukraine and its Western allies.
It appears that the enemy, with the help of its Western masters, is fulfilling their will, and the West is fighting us with the hands of the Ukrainians. So, it looks like the enemy is seeking to improve its negotiating position for the future. The enemy will certainly receive a worthy response, and all our objectives will undoubtedly be achieved.
All this as Russia and Ukraine blame each other for what appears to be a major fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southern Ukraine, an area under Russian control. So far, no increased radiation levels have been detected. Kiev has published little information about its offensive into Russian territory, but Ukraine's president justifying the incursion.
From the beginning of this summer, and only from the Kursk region, our Sumy region suffered all.
I mean, there is something very ironic and rather funny about, like, more war is not funny. It's obviously awful, but like, there is something a little ridiculous about Vladimir Putin being like, how could they do this to us? Like, come on, dude. Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing to ask. I mean, you got.
Almost 2,000 strikes. Artillery, mortars, drones. We also monitor every missile strike, and each such strike deserves a fair response.
It's just like, it also is so fucking Israel, dude. Holy shit. That conversation that Vladimir Putin had with Tucker Carlson, a conversation more like a glaze sesh, will live in my mind permanently, because I after that, my understanding of the equation changed so dramatically, where like I saw it with my own two fucking eyes, that he just was like, why can't I be your Israel? Like, America, I would love to be your Israel. Why won't you let me be your Israel? Like, he literally said, we're a capitalist nation too. We're not socialist anymore. We're not communist anymore. We're a fucking capitalist nation. Why can't we be your Israel, please?
And it seems Ukraine's response is not over yet, even as Moscow scrambles to prevent further loss of territory.
And that's actually something, Becky, that we've been monitoring as well. The Russians obviously saying that they're pulling additional units.
Putin isn't good, but Ukrainians are Nazis universally, so I'd rather support Russia. Come on, dog. That's insane. Bro, your brain is broken by what? Like, I don't know if you read too many fucking Associated Press reports where they just only seem to have dudes with fucking like black sun tattoos and shit prominently displayed, but no, the entirety of Ukraine is not Nazi. That's insane. Yeah. Look, the denazification argument was insanely stupid. Not only because obviously there's nationalism issues within Russia as the Russian forces as well. And also, more importantly, there is no denazification, okay? Like, there's no, like, you don't invade a country to be like, we're going to denazify the country. If you invade a country, you Nazify the country. Like, those guys are now the best heroes, okay? Like, dudes who would have normally fought against those football hooligans and fascists and whatnot are now looking to them and going, okay, well, you're defending me against the fucking bombs blowing up in my head. I love you now. There is no denazification. Yeah, it's like de-Hamasification. It's so stupid. Once you fucking bomb every building block, every city block, all of a sudden, once you start treating everyone like they're fucking Azov battalion or whatever, then everyone is functionally Azov battalion. It also ends up, and this is like another thing that I've said so much. I've said so much. How come when Vietnam got invaded, it became less Nazi and more communist then? Great question. It's because America, the invading forces, aligned with the Nazis. Okay? There was also, obviously, a counterbalance to that sort of thing back then that no longer exists. Ideological counterbalance and also foreign intervention that used to exist back then that no longer exists. Good question, though. Vietnam was never Nazi? No, like, there were fascists in Vietnam. There were. The Southern Vietnamese government was doing fascist shit nonstop.
It's into that area trying to hold the Ukrainians up. They've also posted video on all of their social media channels, really, of planes from the Russian Federation allegedly bombing Ukrainian positions, Ukrainian vehicles allegedly getting destroyed. But the fact of the matter is that the Russians are indeed asking citizens in regions that are further and further east towards the city of Kursk to evacuate those areas, which could be an indication that the Ukrainians are indeed still moving forward. Becky.
It's good to have you, Fred. Thank you. Joining us now is Shashank Joshi, who's the defence editor at The Economist, and it's extremely good to have you. Your analysis and insight so important on a day like today. Ukraine's top military commander has said his forces command 1,000 square kilometres of Russia's Kursk region. About 10,000 Ukrainian troops, as we understand it, have crossed into Russia. Ukraine has, through this war, been outmatched, but this surprise attack has been, it seems, successful. What does this change in strategy and potential shift in power balance mean for this war, do you think?
Well, first of all, Ukraine has changed the narrative. That's the most important thing. Whatever else happens, it has busted the assumption that Ukraine's on the back foot, that it can't regain the initiative. But I will say this. It is still, and we mustn't lose sight of this, losing ground in Donetsk province in eastern Ukraine. In fact, in the last couple of days...
I don't think they have. But I do think that it gives enough rope to the Western media to be like, oh, they changed the narrative. They're doing the damn thing. But like, what happens when they're no longer doing the damn thing? You know what I mean? Like, this is the thing about like the counteroffensive, right? They brought up the counteroffensive. The counteroffensive is going to happen. We're going to have a crazy... we're going to have this counteroffensive. It's going to be awesome. The counteroffensive is going to be the sickest counteroffensive you've ever seen. They're going to purge the Russian orcs from its territorial boundaries. And it's like, and then it failed. And then Western media dropped it immediately. Like they never talked about it ever again. So all this does is seemingly offer false hope to a lot of people. I don't know. It's just the glaringly obvious problem for Ukraine right now is manpower. That's it. Hasan, go back to your country. This is my country. What do we do then? I don't understand why you're so anti-Ukraine succeeding. What? This is a crazy chatter. I have no control over Russia. Neither do I have control over American foreign policy. Okay? Yes, I want the Russian forces to retreat. I don't want Russia to invade Ukraine. I don't want people to be killed in the fucking meat grinder. But ultimately, my sober analysis over what is going on does not change due to, like, if you want me to do wish casting, that's one thing. But if you want me to look at it seriously, recognizing that Ukraine's, and this has been a problem, this has been an ongoing problem for Ukraine for a couple months now, recognizing Ukraine's manpower problem is not me saying I hope Russia wins. Thinks he's a military analyst? I'm not.
We've seen Russian forces move to within 15 kilometers or so of a very important town in the east of Ukraine called Pokrovsk. And I say this not to take away from Ukraine's remarkable achievements inside Russia in the last week, but to point out that these are all trade-offs. These have come at a cost. And so Ukraine has changed that narrative, but it must be very careful that the result isn't a loss of territory inside its own soil and what ultimately could turn out to be heavy losses inside Russia as well. It's got to consolidate these gains and understand the...
Why are you defeatist with Ukraine but not Palestine? What? I'm not defeatist with Ukraine and not Palestine. There's a major difference between Ukraine and Gaza. That is, Gaza are America's historic enemies, Arabs, Muslims, okay? The group pummeling Gaza is America's greatest ally, Israel, okay? The group conducting ethnic cleansing in Gaza is Israel, okay? While there are similarities between Ukraine and Gaza, the similarities end very quickly when you look at who America is funding and facilitating on on both of these different conflicts. I also happen to want the same exact thing in both, which is a ceasefire, a permanent end to hostilities.
The right time to pull back and the right time to cash in the chips that it's gained in the last 5 days.
It has more to work with going forward than it did, some 4 or 5 months ago. I mean, there is more coming into Ukraine from both the West and very specifically from the US. In a recent piece in your publication, The Economist, it was written that the delivery of the F-16s can be seen as a morale boost rather than a strategic game changer. Writing, but with numbers building up slowly, it may take time before the F-16s can have much impact. A recent report by the CSIS, another think tank, argues that Ukraine needs many more aircraft than have so far been promised. We're 2.5 years into this war. The US in particular is seeing pushback domestically for its support. Does Ukraine, are we seeing at this stage evidence that Ukraine feels more empowered and with this new equipment can be projecting, more strength going forward? For example, what impact are these F-16s going to have?
Yeah, and yet you called Russia, Israel in this conflict and not Ukraine that were killing its own people in the eastern territories who opposed the 2014 coup instead of negotiating or giving them federal status. Brother, you are fucking crazy. Okay? I love this narrative. Russia's narratives are so fucking fraudulent in terms of its invasion of Ukraine. Obviously, an invasion of a foreign country violating its sovereignty is always going to be met with a shit ton of ridiculous claims as to why it must be conducted. But like, how is that exactly a narrative? I don't know. 14,000 killed in Donbass. Now how many fucking people have been killed? Is Donbass so protected now? Yeah, we have to protect the eastern Ukrainian territories where there's a lot of Russian sympathy. And how do we do that? By fucking destroying Kharkiv. We will really get our message across by throwing hundreds of thousands of conscripts into the fucking meat grinder on the Russian side. Yeah, really, you solved it, dude. You fucking really saved it. Okay? Like, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous argument to make. Whenever people ask me, what should have Russia done, Hasan? It's just, do China, okay? Do Chinese shit. Liberation as cause? Come on, dude. You are not liberating. Then that's like saying Ukraine was liberating its own fucking territory by bombing it. Okay? How come only Russia gets to liberate the territory by bombing it and killing people? But when Ukraine is bombing it, you're like, well, that was bad and wrong. But when Russia is bombing the same exact territory and mining it into fucking oblivion, then it's liberation. Like, that's crazy. I just, I don't think that there's any defensible. Like, I don't think this is even remotely defensible. And that's why I've always made the difference. I've always talked about the difference between Crimea and other parts, which is something that a lot of pro-Ukrainian chatters despise me over and will say that, like, I am a supporter of, like, Russian invasion of Ukraine. Okay? New entry into the HasanAbi doctrine, do China. That's what I mean, yeah.
Becky, I think you answered that at the beginning correctly by pointing out that these will have limited impact. I know that some people would want to see...
Yeah, that's why we need Donald Trump, so we can fix it. We need Donald Trump so we can... Do you think I should feel guilty booking a spa day at Sundara with everything going on in Gaza and Ukraine? What the fuck?
See these new systems coming in and offering some kind of decisive change on the battlefield. But in truth, the F-16s ought to be seen as a long-term replacement for Ukraine's aging, And
when you say mining, do you mean like coal? No, dude, mines, like landmines. Landmines that go boom when you step on it.
Depleted fleet of Soviet-designed aircraft, MiGs and Sukhois. The fact of the matter is, these F-16s are not going to be flying American style over the front lines, swooping over Russian troops. I think what they're going to be doing in the main, in the first months of their existence at least, is to be providing air defense over Ukraine against Russian drones and missiles. They'll be sitting back tens of kilometers away from the front line, shooting down these Iranian-made drones and other cruise missiles coming in over the border. And that's a very valuable mission. But let's make no mistake, it doesn't mean they're going to be providing air cover right on the edge of the border, allowing Ukrainians to stream into Russia again. We've really got to keep expectations in check of what these planes can achieve.
Let's talk about the wider story here. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, has said in taking the fight to Russia that this is key to achieving peace. And I just want you and our viewers to have a listen to specifically what he said.
It is only fair to destroy Russian terrorists where they are, where they launch their strikes from. Russian military airfields, Russian logistics. We see how useful this can be for bringing peace closer. Russia must be forced into peace if Putin wants to continue waging war so badly.
And Ukraine's head of military administration said, and I quote him here, "They are feeling what we have been feeling for years, since 2014. This is an historical event." Is this about forcing Putin's hand, getting him to a negotiating table to broker peace on Kyiv's terms rather than on Putin's terms at this point? What's your sense here?
Well, Ukraine, like all of us, is watching the American elections, and it realizes there is a chance that a Trump presidency, if that is what occurs, is more likely to cut Ukrainian aid off and to force Kyiv into a deal that the Ukrainian government would view as highly unfavorable. And so you could see this kind of operation as a way of preempting some of that and saying that, first of all, Ukraine still has options, and second of all, that simply freezing the lines as they are is not an acceptable solution because, look, Ukraine is in charge of Russian soil as well. So this is, I think, absolutely a way for Ukraine to say it can strengthen its hand in any talks that occur.
Now to President Biden's mission.
Biden awards $150 million for better tumor removal surgeries. We're skipping that. There was a couple different things I wanted to talk about. Oh, we'll do the Bernie Sanders. We'll do the Bernie Sanders thing. Yeah, look, all I'm going to say is this. Okay.
It's not true.
All I'm going to say is this. My suspicion is, yeah, we got the kick video too. My suspicion is once Lebanese forces, Hezbollah and the IRGC and Hamas retaliate against Israel, a country in the region that is routinely violating other nations' sovereignty, America will back them in the same tone and with the same feverish pitch as Ukraine doing a counter invasion after being invaded. Of course, because we are obviously not hypocritical. We would never, ever assume the exact opposite stance on both of these issues, you know? This guy, immigrants are becoming U.S. citizens at fastest clip in years. The government has reduced the backlog of applications that built up during the Trump administration. New citizens say they are looking forward to voting. Do I need to spell it out for you? Says Jeremy Carl, the great replacement. Elon Musk retweeted this, by the way. Senior fellow at the Claremont Institute, former research fellow at the Hoover Institute, U.S. Department Assistant Secretary of the Interior. That was also, Elon also retweeted this, which is from the Trump War Room. Official account. Import the third world, become the third world. This is Euro-style racism. Like, this is unique to America, this level. America has its own version of this, obviously. Not to say that America is like less racist than Europe. I would never say that. We are very, very good at being racist on our own. We've just never, in my experience, never hit this like Euro level racism. Peep the comments, he responded. The racism is off the charts here. Wow. I am thinking that we are so back. Get agent connected with Matt and Jacob.
Yeah, how you doing?
Are you Usopp from One Piece?
Am I Usopp from One Piece? Yes, yeah. Yeah, how'd you know?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Wait, you're lying.
No, I am. I'm his brother, technically. No, I'm just delivering pizzas. I'm Peter Parker for the day. Huh?
You're broke?
Am I broke? No, people need their pizzas delivered. It doesn't mean you're broke. Yeah, for sure. That almost felt like a meme interaction, chat. What the fuck? There's no way that's how people talk to DoorDash delivery drivers and shit. Are you broke?
Yes, they do. What? Straw Hats continually are broke. Yeah, this is hilarious. Who's agent? I recognize his face. He's a part of the AMP. He's responsible for making AMP, actually. Oh, also, we have some good news. The Algerian boxer Iman Khalif is suing both J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk. That's not one, but two billionaires. Hey, I am so supportive of this, okay? Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. Cyberbullying lawsuit filed by Algerian boxer Iman Khalif. J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk have both been named in the criminal complaint to French authorities over alleged acts of aggravated cyber harassment. Get your money up, Queen. Okay? And it's wonderful because both of them are so fucking rich. Okay? They are so goddamn wealthy. This makes me so happy. You got to sue someone who has the money. You know what I mean? And it is rather interesting. I have noticed something. I've noticed that a lot of fucking people actually deleted their Iman Khalif tweets. Some people have not tweeted at all, like J.K. Rowling. I believe, what was it, Chris Hitchens? He deleted all of his tweets about the Olympics. Or was it not Chris Hitchens? Sorry, fucking Richard Dawkins. Hitchens is dead. It's the same shit, though. It's the same guy. I always mix and match my fucking edgy Islamophobic atheists. Hitchens died before he could turn into a Dawkins style. I actually think I am Christian after all, culturally. Wouldn't it be on J.K. Rowling to not tweet on this? Kamala and Tim holding a rally at the RNC Arena in Milwaukee. Yeah. Lawyer up Chaya. It appears that Chaya Raichik may have made her tweets attacking Iman Khalif while in Portugal, a country with strong hate speech laws and part of the EU. She might want to consult a lawyer. Hello from Portugal. 4 months ago, the people here voted out their socialist government and shifted to the right. The right-wing party Chega won a staggering 48 parliamentary seats. 2 years ago, they had just won 12. We will do the same this November. Enough with this insanity. They're going to argue that being called trans isn't inherently a bad thing. That one has worked in U.S. courts before, but we'll see how they handle it whenever this happens. Oh, that's so gross. So transphobes have used like, oh, well, I thought being trans wasn't a bad thing as a defense. God, I hate that. Pretty sure they called her a man, though, anyway. So they didn't just call her a trans woman. Pretty sure they just straight up, flat out called her a man. Joe Rogan unretweeted some tweets calling Iman a man. One of the greatest parts about this is that, like, these rich assholes, these are all rich ass motherfuckers that are unimaginably transphobic. So they actually do have the capacity. They actually do have the capacity to be sued, and, like, you know, the person has the capacity to get some awards off of it. So that does make me happy. Richard Dawkins deletes post calling Olympic boxer Iman Khalifa man as she files harassment complaint. Atheists are not exempt from this foolishness too, by the way. This is Richard Dawkins, a biologist for that matter, sharing transphobic propagandistic misinformation about Iman Khalifa. He's even using anti-trans propaganda source. 2 men masquerading as women are being allowed to box against real women in the Olympics. Biker who identifies as a cyclist wins Tour de France. Please don't watch that video. It's terrible. Well made, but it's vile. No, we're going to watch it. I don't think Piers Morgan deleted his tweets. Oh, before we move on, here is 2 Tim Walz moments.
Guys are even attacking me for my record of service. And I just want to say, I'm proud to serve my country, and I always will be. With my dad's encouragement, a guy who served in the Army during the Korean War, I signed up for the Army National Guard 2 days after my 17th birthday. I served for the next 24 years for the same reason all my brothers and sisters in uniform do. We love this country. Then in 2005, I felt the call of duty again, this time of being service to my country in the halls of Congress. My students inspired me to run for that office, and I was proud to make it to Washington. I was a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee and a champion of our men and women in uniform. I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record. To anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
So, yeah, he cooked on that front, the service thing, which was objectively a very normal way to react to a very weird accusation. But here's a really good one.
Vice President Harris and I have both had the privilege of joining workers on the picket line. And it's why, as governor, I signed one of the biggest packages of pro-worker policies in history into law. In Minnesota, we made it easier for workers to form unions. We strengthened workers' protections. And yes, we banned those damn captive audience meetings for good in Minnesota. Last time I said that at a union meeting, they sued me over it. It was the best thing to get sued over I ever said. We're going to continue to ban those meetings. Vice President Harris and I have both had the privilege of joining workers on the picket line. And it's why, as governor, I signed one of the on this ticket.
Awesome speech, but it also shows he really wasn't lying about the teleprompter thing. The reading ahead pauses are adorable. Is he on? He's on a prompter here, I think. What does he mean? He got sued over it? Like anti-union corporations sued him, I think, over it. That's the same clip as the one I sent from Rupar, but the other one is longer and has more context. Oh, he's also the first union member on a presidential ticket since Ronald Reagan, but rest assured I won't lose my way. That's a solid way to talk about that. That is pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy that Ronald Reagan was a fucking union leader, like a labor leader. God, he was such a piece of shit. Fucking hate him. Oh my God. This is a funny one.
By the way, here's a little fact that they just told me. By the way, my week has been very interesting since last Tuesday, as you might guess. But here's a fact they shared with me as I came here to make this this opportunity.
Yes, he was the labor leader for SAG, Screen Actors Guild.
Say
Ronald
thank you.
Reagan.
I happen to be the first union member on a presidential ticket since Ronald Reagan. But rest assured, I won't lose my way. Probably should be a few more union members in elected office, President Saunders. We might want to work at that. I think I'm looking at some. So you heard the story. You knew.
Teamsters Black Caucus endorsed Harris, but the Congress itself still won't. God, I hate being from Boston. Sean O'Brien pisses me off. I don't understand why he's doing this. The vice president at large is now challenging his position. Hog that, what is this? Apparently it's not true. This is wrong. Donald Trump was also a member of the Screen Actors Guild and resigned in February 2021 after facing potential expulsion over January 6th. Yo! Donald Trump was also SAG. Oh my God, they're both the worst. Oh my God. Oh my God, if you're a SAG guy, if you were ever in SAG, you should not be anywhere near the presidency. I'm sorry. Oh my God, that's 2 for 2. That's literally 2 for 2. Also, Ronald Reagan was literally the fucking president of SAG. It wasn't like he was some random card-carrying rank and filer in SAG. Donald Trump, on the other hand, was he had to be in Screen Actors Guild. Aren't you in SAG for Sodas? No, Sodas was a scab production. Remember,
Vice President Harris grew up in a middle-class family, picked up shifts at that McDonald's as a student. I keep asking this to make a contrast here. Can you simply picture Donald Trump working at a McDonald's trying to make a McFlurry or something? He knows us. He couldn't run that damn McFlurry machine if it cost him anything. So.
Yeah, he was in SAG fucking clapping commies in Hollywood. Okay. Senator Bernie Sanders was on Theo Vaughn. Is this good? Is this a banger?
He's one of my favorites.
You have one of the points I think a little bit, but
Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be with you, Theo.
I really appreciate it.
To the video?
I have some new tour dates I want to tell you.
A government dominated by big money interests, right? That's no great secret. So you have these billionaires now in their super PACs. If you're a billionaire, you can contribute hundreds of millions of dollars to elect people, to feed people.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
If you're a large corporation or you represent the pharmaceutical industry, do you know how many lobbyists there are in Washington, D.C. representing the big drug companies? Take a wild and crazy guess.
2,000.
You got it. That's a pretty good guess. About 1,800.
Wow.
So there are 100 members of the Senate and 435 members of the House. Got it? 535. And you got 1,800 lobbyists. Well-paid, former leaders of the Democratic Party, leaders of the Republican Party. They're there to say, hey, Congress, do everything you can to make sure we make as much money as possible. And who gives a damn whether people can afford the prescription drugs they need? So that's power.
So you have a whole other drug government almost going on.
Absolutely.
That's even bigger than our own government. Numbers wise.
Well, not big. That's we can define what we mean by bigger, but
that's fair.
But if you look at Wall Street, the power of Wall Street, the drug companies, the insurance companies, the fossil fuel industry, you have enormous wealth, enormous power. And if your question is it government that tells them what to do or they tell what the government to do? More the latter. They tell the government what to do. Very powerful.
Does it feel like that's changed over your time, like in politics, or has it always been that way?
I think to some degree, money talks, right?
Yeah.
No great secret. That's always been the case. It's worse now, and I'll tell you why. As a result of this Citizens United Supreme Court decision, you familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
So people brought action. Billionaires really brought action. They said, hey, it's undemocratic. You're taking away my freedom of speech, right? I got a First Amendment right. We're on TV now. You could say whatever you want to say, and I'm a billionaire, and I want to spend unlimited sums of money to defeat this candidate or support this candidate, and you have laws on the books now which restrict my freedom to buy the election. You understand what I'm saying?
100%.
Okay. And the Supreme Court said, well, guys, you're right. You're billionaires. You should be able to spend as much money as you want to buy elections. And that's what you have. So right now, this is literally the truth. You have super PACs where billionaires can put unlimited amounts of money, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to defeat people they don't like or to support people they do like. That's power. And that is a corruption of what democracy is supposed to be. Look, you and I can disagree on an issue, all right? 10 people. We argue it out, we vote, I get the majority, you get the majority, somebody wins, somebody loses. I don't think billionaires should be able to buy elections.
And I think most people think that. Most people are like, why are corporations or companies allowed to give money to candidates and influence elections, right? Almost every person I know says that should be no. Whose responsibility is it to make sure it doesn't happen? Is it ours or is it the politicians?
Well, what happened is there were laws put in place, not as strong as I would like, which did limit the power of big money.
Yeah.
Okay. And what that Supreme Court decision said is what Congress did was unconstitutional, denied big money their freedom of speech. If you're a billionaire.
Bro, is Theo Vaughn doing reverse Joe Rogan? He had Bassem Youssef on. He's having Bernie on. What's next? Is he going to have me on? What the fuck's going on here? Why is he doing this?
You have freedom of speech. That means you can run ads all over the day.
I know Joe Rogan had Bernie on too. Okay, I know. How do I get Bernie on? I haven't really tried. I'm pretty sure I could. Bro, you're the same as Bernie Sanders. Come on. No, man, from a fucking podcast circuit, if he was like Joe Rogan. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking stupid. That's not what I meant, obviously. That's why I brought up Bassem Youssef as well. Okay? It would be like the equivalent. Joe Rogan having right-wingers on all the time. The left-wing equivalent of that would be having a person like myself on. Fuck, man, my entire fan base, bro. You guys have knives out for me all the time, dude. I'm not expecting you to give me my fucking flowers, okay? I'm not. But holy shit. Holy shit. Y'all are so ready to fucking shove down anything I say. Knives are out at all points, dude. Holy moly. Yo, have a fraction of the smoke for my haters, please. Okay? I know I serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour and some of you guys get bent out of shape. Okay? Many of you are subscribed in order to avoid the top of the hour ad break. That means you can run ads all over the day at the top of the hour. That's what Bernie's talking about. King Conqueror, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Remember when everyone scolded Bernie for going on Rogan and successfully advocating for progressive principles? Yeah, I know. I thought that was so fucking lame that everyone was yelling at him over that. Oh, God. What a fucking awful timeline that was. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
And to, beat Bernie Sanders, beat anybody. And that's what happened. So what we have got to do now is once again pass legislation that will do that.
Are there politicians that aren't viable, kind of, or aren't influenced by lobbyists?
Of course there are.
There
Yes,
are.
there are. Yeah, and there's some very good people, but many people look. Just throw out an example. You're running for election, okay? Your opponent is spending millions of dollars. These TV ads are up there. All right. Do you think you're going to stand up to powerful special interests who say, Theo, listen, I like you, but you're going to take that position on that issue. I got to be running millions of dollars of ads against you. What do you think you're going to do if you want to get elected? You could say, well, go to hell. I'm going to do it anyhow. And many would do. Or you run the risk of, seeing that kind of money come against you.
Or you then have to find a lobbyist that has an interest of yours and you have to try and fight back.
Which is a pretty pathetic thing, right?
Right.
So to some degree, what you have right now, it's a funny kind of thing. It's, let's say you were running against me. It's not you against me. It's your moneyed interest versus my moneyed interest. That's what super PACs are.
Yeah.
Now, corporations cannot directly contribute to your campaign, but big money interests, billionaires.
Yeah, they just can't have direct communication with the campaign, which, by the way, ain't nobody is listening to that, okay? You just get like someone in your orbit to communicate with the PAC anyway. It's one of the biggest, like, oh God, it's such bullshit. Like, I hate the system so much. Like, who the fuck are you fooling, bro? It is just bribery. That's it.
Can contribute to a super PAC. So you have all these, what I would say to you, people watch the show here, look at the...
Yeah, Trump literally had an aide text a PAC owner on the Montana plane last week.
Ads that are on television, they'll be underneath it, you'll see paid for by supporters of the American way of life or whatever the hell it is. Understand that in most cases, these are billionaires putting money into a candidate.
So the super PAC is kind of the loophole.
Yep.
Is how they do it. So it's not directly from them.
Exactly. There are limits. All right, you wanted to contribute to my campaign. They're pretty stringent limits. You can't contribute. I think it's $5,000. To a super PAC,
even Bernie doesn't know the max contribution limit, which is pretty funny.
You can contribute $100 million.
Wow.
That's a big issue. We don't talk about it enough. And then you can understand that if you're an ordinary person, who's going to listen to your interests, your needs, right? When billionaires are putting in this kind of money.
Right. If the best I can help you out with is $5,000, you might show up and shake my hand, but when the rickshaw hits the road or whatever, you're going to be working for the big dogs for the cash.
You got it. That's the way the system works.
And how do we change that?
Well, first of all, this campaign finance reform is a big deal. Just this one issue, and I'm glad you raised it. We got to do away with the citizens unit. We have to have restrictions. Okay. When I ran for president, the average contribution was $27. Okay. Roughly speaking. And we got millions of people to contribute. So I think there has to be a real stringent limit on the amount of money that any individual can put into the political process. And I also believe that we should move to what we call public funding of elections. You're a candidate, all right? You want to run for governor, you want to run for senator. If you show that you have a certain amount of support, you got X number of thousands of people willing to put $5 into your campaign, you can be able to get public funding, and there's a limit at how much you can spend. These are not radical ideas.
These are a lot of the reasons why I can't discount him for his post-October 7 rhetoric on Israel. You know what I mean?
They exist in many countries around the world, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. Do you think that our election...
I wanted to hate Theo, but I can't. No, he is very lovable. Everything I hear from him, even when he's being genuinely unhinged, he'll sometimes say something that I feel like if anyone else was delivering that same speech, I'd be like, this is a racist guy. What the fuck? Or this is the most ableist motherfucker on the planet. Holy shit. But he has a way of doing it in a way where he's like, I'm just a dumbass. And it just ends up being very funny. I don't know how he does it, but he is very consistent. And also, I think more importantly, he always does legitimately come across like he has an open mind.
Process is still democratic. Do you think it's still?
Yes and no. I mean, you want to run for office. Can you? Yeah, you can. You got a certain number of signatures. But if you're going to win, and I have 10 times more money than you do, I will beat you 95% of the time. Wow. I mean, that's a fact, right?
Right, 100%.
You'll beat me. Maybe if you're really an exceptional candidate and I'm a real idiot, you will beat me once in a while. But by and large, the money people will win. So if you're asking me, are we a democracy? In one sense, we are. All right, you can run for office. You can raise your issues. On the other hand, in terms of who has the real power, money people do. And I use the term oligarchy. An oligarchy is a society where small numbers of very wealthy people control the economic and political life of the country. I think we are moving rapidly in that direction.
Yeah, I feel like to me, it feels like almost privatized communism in a way.
Right. That's a very good point. It's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly sometimes everything of what communism is and what socialism is, but sometimes that's how it feels.
Well, let me give you an example. Can I pick up on your point?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I believe we are the only nation on earth, major nation, wealthy nation, that does not guarantee health care to all people, okay? Get in your car, go 50 miles where you are sitting right now in Burlington, Vermont. You have a terrible automobile accident. You're in the hospital for a month in Canada. Do you know what the bill is when you come out? Zero.
Nothing.
Okay. Do you know how much the Canadians spend per person on healthcare compared to us? 1/2 as much. They spend half as much. You don't take out your wallet. If you get sick, you go to the doctor that you want. Okay. I believe in that type of system. They guarantee healthcare to all of their people.
Mm-hmm.
It's publicly funded the way we fund police departments, fire departments, and libraries. Okay. You got to pay taxes for it. But at the end of the day, it is less expensive for your healthcare. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're a proponent for healthcare for all, right?
I absolutely.
And yes, and you always have been. And but how the system seems so rigged because you have like one of the number one causes of bankruptcy in America is medical debt, right?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Like people can't, they go in, they don't even know the cost. They sign an agreement that they're going to be billed later, right? It's like, and then they get the bill and it's astronomical and they spend the rest of their life literally a slave to the healthcare system or to the medical billing system or the dealing with their insurance, and not to mention they're sick. So the added stress of that, it just feels like something so much better could be done.
Theo, that is so pathetic and so sick and so cruel. I mean, we did a hearing on this, and roughly speaking, and I know the viewers will think this is like hard to believe. Half of the people who are dealing with cancer, now cancer is a terrible disease, right? Your point.
100%.
You're struggling for your life, right?
Bad, yeah,
Maybe
bad.
you make it, maybe you don't. You got radiation, chemotherapy, bad stuff, right? Half the people who get cancer treatment either end up in bankruptcy or utilizing all of the financial resources of the family. They're depleted. They're broke. So imagine that. You go into the hospital. Doctor says, Theo, sorry, you got cancer, terrible. You're worried to death, right? Your friends, your family are worried. And then on top of that, what are you worried about? Oh, my God. What, I'm going to have to sell my house? Or I have to go bankrupt in order to pay medical bills? That is insane.
Yeah.
And it adds, if you're trying to deal with cancer, then you got to worry about financial stress.
I think the best part of this is that, like, if someone tried to, I guess, like, neo-lib pill Theo Vaughn in the opposite direction, it would always fail because, like, the counter argument to what Bernie Sanders is saying, where he's, like, coming at this from a point of empathy, caring about the plight of the common man, and how damaging and how devastating it is when you are undergoing a phenomena that does not exist anywhere else in the developed world, medical bankruptcy, right? The counter narratives are almost always like profit motive driven, like unless you're like a right winger and you're just like, well then, and you just start lying and say like, well, your taxes are going to be 90% and also there's not going to be a doctor and also they're going to kill you if you go to the hospital unless you're gay. And then if you're not gay, they're going to make you gay. They're going to sodomize you and then make you gay. Like, unless you just straight up make up examples, if you actually try to argue this from the perspective that like the Democratic Party tries to argue it on, it's almost always about the bottom line of like the pharmaceutical industry and private insurance, which absolutely zero people who are normal will give a fuck about. They'd be like, what are you saying to me? The right-wing counter to this is just like, doctors will make you homosexual. The neoliberal right-wing argument counter against it is like, what about the profits of the shareholders?
Think it's going to make your condition any better?
No, the worst. You spend half your day, you can't even, in the insurance companies, it's all a rigmarole. It's constant stress. But how is it set up like that? Like, what is the gimmick between insurers and the hospital? That's the thing I don't know. What's going on?
All right, take it a step. Let's take a step further.
Okay.
Let me talk about the Canadian system. All right.
Okay.
Simple system. You pay taxes. And progressive. The more you make, the more you pay. But everyone pays taxes. All right. End result is you walk into the hospital, you sign your name, you get all the treatment you need. And it's good quality healthcare. You don't have to argue with insurance companies. You get the care that the doctors think you need. End of discussion. And in my view, that's the way it should be. It's not just that the insurance companies make huge profits. They do. Not just they pay their CEOs exorbitant salaries, which they do. Everybody's got to fill out 1,000 different forms, right? Goes crazy. Filling out forms to see what you're entitled to, what you're not entitled to, deductibles, right?
Yeah, the bureaucracy, it's ridiculous.
Right.
Is that called bureaucracy? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right, so look, you may have health insurance, but I just talked to a person the other day. We had a meeting. You know what their deductible was?
What about the propaganda with Canada where you have to wait for a procedure? Great question. It is entirely due to right-wingers in Canada, both on the Liberal government and also the Conservatives, underfunding the social safety nets. Deliberately, mind you, so that people get resentment and develop resentment towards socialized medicine with the direct goal of trying to privatize key aspects of the industry, which is already happening in certain parts of Canada too. Like this is a deliberate method. You consistently underfund government-funded healthcare. It becomes unmanageable. People start fucking dying. They develop resentment towards these. Institutions. They start saying, "What the fuck is going on? Like, I can't get paid enough." Nurses and doctors are angry. They don't get paid enough. There's not enough staff on payroll on top of that. And then ultimately, the solution is privatization. They're doing this with the NHS. They're trying to do this with the NHS. They're trying to do this with socialized medicine in general. You're technically right, but healthcare is handled on a provincial level, so it's provincial right-wing / lib governments. Yes. That's exactly how it works.
$13,000. What does that mean? It means that the first...
Also, waiting is not for immediate life-saving... like, you don't go into the hospital emergency room with a gunshot wound and they go, "Oh, come back in 3 weeks." That's not how this goes. Wait lists are for procedures, oftentimes elective procedures, or rather procedures that are still life-saving. It's still life-saving procedures, but it's not like immediate. You know what I mean? Like getting a hip replacement. So the question at that point becomes, would you rather wait a month or two to get this hip replacement? Or would you rather be able to get the hip replacement, maybe, if you have enough to pay for it, and then have a lifetime of medical debt as a consequence of it? Try to 6 to 9 months. Like I said, the wait list part of the equation, absolutely has everything to do with underfunding. Okay? That's it. Because there is obviously a finite amount of time and resources that you can spend on this process. So if there's a finite amount of time and resources, there's an allocation of resources that occurs. In the United States of America, the allocation of resources is not distributed by need, who needs this immediately, but by who can pay for it. Okay? The dynamic under capitalism is that the wealthy person's cat takes first priority over a hungry human. Okay? If there's only 2 bags of food, the wealthy person can buy a bag of food for themselves and a bag of food for their cat before you get a bag of food at all. In a socialist distribution, obviously, cuts would need to be made if there was a, this is a reductive argument, but if there was a cut that needed to be made, both humans would get a bag of food instead of the cat. No disrespect to the cat lovers in the chat and dog lovers as well. It's just that, like, give the cat some of your food. You know what I'm saying?
First $13,000 of illness they got to pay out of their own pocket. How many people can make $13,000? So if you get hit by a truck and you run up $1 million bill, yeah, the insurance companies will kick in.
Yeah,
presumably.
Oh, that's the other part. Before I forget, there's obviously also waitlisting in the United States of America as well. There's also another problem in the United States of America, which is like lack of access to care at all in rural areas. Rural hospitals have shut down all around the country. Okay. As we were talking about yesterday, medevacs are becoming more and more commonplace, like helicopters, like helicoptering patients, which is insanely expensive. It's just really fucked up. It's really bad. And the irony, of course, is that these kinds of like anti-socialist, hyper-capitalist measures are first and foremost gutting and eviscerating and destroying rural areas, which happen to vote consistently anti-socialist and consistently Republican. Isn't that crazy? It's not crazy. As material conditions worsen, you become more and more reactionary, and the conservatives fill that gap with, Mexicans are actually stealing your healthcare or whatever kind of narratives, and people tend to believe it. Look at West Virginia. Look no further than West Virginia if you want to see how that works.
All right. So the whole idea that healthcare in America, unlike every other major country, all right, go to Europe, go to Canada, go to many Latin American countries. It is a bloody right, not a privilege. And that's what I think it should be. So we have a system that works very well for the insurance companies and the drug companies. In some cases, you're going to pay 10 times more for medication in America than they do in other countries. That's a whole other story we're trying to deal with right now. But it's a corrupt system benefiting the people who own it, not the ordinary American. You go out on the street, say to people, do you think healthcare is a human right? All people in America should have it. Yeah, we do. That's what.
Yeah, I mean, don't ask that in DZ. Some are going to say it's a privilege.
I'm going to fight for.
And then who are the lobbyists that are against that then?
What do you think? Guys from the insurance companies and the drug companies.
Okay, and then what politicians work with those? Like, why don't we know what politicians are cheating us so that we don't have them in anymore?
All right, you're a smart guy. You tell me, how often have you heard a discussion in this country about how broken the healthcare system is and comparing it to other countries?
A lot.
All right. You've heard a lot about this?
Well, I mean, I think I hear a lot about, I look into it a lot.
All right, you look into it. But how many people even know that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee healthcare to all people? So when people say, oh, Bernie Sanders is a radical idea, he thinks everybody should have healthcare. Really? That exists in Canada, it's in France, in England, in Denmark, in Sweden, in every bloody country on earth, virtually, rich country. So it's not a radical.
And even Mars, I heard. Poor countries too. That's the craziest part. Like, because it's not about, this process is not even necessarily about cost, because it's literally a cost-saving measure, okay? This is about whether or not the government cares about the interests of its citizens and genuinely feels the need to take care of its citizens, or if it cares more about profits for mega corporations. And the reality of the matter is the United States of America, our government abso-fucking-lutely cares more about the profits than they do about each individual citizen's lives, okay? That's all this is. Not even that, it's about the effects of labor unions. I mean, that too, that plays a big role in it too, because like none of these things actually come, none of these advancements, none of these human rights have ever been given to people unconditionally because of the magnanimous nature of the fucking people in positions of power. It just doesn't happen. you have to extract concessions by fighting for them super hard.
They have health care there now.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Now, some people would say that the argument against that would be that then there's less personal responsibility to take care of yourself, right? But do you
really?
But that would be in other countries anyway, right? That would be anywhere.
If God forbid you or I came down with a serious illness tomorrow, am I going to blame you for coming down with cancer?
Isn't the easy counter that Republicans don't trust the government, so paying extra tax for a system you don't trust would be bad? I mean, that is a dumbass argument that Republicans make for sure, but that's just how taxes work in general. You're just now undermining the entire concept behind like paying into taxes. So then you got to go back to square one and basically talk to this person about like how important it is that you have roads. You know what I mean? Like you just have to have roads. And how are you going to build roads? Well, you got to fucking get funds. You got to pool funds and be able to put it together. The other side of it, in terms of the health insurance scam, is that taxes are basically like a singular pool for health insurance, except it's going to the fucking government. Okay? That's why it's cheaper in countries with socialized healthcare. Because obviously it is in the government's interest to ensure that the costs are kept as low as possible. It is not necessarily in the interest of the healthcare industry to keep costs as low as possible. It's just about offsetting as much of the cost back to the patient.
I mean, is that a personal responsibility?
It's a good point. Yeah, probably not. That might just be kind of a ghost of an argument.
And but to pick up on that point, what should one of the priorities of a good healthcare system be? It should be to try to keep people healthy. So it should encourage people to have good diet, to do exercise, to stay away from, addictive stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do we do a particularly good job on that? Not so much. Because where do the insurance companies make their money? Hey, if you're really sick, pretty good.
Yeah.
We keep you healthy, not so much.
Are they one of the largest lobbyist groups?
Yep.
Wow.
Very, very. They're huge. I mean, and we started this discussion. You talk about, privatized communism, whatever the expression you used. I believe that, Medicare is the health insurance program for the elderly.
Mm-hmm.
Medicaid is for lower income people. I think we should combine all these and guarantee health care to all people. But your point is that in the private sector, we are moving to a monopoly. And it's true. People like United Health, unbelievable site. United Health, to the best of my knowledge, has under contract or hires 10% of the doctors in America. Wow. Got that? One insurance company. 10% of the doctors.
And so how would you even start to undo something like that? Like what's a realistic path to reform, I guess?
Thanks. Great question. And because I wrote the bill, I know the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Right now, you have Medicare, which is a very popular program. It's life-saving to many elderly people. That was developed in the 1960s by President Lyndon Johnson. Okay, very popular program. You got Medicaid for the lower-income people, also a popular program. What I would do is, over a 4-year period, take Medicare. First thing you do is expand Medicare, because Medicare does not now cover dental, hearing, or vision. A lot of people can't afford to go to a dentist. Got me?
Yeah.
Okay. You expand it. And then you say right now, to be eligible for Medicare, you got to be 65 years of age.
Okay.
First year, lower it to 55. So you're 57, congratulations. You don't have to worry about whether you have insurance on your job. You want to hear something else crazy about the private insurance system. You work for a big corporation, okay? Mm-hmm. They give you good health insurance. He works for McDonald's, virtually nothing, all right? That's pretty crazy. Where you work determines the kind of health care you get. Anyhow. So we go from 65 down to 55, 55 next year down to 45, 45 to 35, fourth year you cover everybody. Gradual absorption. So you have a Medicare system that covers all people.
People, this is so funny. People will go, there's no dental in Sweden. It's privatized. Bro, that doesn't mean it's a good thing, right? Wouldn't you want dental to also be, wouldn't you want dental to also be covered? It's shit. Yeah.
People, you no longer have to pay any more deductibles or co-payments, no more premiums.
I'm a firm, committed believer that if the Democratic Party didn't get in the way of Bernie Sanders, and there was like a Kamala Harris style situation that occurred this time around, but with Bernie Sanders in 2016, which obviously is laughable, it would never happen. We would have experienced 8 phenomenal years of prosperity.
You get your health care because you're an American citizen.
He'd be going for his 3rd term right now because they would unwind the constitutional. They would unwind term limits in an effort to make him FDR style. He would die in office.
Will your taxes go up? They may. Will it be less than what you pay right now in private insurance? Yes, it will be. It's a good deal.
Can we afford that as a country, you think?
Sure.
Yeah?
We are now spending over $4 trillion on healthcare. We spend double. Here's another point to be made. We spend twice as much per person on healthcare as any other country because it's designed to make money for the insurance companies and the drug companies.
Wait, so explain it to me. So we spend twice as much on healthcare.
We are spending right now, Theo,
as any other country.
Yes.
Per person.
Yes.
But the money isn't going towards them getting, so we'd almost save the money just by.
You got it. All right. Here, example.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true. Check it out.
Is that true? That seems too good to be true. I love that he led Theo into arriving at that conclusion on his own. That makes it so much better. People love coming to those conclusions on their own.
It is true. Chairman of the Bloody Committee. Yes, it is true. All right.
Bloody, literally, people are bleeding
Bloody,
out, dude. Yeah.
All right. If I buy a car tomorrow for $80,000, you buy a car for $40,000. What is the presumption? Should my car be a better car than yours?
Yes.
Okay. I'm spending twice as much. All right. But I got a much better car than you have. All right. We are spending per person, over $13,000. All right. Spending $13,000 on you, $13,000 on me, $13,000 on a 5-year-old, $13,000 on a 90-year-old. All right. $13,000 per person, over $4 trillion nationally. Canadians are spending about half of that per person.
And they're taking care of everybody.
Yes. And the British are spending less than that. Other countries a little bit less.
But does that affect us with the population number that we have?
Doesn't matter. I mean, per person.
Got it. Okay.
I'm not talking about in gross, but per person.
How do you stop hospitals from overcharging?
Well, so one thing I want to mention here is that the man that you are watching, Bernie Sanders, 84 years old, had a fucking heart attack last time he was campaigning. And he's still sharp as fuck. Like, that's crazy, dude. Now look at Joe Biden. 82 years old, sorry.
It's a corrupt system.
If they know that the government's going to pick up the tab.
Good. Very good question. The answer is what they do. It's not like we're inventing something. Other countries do it. What they say to hospitals is, look, you're not going to be charging Theo when he's in the hospital. You're not going to be charging him a nickel. But we know, roughly speaking, in a year what you are going to be. You need a certain number of doctors and radiologists and nurses and all that stuff. Here is your budget. It's like a police department. Here's your budget in a year. You need more, maybe we'll come up with more. You get what we call a global budget.
It's like the Dodgers or something.
But you got a global budget.
Right, you got a budget.
And you take care of all the needs. It's not per person. You get it. And what you do there, we spend as a nation, one of the other insanities of this healthcare system, we spend hundreds of billions of dollars on billing. You know what I mean by that?
Medical billing, yeah.
All right. So I'm the insurance companies. First of all, you got to fill out forms. I hire people who are not doctors or nurses, right? They just bill.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You got bill collectors. You go to a hospital, go down to the basement, got 100, well, depending on the size of the hospital, dozens and dozens of people. They don't see a patient. They're just filling out forms.
Yeah, half the Philippines is people just doing medical billing over the phone, you know?
Well, there are countries where you show your card and that's the end of the discussion. But we waste hundreds of billions of dollars just on billing people. Now, there's another issue I want to discuss. Life expectancy. What do we know about life expectancy?
We're getting pretty long in the tooth.
Nope.
We're not living long.
Nope. Compared to whom?
Compared to probably Vietnam.
Yeah, I'm sure, maybe. All right, but.
No. fuck. He's right. God damn it. I thought maybe nah, but nope. Come on, Bernie, talk about fucking Cuba. Vietnam got cancer from Agent Orange still? Yeah, it's probably. If we are spending twice as much per person, where's that money going? Is it just going to subsidize insurance companies? Subsidize insurance companies and also lining up the profit margins for pharmaceutical corporations as well. Look at Cambodia's life expectancy in 1975. That's insane.
All right. We are the richest country on earth. Do we live longer lives than other people?
No, we don't.
Serious question, how many jobs will this cut out, saving that much money? I don't know. It probably would. I mean, it definitely would, but a lot of the jobs would also have to handled, like the administrative stuff would still have to be handled by the government. So then they would work as government employees.
Don't.
We do not. In fact, we're pretty far down the list. Why is that?
Well, I mean, I think it could be that we're not taking as good care of ourselves.
Okay.
And I think it could be that, that we don't have as good a health care.
That's right. All right. I think that's two out of three. All right. Now, here, there are two facts. Japan, other countries will live 4 or 5 years, 6 years longer than we do. That's a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they'll live, I forgot what it is.
Like 8% or something.
Yeah, right. It's a lot. But here's another fact that is really unbelievable. It's not just that we live shorter lives despite spending so much on healthcare. The gap between the 1% and the working class is 10 years. If you're rich, you'll live as long as people in other countries. You have a long life, in the 80s or whatever it is. If you're working class, you're going to live 10 years younger. How does that happen, do you think?
Wow. Because just stress, burnout.
Stress, burnout, lack of access to medicine, terrible dietary habits as well, which is not influenced by individual responsibility at all, but instead lack of access to food, education surrounding food, food deserts, and also obviously shitty work conditions that cause you not to be able to have your own, cook your own food or whatever. Disability born out of your place of work that isn't properly, properly protected due to lack of labor regulations, poor work conditions, lead in your water pipes, shitty infrastructure. Also, life expectancy is skewed by childbirth, child mortality, infant mortality as well. And you're right, that is also pretty bad in America. Lack of sleep is another major reason for why the life expectancy is much lower for working class Americans. There's a multitude of different reasons. It's just that like all of them are bad. It's something as like and it's sometimes things that you would not even consider to be a problem. I'll give you an example. Walkable cities. The American cities are designed around vehicles. American cities do not have an adequate public transit. Okay? When there's not enough adequate public transit, everybody is car reliant. Car reliant infrastructure is deadly because when there's no public transit, there's no reason to walk. When there's no reason to walk, you just fucking drive everywhere. When you drive everywhere, you end up becoming fatter. It's shit that you would not even consider. that you would never even think that plays a significant role in Americans being massively obese. It also then contributes to air pollution. It contributes to car accidents. But guess what? Car manufacturers make nice profits at the end of that bargain. So, meanwhile, it doesn't even... You'd be a big fan of Jokic Joestar on TikTok, based basketball analyst who ties things like that to sports. That is literally Asmongold Bizarro World. Jokic Joestar, and you will never unsee it, is Bizarro World Asmongold. It's pretty funny. Whenever he pops up on my timeline, I am a fan of his. Here, I'll show you.
Europe is corrupting our basketball players. Plain and simple, bring these boys home. Devin Booker leaving the club at...
He sounds like him too.
6 in the morning, hops on a bike and rides home. Oh, I bet that was super cool. I bet that was super calm and relaxing. I bet it was sick as fuck to feel the night breeze against your face, look up to the sky, and be completely at peace. I bet that was so dope. I bet...
Asmongold without wow, dude.
It also would have been really easy to hop on a train back to your hotel. Do I need to spell out the American way for you? You wander out of the club, 6 a.m. You're thinking to yourself, God damn, that was crazy. I'm completely out of it right now. I just want to lay down and go to bed. What do? You get behind the wheel of a truck that is lifted so high, you would barely be able to see an average adult male in front of it. You drive that home, you go to sleep. NBA comp, this is what an old head must feel like when you're seeing a fast break develop and the ball handler takes like a questionable three when there's a guy who probably could have gotten a layup if they had just put like a little mustard on the pass. Europe is corrupting our...
Yeah, he's great. I think he's hilarious.
Man, all right. I'm going to sign you up there. You got it.
Look, I think I like a lot of the things that you think about.
All right, let's deal with the issue of stress.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. It is twofold, it seems to me. Number one is if you're rich, you go to any doctor you want, when you want it, get paid for all the drugs you need.
Did we just get everything wrong, or is this some grand scheme? I mean, we did get everything wrong. It's just the grand scheme is capitalism. That's it. Like it's not that complicated. It's just profit motives, corporate profits over people's needs. That's it. Every step of the way.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, that's a real advantage. But above and beyond that, working class people live under enormous stress, right? And that takes a toll on you.
Why is it worse in USA than in other capitalist countries? Because the United States is extra capitalist. That's it. That's the reason. That's it. It's just they do capitalism more. We do capitalism plus. This is the hub, dude.
It's a toll on you physically and mentally. And that is, we have parts of this country where life expectancy is actually in decline.
Give him the real answer, because other countries have more regulations and more social safety nets. Yeah, because they do capitalism minus. Exactly. They have capitalism with like some regulation and a semblance of a welfare state, which was hard fought for, by the way, due to their proximity to the USSR, which was, you know, the opposite of that. So they were terrified of that influence. They were terrified of the influence post-World War II, so they were like forced to make concessions to trade unions and whatnot. But don't worry, America handled that too. The closer you are physically to the former USSR, the less oppressive capital is. It's just like, it's not like dudes in Romania are more industrious, and that's why their home ownership percentage is like 90%. You know what I mean? Like, you think that dudes in Romania just fucking listen to the right podcasts? If only Americans had listened to the same podcast that dudes in Romania listen to, and that's why they have like an insanely high home ownership rate. No.
Got it? People are living shorter lives.
Because of the stress.
Because of the stress. And with that stress and the hopelessness, they turn to drugs, they turn to alcohol, they turn to suicide.
Yeah.
All right. Bad stuff.
Oh, yeah. I think those are things that, they don't even take those factors into consideration when they're making all of these, you call to get your medical bill. It's a nightmare. It's like, you almost want to, this is crazy. There's been.
Japan is pretty capitalist. How do they make it work? Great question. Thousands of years of collectivist attitude deeply instilled in a very xenophobic country. And also they have like insane mechanisms of control. And billions in support from the US? Yeah, but like they're asking how didn't it become this like hyper-capitalist dystopia? Also, Japan doesn't work either. Japan has a shit ton of issues. And insanely bad worker protections? No, you're wrong about that. Japan also has like weirdly some of the most insane fucking worker protections on the planet. What are you talking about? You cannot fire someone in a Japanese company once you have hired them. Like that's not even it's just not even a thing. That's crazy. Maybe even too much. Like that might be a little too extreme in my opinion. But ultimately I would say that there are exceptions to the rule, but it's not like the Japanese society is thriving right now or the Japanese economy is thriving right now. Completely idiotic take. What? What about the economy and Attack on Titan? And the other part of this is also the other part of this. They have a place named Suicide Forest. I don't know how much their society works. I mean, people also look at the Japanese suicide rates and they're like, oh, it's so high. It's like, bro, our suicide rates are so fucking bad. Like, our suicide rates are competitive with Japan and Korea. That's crazy. Part of that is because we have guns. A big chunk of that is because we have guns. Guns make the likelihood of your attempted suicide infinitely more successful. Okay? I think we might even have a higher suicide rate than Japan now.
There's been times when I've been like, I would rather take my own life than sit here and make another fucking call. And I'm not even sick.
Let me look it up.
I'm just somebody trying to get to the bottom of the.
All right. And why does that happen?
Because it's loopholes. They don't want you to get paid.
You got it. Not that hard. Look, you pay me money through insurance, right? So you're sick.
Oh no. New trends is suicide in Japan. Which country has the highest suicide rate? Nowhere is it more serious than Lesotho. This landlocked mountainous kingdom of 2.3 million people enriched by South Africa is encircled by South Africa has the highest suicide rate in the world with 87.5 suicides per 100,000 people. Japan's suicide rate's at a lowest in over 40 years. falling about 40% in the last 15 years. The US is 14.5, Japan is 12.2. I don't know. I'm seeing different ones. I'm seeing different numbers here. But the suicide rate in the United States is 14 per 100,000 people. Because anime got too good? Yeah, people are waiting for One Piece to end. Come on, dude. Anyway, the suicide rate numbers are they're not great. Like, they're not very good. Like, this ranking is not great. Because some of them are not from, I guess it's the last time they did this is like 2019. But every country, this is the same with like crime statistics. Every country has a different measurement structure. You know what I mean? Russia's suicide rates are pretty high. South Korea is pretty high. South Africa is pretty high. Ukraine is pretty high. United States have 14.5. Where the fuck is Japan? God damn. Japanese suicide rate lower than the United States. United States suicide rate higher than Japan. United States suicide rate lower than South Korea, 21%. There you go. But this is also from 2019. These numbers change. We are better than Japan? No, dude. That means our suicide rate is higher than Japan. What are you talking about? South Korea is 21 per 100K, like suicide per capita. Being higher on this list is not a good thing. It's a bad thing. America, baby, hips. Throw up the champagne, lads. Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, Angola, Armenia, Australia, Austria. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this saying 4 at Azerbaijan, but it's still lower? No, it wasn't alphabetical order. Damn, bro. Ain't no motherfucker killing themselves in Turkey. What the hell? Bro, what the fuck? Bro. That's crazy. The hair transplants are curing people's depression. No, it's because it's haram, obviously. I think that probably plays a role in it. But then, you know, I mean, yeah, you got Indonesia here as well. Negative association with the availability of donor. Y'all got state brothels, Lamau. That probably plays a role in it. I mean, you'll see a bunch of Muslim countries on here because it is very frowned upon in Islam to kill yourself. It is super, it is highly illegal and also very much haram. So that's the reason why they are pretty high. How would you propose implementing socialism in Japan where capitalism is working relatively okay with collectivism and xenophobic ideologies? But it's not. The Japanese situation is so fucked that like a prominent Japanese economist at Yale unironically suggested mass genocide of the old, like forcing them to kill themselves as a way to fix the country's problems. And a lot of Japanese young people in Japan heard about this idea and went, oh my God, that's a brilliant idea. Like Midsommar shit. I don't think that is a telltale sign of a healthy society. Americans will be taking over Japan's countryside as soon as like $50K for a house. Yeah. Lol, that was dumb. I loved how you love to be in the Japans though. No, I love Japan. Japan's dope.
I'm supposed to, pay your bills, right? If I drive you crazy, you're going to say, screw it. Hell with it. I'll pay the goddamn thing myself. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Good. And the insurance company's like, hey, right on, man.
This is the funniest article. A Yale professor suggested mass suicide for old people in Japan. What did he mean? This is real. He suggested this as a state policy. And the worst part about it isn't that he just suggested this as a state policy. It's the fact that younger Japanese people were like, that's an incredible idea. I am so on board. I ain't trusting no motherfucker wearing glasses like this. I'm sorry. Okay, that's crazy. The fuck is going on?
That's exactly what I wanted.
Today, we're here to celebrate the perfect. Because it feels like we're electing people that have this in our best interest. If that's the number one cause of bankruptcy is medical billing, how do our politicians not see that this is extremely important and that things need to be different? Like, what are they lobbying so powerful with? I know it's money, but it's like, I just can't imagine that people wouldn't see the good, the value in what is right.
Well, it's all that I can tell you is money talks to a large degree. And it's not to suggest that, members of Congress are evil or terrible people that want people to suffer. They don't. But you have a system which almost says, oh, you can't even think about Gary.
Nice to hear this from the Times of Israel. Yeah. Why is the Times of Israel writing about, as fall semester nears, Columbia restricts access to campus to prevent disruptions? Interesting. Like, what the fuck? Man, they're dialed in, dude. Literal babies on the world stage. Israeli rep to the UN gives his farewell address and says he was proud to represent the most moral country in the world, the most moral in the world. You listen, Palestinian representative.
Colleagues, as this may be the last time for me to address you as Israel's ambassador, though who knows?
Oh, he's not wearing the Star of David, the yellow Star of David, to invoke Nazi Germany, to be like, if you don't let me do a genocide, this is my personal Holocaust.
Perhaps another session will be called because of more terrorist propaganda. I would like to leave you with this. I have been immensely, immensely proud to represent my country here. The most moral country in the world. The most moral country in the world. You listen, Palestinian representative, in this warped place. I hope one day you will also see the bias and perversion of morality here and pray. And
yeah, one day we will see, inshallah, the moral bias and perversion demonstrated by the United Nations in terms of constantly carrying water for Israel's genocide. Inshallah, one day.
I pray that you will see the truth. The terrorist organization that this guy represents here and tyrannical regimes should be condemned, not protected, and that Israel
No, we are condemning a tyrannical regime, the regime of Israel. Bitch.
should be praised. We are today the vanguard of civilization. We are the vanguard of civilization. But until then, Am Israel Chai. Thank you, Mr. President.
Am Israel Chai. The arrogance is so frustrating. Here's the tweet.
Awaken the people. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah.
I love that so much. I fucking love that. It's my favorite.
Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
It's an all-timer, 100%.
Guaranteeing health care to all people. Oh my God! What kind of you're a far leftist?
Yeah.
What, you're a communist, man? What are you? You don't want to take on the insurance companies, hardworking people. You know, so it almost you're not even allowed to talk about those issues. And meanwhile, we're the only country that doesn't guarantee health care.
Yeah, I mean, my one caveat, and I don't know exactly what caveat means, but I think my one, left turn on it would be, yeah, how much responsibility then are people going to just have totally less responsibility and just be taking pills?
Oh, I was like, why the fuck are people saying Golden Kappa train? I thought you guys were talking about the top of the hour ad break, which is coming to you right now. It turns out there's also a Golden Kappa train happening right now at the top of the hour, and there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Okay. Hey, yo. The gift subs are pouring in, dude. You motherfuckers don't even care about allowing people to avoid seeing the ads. You just care about the Golden Kappa. That's crazy. That is crazy. I thought this was a socialist community, dude. Bullshit.
I don't know. Maybe that's just a crazy thought, but if it's not happening in other countries, then maybe that's a good example.
It's
that
an issue.
I need you to
see it is an issue in other countries. For example, all right.
It's incredible. The reason why he's wearing that is because it packs his shit in and it makes it look like he's muscular and not fat. I've been there. I know what that is. His legs are shaking because of the blood, because of the blood clots. Like his blood vessels are restricting blood down to his legs, so it's shaking.
I was a young troubadour when I wrote it on a song, and now I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone.
He's so hot. He's so fucking hot.
You're a lonely older person. Maybe you're living by yourself. I'm feeling lonely. Maybe I'll go to the doctor, right? When I'm not really sick, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Will people abuse it? Yeah, so what? I mean, it happens, and you try to discourage that. So no system is perfect.
Right.
But the bottom line, as Americans, we have to answer a very simple question. Is healthcare a right of all people, whether you're rich, poor, medium, whatever you are? I think the answer is yes.
Well, I think especially when you start to look at other places that we spend our money, it would be very hard not to say this. We should certainly spend it there first. It's just fucking unbelievable that we're this powerful of a country and we don't have it's like we lost our emotional.
That's a good point. And I'll tell you something else. Let me get off of healthcare for a second.
Okay. Well, before we get off, I want to. So I know that you guys have a bill because I have a group that I've worked with, done volunteer stuff with, called Power to the Patients, right?
Good.
And it's notating the prices of, like, say you get an MRI, like the hospital now has to let you know that the MRI is $700, so you can call the hospital down the street and see that there it's $550, so you can make a choice, so you know up front.
That's good.
So you're not getting a $10,000 bill later on.
You got it. It's called the transparency bill.
Transparency bill. And is it passed yet or no?
No, it has not. I'm working with it with a guy named Senator Braun from Indiana, who's a Republican. Good guy. And look, it's exactly the issue. People walk into an emergency room. They walk into a hospital. Do you have any idea? You know, here, Theo, this is what we're going to do for you, blah, 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 blah. And you come out and you drop dead because you see a bill of, tens of thousands of dollars, right?
That's the crazy part. Yeah.
I mean, people go in surgery. They come out hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt.
It
is. It's insane. All right. And the point is, look, I should have the right to know. You want to hear? You think it's crazy? Let me tell you how crazy. It's even crazier than you think it is.
Okay.
Okay. You have Blue Cross insurance. I have another insurance company. Same hospital. You go and get an MRI. Your insurance company will pay $500. My insurance company pays $700. So even in the same hospital for the same treatment, the price is different. Not to mention different hospitals.
Yeah. Well, it's just wild that they can do that. It's almost like I'm going to go to the grocery store. I'm going to get an apple, right? I'm going to eat it. And then after I eat it, you're going to tell me how much it costs.
You got it. That is
and they're like, it's $400. You're like, where, is it from the Garden of Eden? Like,
but it's even worse. You're exactly right. But it's even worse because you had to go to the hospital.
Right. Right. Yes. It wasn't a choice that you made. I know you guys had launched an investigation, even because this is kind of current, about Ozempic, right? And the cost of Ozempic in different countries. Because I was dating a girl, or not dating, but we met up a couple times at night or whatever. And it's like,
come on, man. Man, you're talking to Bernie Sanders, bro. You're talking to Bernie fucking... Come on, dude. That's Bernard Sanders, dude. Yo, I'm hitting this, right? Hey, Bernie, I'm hitting this, right? This broad. We're dating, right? We was just talking.
Like, she was leaving one morning to drive to Mexico to get Ozempic. And I'm like, what are you? You're just driving in the middle of the, at 5 a.m. to go to, what's going on? And she's like, well, it's just way cheaper there. And I'm like, but is it as regulated? I don't know. But I know that in some countries, the prices on it are so different. Like in Canada, it's $150 something. Got it. And in America, it's 700 and something.
Close to $1,000.
It's close to $1,000 for a diabetes medication. I know some people use it for, kind of
weight loss.
Yeah, weight loss, or look the way they want, spring break or whatever. But that's crazy. Why isn't it just the same? Is it because they know they can charge us more because we have more money?
That's half of it, but only half of it. That's a great question. Thanks for asking it. All right. It's what my committee deals with every day. We've had, by the way, some success in the last few years, and the Biden people have done a good job on this. All right. Why is it that, I want to make sure I'm right here. Well, certainly in Canada, it's about $150 for Ozempic.
This is kind of related, but kind of unrelated. Okay. Okay, let me explain something to you. Bernie Sanders went to the USSR for his honeymoon. Tim Walz went to China. Just a parallel that I was thinking about.
Here it's 900, close to 1,000. Why is that? What the Canadians do and what countries around the world do, what makes common sense, they purchase a lot of the drug, right? All right. So they sit down with the drug companies. They say, look, we have hundreds of thousands of people who are going to use your drug. We're going to sit down and we're going to negotiate a price, right?
Right. Of course, certainly after a few months, you should be able to see the averages and make a good business choice. Yeah.
Right. I mean, if you're a businessman and you're buying something from me, you're buying, thousands of items, I'm going to have to give you a discount if I want your business, right?
Certainly.
All right. That's the way the business works. So that's what every country on earth does. They sit down with the drug companies. Some do it more stringently than others. Up until very, very recently, there have been no requirements, zero, for the drug companies to negotiate anything. So they come in and they say, they have the board. What do you think we can get, Harry? Sitting around their board of directors. Well, actually, I think you can get $10,000 a year. No, I think you can go high. I think you can get $20,000. Look, we get what the market will bear. The government has no power. Charge them anything you want. That's what they do. So you got now, it's not just Ozempic, in which we pay in some cases 15 times more than European countries. It's all kinds of drugs. So the answer to your question is, up until recently, and the Biden administration has done a good job of this, there have been no capabilities of the government, Medicare, anybody else, to negotiate prices. They charge you anything they want and as much as they possibly can. What we did is part of a bill called the Inflation Reduction Act, stupid title to the bill, but that's what it was. Finally have that the drug companies are going to have to sit down with Medicare and negotiate prices. They're going to be announcing some interesting results pretty soon. So for the first time, there is the beginning of negotiating prices, and it will lower prices. Second of all, what we've done on my committee, a lot of people have asthma, and they use inhalers. I don't know if you know anybody using an asthma inhaler.
Yeah.
All right. 10 times more expensive in the United States. So we kind of shamed some of the big companies. They lowered it down to, some of them, to $35. So making some progress on lowering the cost of prescription drugs. But to answer your question, up until a couple of years ago, drug companies could charge any price they wanted for any reason.
And now, and that could be changing with the Inflation Act?
Yeah, Inflation Reduction Act. What it basically says is the 10 top selling drugs, they're going to have to come then and sit down and negotiate with Medicare price. That is, by the way, what the Veterans Administration does. The VA in America does a good job.
Yeah.
They don't pay outrageous prices. They negotiate, and that's what Medicare is beginning to do.
Yeah, if you can't breathe, I mean, yeah, you're almost a fish if you can't breathe, you know? Let's talk about some politics. Oh, wait, and the price transparency, that's happening now? Like people have to show their prices or they don't?
No, they don't. We still haven't passed that bill.
Okay. Do you think it's going to happen?
It's a popular bill. I think we have a good shot to get it done.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, man, it makes me just sick because somebody's already sick. And
You're
you
right.
know they're sick.
Can you imagine if there was I don't know, like one of the major parties fucking running on this, dude? I've never encountered, the only people I've ever encountered that are anti-Medicare for all are online. They're on Reddit, okay? I've never in the real world, Trump Republican, MAGA conservative, fucking liberal, whatever. I've never actually fucking met a single person that's like, yeah, no, that shit would suck actually. It's so crazy. My entire workplace hates it. Bro works at Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Sick. Like if it were your family member, what you want them to just sit there and just be angry. They're on the phone every day. Then they don't have any energy for their own family. It just
you're absolutely right.
I just can't imagine choosing, especially when you're already making a ton of money, choosing to make a little more money. What do you need?
My boyfriend's parents think if you are unhealthy, it's your fault and they shouldn't have to pay for it. Let me guess, they're fucking fat too. And most likely are going to die to heart disease and are already on their way to become diabetic. It's always the least healthy motherfuckers who are like, yo, you know what? If you are fucking unhealthy, that's your goddamn problem.
But now you're raising even another issue.
What do you need?
You're talking about corporate greed here, but that's another issue.
Yeah, I know you hate it. And we all hate it. I think America's at the point where the screw has been turned so fucking tight that I think, yeah, it starts to create radicalization, starts to create a lot of stuff. Let's talk about the election coming up right now, or just the current candidacy. I wanted in 2020, I believe that's when you ran. I wanted you and Donald Trump to be on the same ticket, right? That was a thought.
Bro, look at Bernie's face. Yo, he's so, dude, Theo Vaughn, dude. He's so dumb. Oh my God. Hey, listen, God bless his soul. Okay. He's something else, dude. He is something else. I've never seen Bernie make that face before. That's a fucking hilarious. Oh my God. Bro, we ain't got no education in this country. I swear. Oh my God. This is so stupid. Oh, that's a child left behind right there. God damn.
That I had, because in my mind, I'm just a regular guy. I don't know a ton about politics, right? I felt both y'all were outliers, right? That's how it seemed to me. These guys.
Dude, I love shit like this because this community is so incredibly invested in politics that, like, I think sometimes it's important to hear someone who obviously isn't a normal person by any means, but absolutely represents the median voter. Okay? Like, this is not, this is common. Okay? Way more common than you think. I thought it was a joke. He's a comedian. He's not joking. He is not even joking a little bit. Okay? You could not find the most perfect average American take. God, I love this shit. This is so great.
They're both outliers. They're both different. But
I love chatters being like, no, he's joking. He's not joking, man. He's not. You're so, bro, he is not joking.
But seem to be doing their own thing. You've been outspoken against Trump, right? Do you think he's not, is he doing his own thing, or is he?
Yes, he is. Like, look, I will give Trump credit. Okay, he does his own thing. Okay, he's a very different type of politician, and that's clear. But this is what I do think, Theo. While
my coworker wanted Kamala Harris to pick Adam Kinzinger to be your VP pick, yo, take your coworkers' MSNBC access away, bro. No, that's too much MSNBC. That would be historic. Okay? Analysts are calling it the 3-vote ticket. It will just be 3 voters voting for that ticket. Okay? Oh my God, you guys already made it you already made it an emote. That's crazy. That's crazy that you made that an emote this fast.
Respect somebody who has the guts to do their own thing and be very much a non-traditional politician, which is what he is. Here's the facts. He lies all the time. Right? And, you know, I got 4 kids and I got 7 grandchildren, and we really have to ask ourselves whether the guy who is the leader of the country, whether that's the kind of example that we want. So I have a lot of friends in politics who differ with me, more conservative people. They're not liars. We disagree. So you and I disagree on something.
It's fine.
So what? It's called American democracy.
Yeah, it used to be fine.
That's right. All right. But Trump really is, I use the word.
Damn, my man's got a whole box of cookies next to him. Insomnia cookies too. Fuck, I'm so fat, bro. How do I look? You'll see in a second.
When you see him on television, not everything, but a lot of lies. Okay, and I think we can't have that. You know, and when he was in the private sector,
crumble cookies. Oh fuck. Oh, I love cookies so much. It's fucked up. It's fucked up how much I love cookies, chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. What it does things to me. Oh my God.
Before he became involved in politics, he was sued, his companies were sued 4,000 times. And I just, above and beyond his political views, which I disagree with, but then those you can discuss. I don't think you want somebody leading this country who is shady.
So you're saying he doesn't set the best example of
exactly. Look, you got kids. Do you have any kids?
I don't have any yet.
All right. Well, you know, hope you do. And you want kids to be honest, right?
Yeah.
You don't want
new subs don't know about how much you love cookies. Yeah, because I changed the times that I actually stream. Every night I still have an ice cream sandwich. But back in the day, I used to stream late into the night because I had a job. So I had to work a real job, and then I would stream for like 6 to 8 hours late into the night. And at late into the night, I would have my ice cream Sammy every night, which I still do. It's just not on camera, so you don't know. That's why we have the HasanAbi emote.
Want them to be bullies and picking on the weak. And he so that from a character point.
Fat boys are the greatest? No. I mean, fat boys are fine, but no, they're not the greatest. That's crazy. No, I love the Oreo cookies. I even fuck with like the Nestle ones, the Nestle cookies. For me though, they have to be not super high in calories. That's the reason. Like otherwise I would get like incredible shit. Back in the day, I used to have, oh fuck, what was the cookies that I used to have? I used to have them all the time. It's like a higher echelon brand. It's like they have it at fucking what is it? It was crazy. It was like they sell it at like, no, it's not Erewhon. No, they sell it at fucking, they sell it at Whole Foods, or used to. Cool House. Yeah, I used to have Cool House. Bro said Magnum. Magnum is not a fucking higher echelon ice cream, nor do they even have fucking cookie sandwiches anyway. It was Cool House. I used to fuck with the Cool House ones, but those are like 400 a pop, 400 calories a pop. So that's why I stick to like lower calorie, like the Oreo ones. The Oreo ice cream sandwiches are like 210 calories, which fits in my macros. Oh, the Skinny Cow ice cream sandwiches are fine as well. It's not bad. I understand you love her cookies. It's like my unwavering love for donuts. I love donuts too, but I can't have them. It just like makes me feel like shit afterwards. Ciara, I love you. That's crazy, man. Get some Yasso, bro. I've tried it all, man. I've tried it all.
Point of view.
Oh my God, look what I found. Back then, you could just like rip a fucking live stream off your phone and shit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Okay. What is this? $480 calories. Okay. Okay.
Bro, I have the gloves on. That's how you know it's early. I had the gloves on. Dude, I had the shittiest mask on too. It was crazy. Like, it was just not a protective mask at all. I just strapped on the first fucking mask that I could find. That's crazy. This is a lifetime ago, man. So much has changed.
I don't like it. But also, let me give another example. I happen to believe, I don't know what your views are, that women have a right to control their own bodies. All right. I don't want, as a man, somebody saying, oh, Bernie, you can't have.
$6.29 a box. What is this, the 1950s? Yeah, it was pre-COVID. I mean, it was literally peak COVID.
A vasectomy, you can't do this. My business, not the government's. And Trump does not hold that view. I happen to believe strongly that climate change is real. We got the, just a week or two ago.
Yeah, I saw your podcast with Bill Billenkoff.
Bill McKibben, of course. I've known Bill for years.
Bill McKibben, yeah.
Yeah, and Bill is...
I want to get to speak to him. He seems really interesting.
Smart guy.
Is he?
I've known him for years.
Yeah, because I want to learn more about, you just always hear about climate change. And so, I want to learn more about it.
Good. And I hope you do. And have...
Wait, what the fuck? Racist University of Kentucky student pleads guilty after singing the N-word 200 times at black staffer in 10-minute rant. Here's how long she faces in jail. BLM Tel Aviv, saying the N-word is illegal now? What the fuck? Olympic racism. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but
I'm sure Bill would be happy to go on the show with you.
That'd be cool.
You know, if you wanted, I can give him a call.
Awesome.
In all of the scientists agree, when you put carbon...
Told you some shit going on out there. You didn't want to listen. Yo, tell Patrick Beverly, bro. What do you mean? Tell Pat Bev. His co-host was like, yo, they fuck with black people over there? He was like, who does?
Into the atmosphere. It creates a ceiling there. The earth warms up, and then because of the earth warming up, you have extreme weather disturbances like you come from Louisiana, do you?
Oh, yeah. We're sinking.
You've seen the terrible floods there. We've had them here in Vermont.
Yeah, they have in Savannah right now going on.
Right. That's right. Floods the likes of which we've never seen. You're seeing drought. In Saudi Arabia, temperature reached 125 degrees, which people are dying by the hundreds. So Trump does not believe that climate change is real. And if he becomes president, that means not only will the United States, the whole world will give up. And I don't know what this planet is going to look like in, 10, 15 years.
And do you say that because America is really the leader of the forefront of looking out for climate change?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
We're the largest economy in the world.
Right.
Now, China is a bigger polluter than we are right now.
Oh, yeah, dude. They all smoke, too. A lot of Chinese people. Yeah, that kid that smokes on that bicycle or whatever he's smoking.
What the fuck does this have? Bro, stop. Bernie loved the smoking baby reference. Stop, bro. Bro, stop.
Like 11 cigarettes.
All right, but if we say, hey, the hell with it, then other countries are going to, because it's a global problem.
Right, then everybody's going to be like, oh,
you got
screw it.
everybody backs off. And then I don't know what this planet, you talk about floods.
That's not even a Chinese kid, man. What the fuck? Bro. Hey, what kind of Chinese is that kid? He's one of them brown Chinese. They call him Indian Chinese, like Indonesia or something.
It's going to get worse and worse. Heat waves, worse, drought, worse, migrations. There are millions, hundreds of millions of people, little farmers in poor countries. They can't farm anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So I disagree with Trump on that. So those are some of the reasons why, I'm strongly against them.
Those are important issues, I certainly, And I don't think it's like everybody can have their own thoughts on different issues. And do you see why people like him?
I do. Because he's very disarming. He gets up there and he says whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
He is not.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's by the book. That was a thing.
He is not by the book.
Right. And so that's something the same as you. It's like he's speaking for, it feels like they're speaking for themselves, right? Whether you agree with maybe what they believe what they're saying. And that, I think, comes through.
I think you're right.
Clearly to people.
I think, he's certainly unusual. Gets up there and he rants and he does his thing, and he's not necessarily, I'm sure his advisors go crazy, but he's not reading, not reading off. He doesn't have 14.
Kid Rock is one of his advisors, And look, I love Kid Rock, but
Bernie loved that. Yo. Oh my God. Getting a fucking guffaw out of Bernie like that, that's nasty work. You hate to see someone else living your dreams like that. You hate to see someone else live your fucking dream, dude.
I don't know if every advice of his is the best, but now some of it is, that's for sure, but some of it may not.
You're right. And a lot of these politicians have 18 different consultants. You can't use that word. You can't say that. And he's
that
not
makes
like
it miserable. He's not like that, right?
And people find that appealing. I get it. But, again, I don't think you could have a pathological liar or somebody who doesn't believe in women have the right to control their bodies, who doesn't believe in climate change.
This is like grandpa with his not very bright, but one of his favorite grandchildren.
Change. I think that's bad. And by the way, I'm not quite so sure how much he believes in democracy as well.
Yeah. Well, and look, yeah, that's how you feel, and it's important. And you've always had your own feelings, and I appreciate you always having them and sharing what they are. Did you feel like whenever the people tried to assassinate, did you think it was deeper than that? Or do you think it was just some Reddit jockey just on?
First of all, it was horrible. I mean, I disagree with Trump on everything, but the idea of people assassinating Trump or anybody else is.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy. It is horrible. And I mean, I can't give you the words. It's just terrible. We cannot have that in American politics. My own guess, and I'm not an expert, I'm sure there are a lot of, conspiratorial theories that are out there. I think you have, we've seen it before. You've seen seemingly normal people walking into schools with guns doing horrible things, right?
Yeah.
And I think you had, for whatever reason, I don't want to even speculate why this young man did what he did.
But you just think it was a young man who that was it.
That's what the evidence seems to suggest so far.
Right. But you didn't hear anything else. You guys don't hear anything else as Congress people. You don't hear anything.
Dude, I love, he thinks like Bernie Sanders has access to extra knowledge about the motives of the shooter as a congressperson.
I don't know
Deeper
any
than
great
that.
secrets that you don't know.
Yeah. Do you think that Kamala Harris is the best person to run against Donald Trump right now?
Well, she is the person, and that's
and that won't change probably, huh?
She'll be the Democratic candidate, and I've known.
Maybe he is a little bit misogynistic, which makes me love him more, obviously. But like, she is a person. Not my favorite, but that's what we got. Maybe if you didn't say America deserved 9/11, you'd be Theo right now. That's one of the funniest fucking dumb takes of all time. It's like, yeah, dude, Theo Vaughn hasn't said like a multitude of worse shit than that on every podcast. No, people don't give a shit, dude. Like, nobody gives a fuck about things like that.
Kamala for a number of years. Not best friends, but I've known her.
Mm-hmm.
She was in the Senate for a short period. She's very smart, and she's determined. I mean, above and beyond her views on the issues, which I, support most of them, not all. You got to give credit to somebody, a black woman, to move up the ladder. That ain't easy stuff. There's a lot of resistance to that, and she's persistent. She's strong.
Damn, you got Theo Vaughn to say that's a good point,
and I respect that. And I think she'll be a good candidate. I was interested that Trump apparently backed out of a debate with her on ABC, and I wouldn't, I have debated her, as a matter of fact. She's tough.
She's tough. Was there a chance that you were going to get that nominee, or as an independent, can you get been plotted with the Democratic Party and put in? No. Was there even a call about it or anything?
No. I ran in 2016. I ran against Hillary Clinton, and I ran in 2020.
Yeah, I remember, and I felt like you didn't get treated fairly, to be honest with you.
And that's what happens when you take on the establishment. So
Yeah.
what happened is, we
Say
won
it,
the first
Bernie.
3 primaries, and then
Say it, burn dog.
the establishment got very, very nervous, and there were a whole lot of candidates in the Democratic primary, and they said, "Hey, be a good idea if you all dropped out. Let Joe Biden be the one candidate." People rallied around him.
And do they call? Is there a call that you get, and it's like you're not going to move forward? Is it just like news articles? Like how does the establishment?
Well, what
kind of
happens
work?
is I won the popular vote in Iowa. I won the New Hampshire primary. I won the Nevada primary, and those were the first 3. And then front pages of the New York Times, Democratic establishment very nervous. Bernie Sanders could win the whole. We were doing very well in the polls. And, I think behind the scenes, people thought, there were like 15 different candidates. And they were splitting up the vote. And that's how I was not necessarily getting over 50%. I was getting more than other people. So I was on the way to victory. And they said, look, Bernie.
Who's they, Bernie? Say it. Obama made the boss call. He did.
He shouldn't be the candidate for a variety of reasons.
But it wasn't just that. It was also, I don't know if you saw this, but July numbers are in. We're so back. Oh yeah, dude. We are back. We're back. Take me back to Nevada. Dude, it was like, I think it was one of the best moments of my streaming career, maybe of my life. Like pre-COVID. So much enthusiasm in the air. Just a feeling of like, we can do this. You know, this can happen. So much hope. So much enthusiasm. Fuck, dude. At the time, everybody was talking about how the culinary union leadership had actually urged the union to vote against Bernie, and I was doing another HasanAbi vindication run telling you guys that the rank and file are with Bernie, and it doesn't matter that the union leadership is in the pocket of the Democratic establishment. And everyone was, all the fucking smarmy, annoying little neo-libs were like, you're wrong. Me. You're wrong. Bernie's going to get wiped in Nevada. It was so sick because people were fucking talking about how Bernie Sanders is going to execute them at Central Park. Remember MSNBC commentators talking about on like regular network television, they were like, if Bernie Sanders wins, Chris Hardball Matthews said, if Bernie Sanders wins the primary, they will execute me at Times Square. That's what he said. He called us brown shirts for being in the Bernie brigade. Clown. That's so crazy. Anti-Semitism, not so much back then. To say that like the first Jewish candidate of a major party and his fan base were a bunch of brown shirts. Where was the anti-Semitism allegations back then? Yeah, that was reserved only for not going with the guy with like a murder case on his back.
We don't want him the candidate, drop out. And then on one day, a lot of people, 1 or 2 days, a lot of people dropped out. It was Joe Biden and me, and Joe had a lot of support, and all these people came behind him, and that's what happened. Let me also say, having said that, Biden is a friend of mine. I think he has done a very good job over the last 3.5 years. And I'm working very hard to see that Kamala is elected our next president.
The heat of summer is here. God, it's hot. My shadows are not. Did you feel like did it seem? It started to seem like people were losing faith in the media, right? And I feel like that's had a huge.
Why does he love Biden so much? It's because he's fucking. I think Joe Biden was nice to him 85 years ago one time, and he just never let that go. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, Biden literally was like nice to him one time, probably made fun of him behind his back, but like was nice to him to his face one time. And he was just like, this is a good guy.
Huge effect on society. It's created a lot of opportunities for what are often labeled as conspiracy theories, but then often end up being true.
Or because you can't talk ill about him because the establishment will cook him even more. Fuck no. No, that's just hopium. No, Bernie Sanders, unironically, one of my biggest criticisms of Bernie Sanders during the last primary cycle was that he just would not attack Biden. He rarely ripped into Biden when he was running against him. And the reason why was because he kept saying, Biden is my friend, Biden is my friend, Biden is my friend. It's like, bro, he's not your fucking friend, okay? He's not. My friend Joe.
Truth just because not all, but yeah, often end up being truths or having realness to them because the news media isn't even, it's like they all just go down these same similar paths and it's not, it doesn't even feel real anymore. I mean, the fact that you and I are talking is wild, it's like, I fucking wouldn't talk to me, but the fact, but
look, the bad news is bad news and good news. The good news is you got a program. And but millions of people tune into you.
Yeah.
And part of that is that people do not necessarily believe CBS, NBC, ABC, or even Fox or anybody else. And so let me tell you what I think about that. I think you're touching on an important issue. We talk about healthcare, we talk about media. You have about 8 large.
Is this the reason why he's not so excited about Kamala? I think the reason why Bernard is not so excited about Kamala is because he doesn't know if Kamala Harris will be trustworthy or not. Like, also he's misogynistic, and that's why I like him. What do you mean by that? I mean, Kamala Harris ran on like a relatively progressive ticket in 2019 against Bernie Sanders when Bernie was running. And she was like pro Medicare for all, immediately backed away from that position, hasn't really brought it up ever again. Like, or the scarier idea is that he does know. That too.
Media conglomerates, Comcast and all these guys. They're huge.
Serious.
Exactly. They own, people turn on their
Clear Channel.
You got it. They're huge. They don't own one station. They own radio stations. They own TV stations.
Miserable.
They own movies, producers. So these are owned by very large billionaires, big companies owned by billionaires. And they will discuss issues from here to here. All right, I gave you an example about Medicare for all. We should be having a tremendous discussion why we're the only country on earth not to guarantee health care. It doesn't take place on television. We should be talking about massive income and wealth inequality. There are 3 people in America who own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Think that's appropriate?
No, sir.
Okay.
I think there should be a limit on how much a person can earn.
Okay.
To be honest with you, maybe, some millions, but I don't think it should be billions. Someone should.
I agree with you, actually. And I think most Americans would. Like, when's the last time you've seen that discussion on NBC? It ain't going to take place. All right. We have.
But that's what the people want, though.
Yes, that is exactly. That's why you're a success and why other people, with very limited resources, if you like, because you don't see that type of discussion. I just did a poll. My campaign did a poll just on these issues. Talking about issues that working class people want and need that are almost never discussed in politics or in the corporate media. And the answer is people are hurting. They want change. No one's talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's like, I don't know, the people don't even get thought of anymore, it feels like a lot of times. And here's the toughest part, I think, Bernie, is as a person who, has felt like in their life, maybe their father died in a war, their grandfather died in a war, and they've tried to pay their taxes and be a, considerate person in their town or their country. After a while, those good people starts to erode a little. Because they don't feel like, and they lose their sense of purpose, man. When you lose the fabric of your society, a lot of people, that's how they didn't even realize it. A lot of us don't even realize we identify as an American. And when you realize, well, America, it's nothing, but it's a shell LLC for fucking big corporations, then what am I? I'm just a.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, you could have this conversation with every average American. Starts talking like a fucking communist revolutionary after describing, I don't know, 3 different ways in which like the American for-profit system has harmed them. It's crazy. This is why there's so much opportunity. There's so much opportunity to like truly talk to these people and change their minds. This is the regular dudes in fucking Louisiana, Tennessee, Alabama, like they see this shit too. Problem is the Republicans actually very effectively channel that frustration back to like big pharma is making you gay by giving you vaccines. They're doing gender. And then the liberals are like, oh, shut up, you mountain person. You're stupid. And also better things are not possible. And we can't actually get free health care. How dare you talk about, I don't know, fucking reducing the profit margins for major corporations by 1% in an effort to make people's lives better. Like in an effort to make like working class people's lives that work at those corporations' lives better.
Idiot. You know, you almost feel ashamed of yourself, you know, or you can, you know, anyway, just, I don't know. A lot of that stuff just, I don't
Hillary Clinton, free ponies. That's what she said. Remember about fucking healthcare?
see how people think that that's good or how you're going to still be able to get people to buy in.
Theo, I think you said it better than I did. I mean, I agree with you. I think a lot of people are ashamed. They're giving up. They're hurting.
Yeah,
yeah, that's why it's so important for us chatters not to be annoying shooters and scare normies like Theo away. Thank you. Exactly. That's why I always stress the importance of being fucking normal and not being a theory nerd, not being fucking annoying, not saying shit like, oh, dude, you're sitting on stolen land of America. This is a white supremacist, bloodthirsty, imperialist empire. Like, know the rooms that you're speaking in and know who you're speaking to. Okay?
Many of these people have fought and died, or their families have fought and died in wars, and they're good people.
That's why you shouldn't have grilled Theo for wanting a Trump-Sanders ticket. No, I mean, I'm gonna laugh at that.
And maybe they're, you know, nurses and they're, you know, business people.
Yeah, anything. Crossing guard, mailman.
Right, exactly. They believe in their community.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they're getting ripped off by people on top politically and economically.
Well, even the radio, like you're saying, it's like you used to have like a newspaper and you read and it meant something. Your community meant something. It used to be that your grandpa worked at the factory and they made the table that you have in your home. And so everything had a story to it. There's some connection. And now it's like we're buying stuff from countries that they're making it. They don't care. We're using it. We don't care. There's no story. Nobody has any like, there's no...
He's arriving at like the most spiritual way of describing alienation, which is crazy. Like just a Marxist principle. He's describing it very well, but also doing it in a way where it is the most unmaterialist. It's awesome.
There's no thread. You know, the thread just gets thin.
That's a very profound point you just made.
And so how do we get it back, you know?
It ain't easy.
Yeah.
But I think but I think you hit the nail on the head. People are, you know, you're in Vermont, which is one of the smallest states in the country. It's a very rural state.
Beautiful.
Burlington is the largest city with 40,000. I used to be mayor here, you know. But you go into small towns, everybody knew everybody. Often they were dairy farmers. We had a lot of dairy farmers. People worked really hard being a dairy farmer.
Oh, yeah. I used to work at Cold Stone Creamers for a while. So not the same, but I get it.
All right, but I'm milking cows, you know, 5 o'clock in the morning on a cold winter day ain't easy work. But there was like, everybody knew each other. Nobody cheated each other. You know, there was a sense of, then you have town meetings once a year and people argue about the school budget and all that stuff. And we are losing that big time for a lot. Maybe next time we'll talk about that. But we're losing that, as you indicated, for a lot of reasons. And if we don't get it back, I worry about the future of this country.
Yeah, we can. That is kind of a bigger topic. I've heard you talk about the 32-hour work week, man. It's intriguing. When second I heard that, I'm like, I'm in, you know?
I tell you, it got a lot of response.
Yeah, I think there was a poll. I don't know if it was a Newsweek. I don't know where it was. That, yeah, the 32-hour work week. And one of the reasons behind it is why.
Okay, here's why. All right, let me back it up a little bit.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready for a tough question?
Let's do it.
All right. Over the last 50 years, 50 years, massive changes in technology, right? 50 years ago, they didn't have this stuff. Worker productivity has gone way up, right? So you're a worker now playing with technology, machinery, whether it's a computer, whether it's, you know, factory technology, you're producing a lot more, correct?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of real...
Oh, you're producing more because you have machines that can help you.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay.
Right. Much more, by the way.
Right.
Okay.
So a machine can do the work of 30 men in a day.
You got it. Whatever it may be. Okay. Despite all of that, increased worker productivity, is the worker of today in real inflation accounted for dollars making more or less money than that worker was doing, or a similar type worker 50 years ago? What's the answer?
I would say less. So less based on inflation and everything. The workers making less now than they were then.
In real dollars. Yeah, we're called real dollars. Inflation accounted for dollars.
Real dollars, okay.
How insane is that if that worker is now producing so much more than he or she did?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So now if a worker is operating a machine and that machine is doing the work of 20 workers.
I rarely ever get to hear Bernie Sanders walk like a Norman through the steps of like basic Marxist theory. It's kind of sad that the audio busted at this point, but like, this is a treat.
Workers, then why isn't there some benefit to the worker?
You would think that guy's making, well, woman's making more money, right? Hey, you're producing a lot more.
See, he's defeating the misogyny allegations. That guy or that woman.
Yeah, or widgets or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay, got it? Mm-hmm. Okay, making less. Where will that money go? Well, who benefited from it?
Oh, the big dogs, right.
Oh, that same period of time, there was a study that there was a 50 trillion, untypical, redistribution of wealth to your bottom 90% to the top 1%. So, getting back to the 32-hour work week, it's a simple idea. If you are a worker producing a hell of a lot more than was the case 50 years ago, you should benefit from that increased technology. And one of the breakout people, as you mentioned a moment ago, living under a lot of stress, right? If you can lower that work week without loss of pay.
Right, so you're saying that there needs to be some kickback to them because that's if everybody's earning more, if the company's earning more. Yeah, some of the greed, it's just scary, man. I don't know. Yeah, it's just scary. I want to get into, but what about, would you have to raise the pay of people then? Oh, I guess you would because they're...
Yeah, but if you reduce, what you're doing here is reducing the work week, which is from 40 to 32, which, by the way, has not been changed since 1944.
Yeah, and that's when people had to do crops and everything. Yeah, people were snitting by lightning bug.
So we are a much wealthier nation now, but I want that wealth to be distributed a little bit.
Yeah.
By the way. Yeah, come on, that was...
We're almost done. Yep. Okay. Just one more issue I want to ask, and it'll be quick. Last question. If you were to look at, if there's somebody out there today who's like a guy who wanted to see change, who, started protesting on campuses and got involved and became a mayor and wants to get into politics and really thinks that they can make a difference, what path do they need to try for themselves now with so much lobbying and stuff going on? Like, what would you tell them?
All right. First of all, what you're involved in is some politics but change. And being an elected official is one way to bring about the change. That's not the only way. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was never elected anything, right? He had a profound impact on this country. Never elected anything, all right? And you're seeing young people who are concerned about climate change on campuses doing big work. So go where your passion is. Your passion may be different than mine. What's your issue? I don't know this. So work on that issue, read people, educate, organize, read people. And if you then decide, hey, maybe I want to run for the state legislature, maybe I want to run for Pines, I want to get my, hands dirty in politics. Do it. But first of all, don't do it just because I want to get elected. That's bad, right? Do it because you believe inside it. And getting elected will help you do it, fine. If not, you can do it in other ways.
Yeah. Bernie Sanders, thank you.
Chat, are there any streamers that still does theory streams?
Thank you so much for your time, man.
Well, Theo, thank you very much. And let me just say this. Congratulations on your program. And what programs like this do, I'm on TV a lot.
Dude, I love how old he is. He said, congratulations on your program.
I get 7 seconds to make a point. Can't make it 7 seconds. So we argue, you can have a serious discussion about serious issues is really great. I thank you for the opportunity and thank you for what you do.
Thank you. I've always been a proponent, and thank you for just being an outspoken person who believes in things and moves forward with those beliefs.
Now I'm just...
Anyway, that's a beautiful note to wrap this up on today. I got to get a haircut. When will Bernie be on your program? I should figure that out. I should get him. I just wanted to show you this. This guy's the mayor of Hampstead, a municipality of Montreal, Canada. And this is what he posted. That's weird. Why is he posting that? Bro, you're not even American. Like, what are you doing? And then I also wanted to show you this, a beautiful story. Received as a hero in Cuba, 5-time Olympic gold medalist wrestler Mijain Lopez. Am I saying it right? I don't know. I asked for an applause on behalf of the birthday of our undefeated commander, Fidel Castro. Speaking of birthdays, by the way, it's Michael Jamal Brooks' birthday today. Happy birthday to a fallen soldier, a real one. Rest in power, Michael Jamal Brooks. Because we feel the same as all Cubans feel. That feeling that it's not impossible. That feeling that it is not possible for there to be a Cuban who does not feel love for us, who want to give recognition to our country. We have thousands of difficulties, but as small as we are, we have huge hearts, and we know how to fight for what we want. And we, the most experienced, who are the guide of all these young people who come after us to achieve new goals. Congratulations, because we shine from the heart, and we will continue to do so from the heart, because we are from the people. Long live free Cuba. We're just a few minutes away from a very special birthday that of our undefeated commander, Fidel Castro. We here today are reaffirming that continuity that he means in our country. For that reason, I ask for an applause on behalf of our undefeated commander, Fidel Castro. Viva Fidel! Viva! This guy's amazing. Dude, I was supposed to be in Cuba right now, actually. Like, I was literally supposed to be in Cuba right now. And because we couldn't figure out how to do, like, live streaming when I was out there. So Fidel Castro was a good guy? Yes. Yeah. Like, I think, yeah. Is this in Cuba? Yeah. You sounded like LeBron, Unc. No, I was supposed to go with Lolo, with Lolo Overruled, with like a legal coalition, with like nurses. There's like always, there's always this kind of stuff. Your sarcasm is getting super thick. What? No, yes, I like Fidel Castro. What the fuck? No. I'm not like being sarcastic when I say that. What the fuck? And I'm also not being sarcastic when I say I was literally supposed to go to Cuba. But the problem is the problem was that there was no way for me to get like internet access and then figure it out. And also, obviously, it would have been difficult to do so. And there's a lot going on in the world right now, regardless. Fidel overthrew a slaver dictator. I know. Why not just go and vlog the experience instead? Bro, y'all are fucking, like, y'all are actually delusional when you say, why not just go and vlog? I am a live streamer, okay? That would mean for an entire week, I would not be live streaming in the middle of a fucking election season. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But yeah. Starlink satellite. I don't think Starlink works in Cuba, chatters. Let's keep it at $1.50. You're allowed to take breaks from live streaming. I don't want to take a break from live streaming. It was my decision. So you lose a little bit of money to do your job. Oh my God, I'm going to put myself on a trebuchet and launch myself into Cuba from the Miami coast. I swear to fucking God. Yeah, dude, that's what it is. It's the money. It's the money. That's why. How the fuck do you develop this level of like cynicism for a dude that you watch every fucking day, dude? Holy shit. Blows my mind. Anyway, I love you guys. Even that one fucking dipshit. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. The NC is nearing. It's coming soon. Bye-bye.
Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.